Chapter 876. While Han Shuo was making a name for himself in the fringe, the Han family in the City of Shadows, far away in the Darkness Dominion, ran into trouble. After Han Shuo disappeared from the City of Shadows, the members of the Han family gradually retreated to Fort Lossberg. The Han family kept a low profile in Fort Lossberg and no longer meddled in the affairs of the City of Shadows. Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows, had tacitly allowed the Han family to leave the city. He did not inform the Han family of any major or minor affairs in the City of Shadows. It was clear that he had excluded the Han family from any power structure in the City of Shadows. As the fringe was too far away from the City of Shadows, it was very difficult for news from the fringe to reach the City of Shadows. The ferocious gods from the 12 dominions would travel to the fringe to bring the latest news from the 12 dominions when they had nowhere else to go. However, those fringe dwellers who entered the fringe rarely returned to the 12 dominions. As a result, there were more fringe dwellers than fringe dwellers. As a result, news of the fringe rarely spread to the 12 dominions as quickly as possible. The latest news that Phoebe, Emily, and the others from the Han family was that Han Shuo had left Ethereal City. They had no idea what happened after that, much less what happened in the fringe. Not only the Han family but even Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows, knew nothing about Han Shuo's situation in the fringe. From their point of view, Han Shuo had suddenly disappeared without a trace and no one knew when he would return to the City of Shadows. With Han Shuo's many miraculous feats in the City of Shadows, for the sake of the House of Saints' position in the City of Shadows, Wallace started to weaken the Han family. However, as Wallace knew that the Han family was on good terms with Andre, Erebus, Aobashi, and the others and was concerned about Han Shuo's strength, he did not dare to go too far. Phoebe and Emily's decision to transfer the Han family's forces to Fort Lossberg was exactly what Wallace wanted. He turned a blind eye and ordered all the House of Han's forces in the City of Shadows to be transferred to Lossberg. He even allowed those from the 5th Corps who were personally trained by Han Shuo to leave. Fort Lossberg was located at the border of the City of Shadows. From Wallace's point of view, moving the Han family there shouldn't cause him any trouble. As long as the Han family did not expand their influence in the City of Shadows, Wallace would not take any action against the Han family. He was happy to see the Han family keep a low profile. However, back when Han Shuo was in the City of Shadows, he had offended far too many people. For example, Hoff's Hushvale City was located very close to Fort Lossberg. After several years of investigations, Hoffs had learned that it was Han Shuo and Rose who had wreaked havoc in Hushvale City. Through his investigations, Hoffs discovered that Wallace seemed to have deliberately alienated the Han family. Hoffs, who had been searching for Han Shuo for revenge, had shifted his attention to the Han family in Fort Lossberg after failing to find any trace of Han Shuo. He planned to start with the Han family. Other than Hoffs, there was another person who was eyeing Fort Lossberg covetously. It was Larrickson of the House of Broadhurst from the City of Gorging Clouds in the Darkness Dominion. Larrickson had suffered greatly at the hands of Han Shuo. Not only did Han Shuo kill a few high gods of his family, but even his son was killed before he could marry Donna. Over the years, Larrickson had discovered that the culprit was Han Shuo. With so much hatred, Larrickson had no intention of sparing Han Shuo and the Han family. The House of Broadhurst was the most powerful force in the Darkness Dominion, the City of Gorging Clouds. Larrickson was a greater threat to Fort Lossberg than Hoffs. Larrickson and Hoffs had the same goal. They soon came to an agreement to deal with the Han family in Fort Lossberg. Hushvale City and Fort Lossberg were very close to each other. Larrickson and the experts he brought from the City of Gorging Clouds were confident that they could destroy Fort Lossberg. In Hushvale City, Hoffs and Larrickson were sitting in the city lord's residence. Hoffs put on a gloomy face and said, "Lord Larrickson, with your help, we will be even more assured of success. However, Fort Lossberg is, after all, the territory of the City of Shadows. If we attack Fort Lossberg by force, won't Wallace attack us?" Hoffs and Larrickson had been plotting for a long time. The two were confident that they had the strength to annihilate the Han family in Fort Lossberg. The only threat they had now was not the Han family but Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows. No matter what, Fort Lossberg belonged to the City of Shadows. If they were to invade Fort Lossberg and attack the House of Han, it would be a provocation to the City of Shadows. This could very well lead to a war between cities. The overgods of the Darkness Dominion would not be happy to see that happen. Larrickson's eyes were filled with hatred. He said in a low voice, "You don't have to worry about that. Just attack Fort Lossberg. Wallace won't interfere." Given the status and power of my House of Broadhurst in the Darkness Dominion, Wallace won't make an enemy out of us just because of a puny Han family. Hafs was overjoyed to hear those words. He cried out in surprise, "You mean Wallace has already?" Larrickson nodded affirmatively and said, "Don't worry, I have already communicated with Wallace. He will pretend that he doesn't know anything about it. At most he will reprimand us. He won't fight us to the death over a puny Han family. The existence of the Han family has already affected the status of the House of Saint in the City of Shadows. I think the destruction of the Han family is exactly what Wallace would like to see." "That's great." Hafs heaved a sigh of relief. He put on a sinister smile and said, "All right then, let's move. All right, gather your men. We will head to Fort Lossberg. The Han family in the fort won't be able to withstand our attack. This time we will wipe them all out in one fell swoop," said Larrickson viciously. "There's still Brian. When the Han family is destroyed, no matter where he is, he will rush back to us. When that time comes, we will be able to get rid of him." Hafs laughed heartily. It hadn't been easy for him to suppress those disloyal family clans in Hushvale City. Now he finally saw hope for revenge. The members of the Han family in Fort Lossberg had more or less learned about Hafs and Larrickson's unusual behavior. For the past few years, the Han family had stopped expanding in the City of Shadows. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows did not increase. They also stopped participating in the affairs of the City of Shadows and kept a low profile. However, the Han family had been growing stronger in the dark. Although the Han family had stopped expanding in the City of Shadows, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had formed an alliance with many large family clans in the Death and Destruction Dominions. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's influence extended to the Death, Darkness, and Destruction Dominions. With enough black crystal coins to support them, the Han family was able to recruit even more experts. Before Han Shua left Fort Lossberg, not only had the 8 Desolation and Torment formation been fortified, but it had also been restored. Over the years, an endless stream of disciples of the Han family had entered the 8 Desolation and Torment formation to cultivate. The overall strength of the Han family had rapidly increased. Han Shua's influence in the 3 dominions was still considerable. Through his connections in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the 3 dominions, he learned of Larrickson's trip to Hafs and the unusual behavior of Larrickson and Hafs. He could roughly guess that Larrickson and Hafs' target was Fort Lossberg. Although the Han family had rapidly grown in strength, Hafs and Larrickson were just too powerful. Hafs was the ruler of Hushvale City and Larrickson was the younger brother of the Broadhurst Patriarch. If the two were to join hands and attack Fort Lossberg, the Han family would be utterly annihilated. Phoebe, Emily, Mike Cotton, Statholm, Sanguiner, Bollins, Gilbert, and other high-ranking members of the Han family gathered in the Han family's meeting hall in Fort Lossberg to discuss how to deal with Hafs and Larrickson. It is said that when Larrickson went to Hushvale City, he brought 3 high gods of the Broadhurst family with him. Larrickson himself possesses late-stage high god strength. This fella is too terrifying. Hafs is the city lord of Hushvale City. If he comes, he will surely bring a large number of Hushvale City divine guards with him. With our current strength, we won't be able to deal with them, said Emily worriedly as she looked at the few. The Han family had no idea how to deal with these 2 formidable forces. It was impossible for the Han family to gain the strength to deal with an entire city in just a few years. They did not know how to deal with the formidable threats of Hafs and Larrickson. "Sigh, it's a pity that Master isn't here. If Master were here, those 2 would be in serious trouble," sighed Gilbert. In his mind, Han Shua was an invincible existence. Although Larrickson and Hafs were powerful, they had suffered greatly in the hands of Han Shua. It was obvious that they were far inferior to Han Shua. If Master is really here in Fort Lossberg, I doubt that those 2 would have the guts to come here," shouted Sanguiner coldly. His eyes turned crimson red and wisps of blood mist visible to the naked eye started to seep out from his body. It appeared that his strength had once again increased by leaps and bounds. "Brian isn't here. We can only rely on ourselves." Stratholm the old monster furrowed his brows and said, "First of all, we must never leave Fort Lossberg. Inside the fort, we still have something to rely on and can wait for our enemy to exhaust himself. But once we leave the fort, we won't be able to deal with those 2. Statholm remained calm and continued, "Also, send someone to inform Erebus, Aobashi, Carmelita, Andre, and the others about the situation here. These people are close to us. If they receive the news, they will not sit idly by. As long as they can get to Fort Lossberg, our chances of winning will greatly increase." "All right, I'll send someone to inform them right away." Phoebe immediately nodded in agreement. She dispatched her men and Fort Lossberg became bustling with activity. Many figures quietly left Fort Lossberg to fight for the survival of the Han family. Chapter 877. A few days later, Phoebe, Statholm, and the others gathered together. They were all wearing ugly expressions as they tried to suppress the anger in their hearts. The people who were sent out to deliver the news returned one after another, but none of them brought back good news. Carmelita was still in seclusion, and the news could not reach her. Andre had gone to Blackwater City 10 days ago and had yet to return. As for Erebus and Aobashi, they had been dispatched by City Lord Wallace on a secret mission somewhere. It was hard to say if they were still in the City of Shadows. Naturally, the Han family members who were sent to deliver the news did not even see the shadows of the two. Carmelita, Andre, Erebus, and Aobashi, the four people who were closest to the House of Han, had disappeared without a trace as if they had agreed to meet at such a sensitive time. This caused Phoebe and the others to feel gloomy, not knowing what they should do. It can't be that coincidental. There is no way that Carmelita, Andre, Erebus, and Aobashi would all vanish at such a crucial time. Of all times, it would happen right after Larrickson entered Hushvale City. Phoebe gnashed her teeth and said angrily, "Back when Brian was in the City of Shadows, he was very close to those four. If not for Brian's help, Carmelita and Erebus would not have survived until now. Who would have thought that they would be so heartless? Perhaps this wasn't their intention." Statholm the old monster explained with a gloomy face, "There is one person who could have sent all four of them away and prevented them from receiving our message for the time being." "Wallace?" Ermike called out in a deep and meaningful tone. Statholm the old monster nodded and said, "He is the only person who could send Erebus, Aobashi, and Andre away at the same time. He could also force Carmelita into seclusion. This person is the most powerful person in the City of Shadows. He is the only person in the entire city who could do such a thing." Yes. Given Brian's relationship with those four, they definitely wouldn't sit idly by after receiving our message. Wallace definitely had something to do with the current situation. It looks like even though Wallace isn't going to do anything to us, he's planning on killing us with a borrowed knife. Ermike Cotton said hatefully. "We should have left the City of Shadows long ago. That guy is obviously someone who would burn bridges after crossing the river. That's what happened to the House of Lavers." Gilbert shouted loudly, "In my opinion, we should just fight with that despicable person first. I hate this kind of person who plays dirty behind the scenes the most." "No." Statholm shook his head and said, "Larrickson and Hoffs are already too much for us to handle. Even if we know that Wallace is behind all this, we can't show it now. Let's wait for Brian's news. We can't even protect ourselves now, so we can't make another strong enemy." "Then what should we do?" Gilbert sighed, his face full of frustration. "Let's hold on for now. Don't worry, I have already contacted a few major family clans in the Death and Destruction Dominions. Although Wallace wants us dead, our business partners don't want to see anything happen to us. They have already sent their men to Fort Lossberg. As long as we can hold on until reinforcements arrive, we will be able to leave the City of Shadows." Emily forced a smile and consoled. Over the years, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had cooperated with some family clans in the Death and Destruction Dominions. They had set up shops in the Death and Destruction Dominions. As the medicinal pellets refined by Han Shua were extremely miraculous, those family clans had earned a large amount of black crystal coins. To those family clans, as long as Han Shua was alive, they were more than happy to continue working with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Therefore, when Emily informed them of their predicament, those family clans immediately announced that they would send their men to the City of Shadows and the Darkness Dominion to help them leave Fort Lossberg. "That's great news." Statholm the old monster nodded gratifyingly and said, "Then we should start preparing. Since Wallace wants to kill us with a borrowed knife, we really can't stay in the City of Shadows any longer. Right? Let's move our assets and materials out of the City of Shadows as soon as possible and get ready to leave Fort Lossberg. Before our allies arrive, we will have to stay in Fort Lossberg and defend against them using the formations in the fort. Don't worry, his lordship has spent a lot of time and effort setting up the fort. Even if those fellows come, they won't be able to break in." Balins the old assassin said in a cold voice. "Then let's prepare to fight with all our might." Sanguiner's eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that he was ready to start a massacre. For the next few days, Fort Lossberg was bustling with activity. Under the management of the Han family, energy towers and cannons were installed in every corner of the fort. The once barren fort had now become a famous dangerous place in the City of Shadows. All kinds of deadly boundaries and seals were installed everywhere. With the support of large amounts of black crystal coins and energy crystals, Fort Lossberg now had many terrifying weapons of mass destruction. It had the most elite divine guards in the City of Shadows, the Fifth Corps, Sanguiner, Balans, and other ruthless and merciless experts whose strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The entire Fort Lossberg was bustling with activity after orders were issued. Silhouettes could be seen at all the gates of the fort. Energy crystal cannons that glowed with bright light were pushed to the gates and coldly aimed at the vast wilderness, waiting for the enemy to invade. Deep in a dense forest 1,000 miles away from Fort Lossberg, the chief of Second Corps, Ralph, was lying in ambush like a viper. Behind him were the Second Corps Divine Guards who were once defeated by the Fifth Corps. They wore ice-cold expressions as they silently listened to Ralph's orders. You should all know why we are here. We are not the ones who will be taking action. But once the battle begins, we will be responsible for taking care of those who have slipped through the net. The Han family's actions have seriously threatened the interests of the House of Saint Aobashi, Erebus, and the others have been bewitched by Brian and will not attack them. We are the only ones who can take care of this mission. Ralph's face was cold and sinister. He looked at his subordinates who were glinting with ferocious gazes and said, "The Han family may seem to be keeping a low profile all these years, but they are in fact very close to some family clans in the Death and Destruction Dominions. They have established branches of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the Death and Destruction Dominions. They are getting stronger and stronger. If we don't eliminate them now, we won't have another chance in the future. Don't worry, my lord. The existence of the Fifth Corps has seriously threatened the survival of our Second Corps. Regardless of the reason, we will annihilate the Fifth Corps and the Han family from the City of Shadows," said one of the subordinates in a sinister face. After taking a short pause, he hesitated for a moment before he continued, "But that Brian is nowhere to be found. He is so powerful. If one day he learns of what we have done, wouldn't it be inappropriate?" Many people's faces jolted at the mention of Han Shura. Although Han Shua was not in the City of Shadows for the past few years, those in the City of Shadows could not forget what he had done. In their hearts, Han Shua was an expert second only to City Lord Wallace. As long as Han Shua was alive, he would always be a threat to them. Ralph's face turned cold and he said, "What are we afraid of? The City Lord is the most powerful existence in the City of Shadows. Even if he learns of what we have done, the City Lord will protect us. Don't worry, no matter what happens, the City Lord will take care of it for us." Although the subordinates were still apprehensive after hearing Ralph's words, they did not say anything else. They all knew Ralph's temperament and knew that there was a grudge between Ralph and Han Shura. They did not dare to make Ralph unhappy at this critical moment. The group of Second Corps Divine Guards led by Ralph were secretly hiding in a secluded corner of Fort Lossberg. As soon as they heard the cannons from Fort Lossberg, they would immediately disperse and annihilate any member of the Han family that walked out of Fort Lossberg. In another direction, Larrickson and Hoffs were stealthily approaching Fort Lossberg with several groups of troops. Although the experts of Hoff's family clan had suffered significant losses, he was, after all, the City Lord of Hushvale City. Many outsiders would be more than happy to submit to him. After a period of replenishment, Hoffs had regained some of his strength. Larrickson's face was cold and gloomy. He could not stop thinking about revenge. The tragic scene of his son's death haunted his mind day and night, torturing him day and night, making him restless and restless. "Brian, the Han family, the House of Lavers, and Donna, all of you deserve to die," thought Larrickson as he gnashed his teeth. When the news of Larrickson's son's death spread in the City of Gorging Clouds, Donna immediately guessed that the murderer must be Han Shua, as Han Shua had sought her out. Fearing that Larrickson would vent his anger on her after finding out the truth, Donna told her father about the incident that very night. Field immediately made up his mind to escape from the City of Gorging Clouds while Larrickson was frantically searching for the murderer. After Larrickson found out about the incident, he pursued Field with all his might. But as Field managed to escape in time, Larrickson did not manage to annihilate the House of Lavers. Since then, the House of Lavers had vanished from the Death, Darkness, and Destruction Dominions. No matter how hard Larrickson searched, he could not find anyone from the House of Lavers. The House of Lavers, Donna, Han Shua, and the Han family had become a deep-seated hatred that Larrickson could never let go of. He could not find the House of Lavers or Han Shura. Therefore he decided to target the Han family of Fort Lossberg. He was going to start with the Han family. Half a month later, a group of Avengers led by Larrickson, Hoffs, and Larrickson arrived at Fort Lossberg from Hushvale City. They did not waste any time and immediately launched a fierce attack. They intended to flatten Fort Lossberg with overwhelming force. Chapter 878. Larrickson and Hofs had the same goal. They led the experts of Hushvale City and the House of Broadhurst to Fort Lossberg. As soon as they arrived, the two gave the order to attack and ordered their subordinates to storm Fort Lossberg. In their minds, Han Shua was the only expert in Fort Lossberg. When they discovered that Han Shua was not in Fort Lossberg, they did not take the Han family in Fort Lossberg seriously. The two had the most elite divine guards of Hushvale City and high gods of the House of Broadhurst. Larrickson and Hofs also possessed late-stage high god strengths. Even the House of Kinson and the House of Kisa that had stood proudly in the City of Shadows for many years, let alone the House of Han in Fort Lossberg, would not be able to withstand such a ferocious attack. Outside of Fort Lossberg, Larrickson and Hofs wore cold and gloomy expressions as they looked at their subordinates flying towards Fort Lossberg. They didn't care about anyone from the House of Han except Han Shua at all. They felt that they had already given the House of Han enough face by coming here in person. Before a super expert appeared, the two of them would never lower their statuses and personally make a move. The human figures flew towards Fort Lossberg. Each and every one of them was howling wildly and ferociously. The divine weapons in their hands were overflowing with astonishing divine energy. They appeared to be brimming with confidence and thought nothing of Fort Lossberg. All of a sudden, thunderous explosions sounded from within Fort Lossberg. Shortly after, dazzling beams of light carrying astonishing amounts of energy bombarded the outside of Fort Lossberg. The beams of light were as thick as a man's waist. More than a dozen of them shot out at the same time. Hof's divine guards from Hushvale City were caught off guard and many of them were struck by the energy beams. The divine bodies of many mid-gods were instantly penetrated. Those who were struck by the energy beams fell to the ground with grievous injuries. Ever since the Han family took over Fort Lossberg, they had spared no expense in spending crystal coins on the defense of the fort. Countless energy crystals were transported from various mines to Fort Lossberg and used to fill the energy crystal cannons. These energy crystal cannons were extremely powerful and destructive. With enough energy crystals they could unleash as much power as a high god. The dozen or so energy crystal cannons were usually placed on the outer walls of Fort Lossberg to deter outsiders. But now that the enemy had arrived, Phoebe and the others had placed the dozen or so energy crystal cannons in the energy towers so that they could launch a surprise attack at the enemy. One had to admit that the casualties suffered by Hof's divine guards were their own doing. If they weren't so conceited and arrogant, if they had been a little more cautious, they would not have suffered such a heavy blow from the energy crystal cannons. With the energy crystals in the energy towers, the dozen or so energy crystal cannons fired dazzling beams of light at Hof's divine guards. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Hushvale City divine guards were blasted by the energy crystal cannons and died on the spot. Beneath the energy towers, the members of the Han family continued to fill the energy crystal cannons with energy crystals. Dazzling beams of light soared into the sky. Loud rumbles were heard as the energy cannons rained down on the Hushvale City divine guards. One after another, human figures fell from the sky. Severed limbs and blood rained down from the sky. The entrance to Fort Lossberg was dyed crimson. Be careful. Spread out. Hofs did not expect that a puny little Fort Lossberg would possess so many energy crystal cannons and so many energy crystals. He was so angry that he yelled at the top of his lungs. The energy crystal cannons were very expensive. Every time they fired, they would consume an enormous amount of energy crystal cannons. Many people believed that the energy crystal cannons were worth tens of thousands of black crystal coins. That was why even though some small family clans had energy crystal cannons, they would not expend so much energy crystal cannons. But what they did not know was that the Han family of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was able to rake in an astonishing amount of profits every year due to its branches in the Death, Destruction, and Darkness dominions. The Han family was now filthy rich and they could afford to consume such an enormous amount of energy crystal cannons. Due to Hof's miscalculation, nearly 100 Hushvale City divine guards were killed in just a few moments. That was equivalent to an entire company of divine guards. The energy crystal cannons did not stop firing. They fired at the human figures flying above Fort Lossberg and at the enemy stationed at the Fort Lossberg in the distance. Beams after beams of burning energy crystal cannons bombarded the Hushvale City divine guards. Hof's shout was drowned out by the deafening explosions of the energy crystal cannons. His divine guards continued to charge towards Fort Lossberg without a care for their own safety. But this time they had learned their lesson. They spread out and kept a large distance between each other. With that, the dozen or so energy crystal cannons could no longer be as arrogant as before. Under the continuous bombardment, only 20 or so Hushvale City Divine Guards fell from the sky. The Hushvale City Divine Guards finally flew into the sky above Fort Lossberg and landed on the ground. The first Divine Guard to land suddenly jolted. He discovered that he was stopped by an invisible barrier. He could not enter Fort Lossberg at all. But just as he was about to get up, he discovered that the invisible barrier suddenly exerted a strong pulling force on him. He could not control his body and began to sway in the sky above Fort Lossberg. It was at this moment that an energy crystal cannon shot into the sky and bombarded the Divine Guard, turning him into mincemeat. After him, 15 people successively fell from the bombardment of the energy crystal cannons, but without exception, they were all blocked by the barrier formed by the energy towers. Similarly, more and more energy crystal cannons shot into the sky. Those unfortunate Divine Guards who fell into the barrier were struck by the crystal cannons and died on the spot. Both the energy crystal cannons and the energy barrier were powered by the energy provided by the energy crystals in the energy towers. Therefore, the energy from the energy crystal cannons could not be hindered by the energy barrier at all. That was also the reason why the Hushvale City Divine Guards were so confident in charging into Fort Lossberg. As a result, they tasted the bitter fruit. Every single Divine Guard that dared to charge into Fort Lossberg was killed. The energy crystal cannons and the energy barrier worked in tandem to kill every Divine Guard that dared to charge into the barrier. In just the blink of an eye, dozens of Divine Guards were killed. They died horrible deaths. "All of you get back here," shouted Hofs furiously as he hovered in midair. It was too late for Hofs to shout. Most of the intruders had been killed. Many of them realized that things were not going well for them and decided to stay where they were. Before they even entered Fort Lossberg, Hofs had lost more than 150 of his subordinates. Hofs had used up a lot of his forces during the last chaos in Hushvale City. Recently, he had managed to deter a few other family clans with ill intentions. The death of his Divine Guards caused him great heartache. He was worried that if this continued, those family clans would start plotting against him again after learning that he had lost even more of his forces. City Lord, with both the energy crystal cannons and the energy barrier protecting Fort Lossberg, this is going to be difficult. We have been too impulsive. It seems that the Han family is truly wealthy. They are willing to burn their money to resist us, said the chief of the First Corps to Hofs in a grave face. Let's destroy the energy barrier first. Once the barrier is destroyed, we will be able to charge into Fort Lossberg. Hofs was enraged, but he did not lose his mind. He put on a dark face and shouted, "Once we enter Fort Lossberg and encounter them head-on, they will not be able to stop us with their strength. Let's work together to destroy the energy barrier. The Han family must be very wealthy. We have made the right decision this time," said Larrickson in a mischievous smile. He was thinking about the black crystal coins of the Han family. The Divine Guards that Larrickson brought with him were the elites of the House of Broadhurst. They did not participate in the assault on Fort Lossberg. Although Hofs had lost 100 or so Divine Guards, Larrickson and his subordinates were unharmed. Therefore, while Hofs was cursing and swearing, Larrickson could leisurely think about how to divide the black crystal coins of the Han family. Upon hearing Larrickson's words, Hofs' eyes lit up. He looked at Fort Lossberg greedily and said, "That's right. For the Han family to be able to provide so many energy crystals, they must be very wealthy. I have long investigated and found out that many family clans in the abyss of death and destruction have business dealings with them. God knows how many crystal coins they have earned from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy over the years. If we can get those crystal coins, we will be able to make up for the losses of my subordinates." Larrickson shot a glance at Hofs but did not say anything. He seemed to be plotting something. "Let's attack Fort Lossberg together. Every time the energy barrier on the fort withstands a wave of our attacks, it will cost tens of thousands of black crystal coins. Let's see how many waves the energy crystals and the energy towers can withstand," shouted Hofs as he waved his hand. Following Hofs' command, the Divine Guards of Hushvale City started bombarding Fort Lossberg with their divine energy and divine weapons from a distance. Beams of colorful divine energy landed on Fort Lossberg like meteors. All sorts of bizarre divine weapons with astonishing penetrative power whizzed out and bombarded the fort. "Hold them off. Damn it, we have a lot of crystal coins. When those bastards get in, they will surely rob the energy crystals in the energy towers. Fill them up. Don't leave any for them. At the very least, it will consume their divine energy. When they arrive at the Han family, we will show them what we're made of," shouted Dark Dragon Gilbert from Fort Lossberg. He instructed the divine guards of the Han family to place the sparkling energy crystals into the energy towers. Chapter 879. Gilbert shouted from inside Fort Lossberg. He himself had joined in the burning of money. He was stuffing energy crystal after energy crystal into the energy towers while mumbling to himself, "God damn it, one energy crystal is worth 3,000 black crystal coins. How extravagant." The energy crystals used in the Han family's energy tower were of the highest purity and contained the highest amount of energy. These energy crystals could provide a huge amount of energy, allowing the energy tower to support the energy crystals and the energy barrier, which cooperated with the attack of enemies. Although more than 100 of the invading enemies were killed, the energy crystals used in Fort Lossberg were worth at least 1,000,000 black crystal coins. To some small family clans, 1,000,000 black crystal coins was an enormous sum. Their tax revenue and profits for several years might not even be worth 1,000,000 black crystal coins. Gilbert cursed and shouted at the Han family guards to continue filling the energy crystals with all their might. The energy towers were glowing with dazzling radiance. Not only did they support the energy boundaries, but they also shot beams of light at the outside of Fort Lossberg, aimed at Hafs and his men who were attacking the fort. Before entering the Han family, these guards of the Han family had gone through many rounds of interrogation. Every single one of them had a clean background and extraordinary talent. Of course, most of them possessed mid-god strength before they entered the Han family. Once they entered the Han family with the enormous financial support of the Han family, they would first be provided with the most suitable divine weapons and divine armors. Then they would be sent to the 8 Desolation and Torment formation to temper themselves. After exiting the formation, they would be personally trained by Balans and the others. After going through many rounds of tempering, every single one of these guards possessed strength that could not be underestimated. They had tenacious minds and were calm in their actions. They would never drop the ball at a critical moment. With them in charge of filling and operating the energy crystals, they were much more efficient than the other divine guards in the City of Shadows. Not only did those energy crystal cannons possess incredible firepower, but they also had a long range. Under the bombardment of the energy crystal cannons, Haf's subordinates were thrown into confusion. Many of them were struck by the energy crystal cannons and killed outside Fort Lossberg. Every bombardment from Fort Lossberg was burning money. Using the wealth and energy crystals they had, the 30 or so soldiers on Fort Lossberg's side were able to keep the invaders led by Hafs and his men at bay. Spread out. Damn it. Don't you know that those energy crystal cannons have a long range? Hafs couldn't help but yell and curse when he saw that more and more of his subordinates were dying. He ordered them to distance themselves from each other. Larrickson and the high gods of the House of Broadhurst had no choice but to expend their divine energy to form a boundary to protect the area they were in. Larrickson and the high gods were all respected characters in the City of Gorging Clouds. Naturally, they would not hide like Hafs and his followers. For the sake of their reputation, they had no choice but to consume the divine energy in their bodies to resist the energy blasts that were falling from the sky. The battle was in a stalemate. One side was powerful while the other side had sufficient financial resources. Just like that, the battle continued. It was obvious that Fort Lossberg was on the losing side. The number of energy crystals they could carry was limited. They had used up too many of their energy crystals to withstand the high-intensity attacks. Gradually, they discovered that they were running out of energy crystals. "Lord Gilbert, we're running out of energy crystals. What should we do?" asked a man who was as hot-tempered as the Dark Dragon. "Of course we're retreating. What do you think we should do? Are we going to rush out and die?" shouted Gilbert. "Brothers, it's about time. Let's get out of this godforsaken place while there's still some energy left in the energy towers. Come on, let's return to the Han family first. We have plenty of time. We'll take our time," shouted the army. They filled the remaining energy crystals into the energy towers and swiftly retreated to the Han family at the center of Fort Lossberg. Not a single one of them hesitated. It was as though they had been trained in this field before. All the energy crystals in the area had been stuffed into the energy towers. There was nothing of value left in the vicinity. In the blink of an eye, not even a shadow of the army could be seen. Although they had already left, the energy towers were still firing beams of light at the enemies outside Fort Lossberg due to the support of the energy crystals. In just a short while, a few dozen of Haf's subordinates had been struck by the energy crystal cannons. Even Larrickson and the experts of the Han family had exhausted a significant amount of their divine energy to maintain the energy barriers. Gradually, the energy crystal cannons inside Fort Lossberg calmed down. They listened carefully and discovered that the fort was completely silent. There were no signs of the attacks. "Let's go in." "There's no one left," said Larrickson calmly to Hofs after carefully sensing for a moment. Hofs had also noticed the anomaly inside Fort Lossberg even without Larrickson's warning. But this time Hofs was much more cautious. He pointed at one of his subordinates and instructed, "Go in and see what's going on." The subordinate felt bitter but he dared not show it. He nodded and went into the fort. Hofs cautiously descended into the air above Fort Lossberg. When he finally broke through the energy barrier, he shouted, "The energy barrier has been completely depleted. The energy towers are no longer glowing. My lord, there's no one left." "Let's go in," commanded Hofs. He knew that there would be no more danger for the time being. Hofs and Larrickson flew out and landed at the center of Fort Lossberg. As soon as Hofs and Larrickson entered the fort, they immediately looked around with glistening eyes as though they were looking for something valuable. Hofs rolled his eyes and cursed, "Damn it, there's nothing left. That damned Han family, they really don't leave us any loot." Larrickson wore a dark face. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the barrier. He let out a cold groan and said, "Now that we have entered the fort, it will be much easier. The Han family is right at the center of the fort. Let's see what they can do." "Boss, don't worry. I'm certain that the Han family has what you want. I can't wait any longer." Hofs put on a cold face and commanded, "Let's go to the center of the fort and annihilate the Han family." At the center of Fort Lossberg, the Han family. Unbeknownst to him, layers of thick, dark clouds had strangely stopped in the sky above the Han family. These dark clouds were very strange as they only covered the area around the Han family. Other than that, the rest of Fort Lossberg was clear, and the sun shone down warmly. Inside the Han family, chilly winds blew. Clouds of hazy mist came out of nowhere and filled every corner of the Han family. The Han family was shrouded in mist and no one could see what was inside the Han family. "Balins, Sanguiner, have all the demonic formations been activated?" asked Phoebe in a solemn face. She was in a spacious meeting room at the top of the tallest building in the Han family. "No problem. I have checked them one last time. They have all been activated." Sanguiner nodded. His crimson eyes gazed into the distance. He took a deep breath and said, "Gilbert has returned. He should have completed his mission. It seems that it won't be long before Hofs and his men arrive." "Mr. Statholm, are there any other unrelated people in the fort?" Emily asked Statholm with a faint smile. Statholm nodded and smilingly replied, "They have left long ago. Other than our Han family, there are no other people from the City of Shadows in the fort. Those people have nothing to do with our Han family. I believe that even if Wallace wants to get rid of us, he won't be able to do anything to them. We can spread the news through their mouths. I think Wallace is just waiting to be scolded," Ermike interjected. Ermike Cotton interjected. He felt that such a petty city lord would never be able to bring the City of Shadows to greater heights. "I finally understand why the City of Shadows is ranked just above Hushvale City in the Darkness Dominion. Hofs isn't forbearing enough and Wallace isn't tolerant enough. Although the two possess extraordinary strength, they can't achieve greatness because of these two traits. Who cares? As long as we can get through this, we will leave the City of Shadows and look for Brian. Given Brian's strength, he will surely bring a bright future to our Han family." Statholm put on a relaxed smile and consoled the crowd, "Although I haven't spent much time with Brian, I know that he has limitless potential. In the future, our Han family will surely surpass Wallace's House of Saint. When that time comes, we can come back for revenge." It seemed that Statholm had underestimated Han Shua's capabilities. The current Han Shua did not even need to fight personally. Just the power that Little Skull Han Hao possessed was enough to completely suppress the Saint family of the City of Shadows. "I'm back. Damn it, I've used up so many energy crystals. My heart aches." It was at this moment that Dark Dragon Gilbert's voice sounded. Moments later, Gilbert walked into the room with a pained face. "It's all right. As long as we can get results, we don't mind losing some energy crystals." Emily put on a faint smile and asked, "How did it go, Dark Dragon?" "We killed 200 of their divine guards." Gilbert laughed sinisterly and said, "There were many who suffered light or serious injuries. Even Larrickson and the others must have used up some of their divine energy." "Wonderful. Aha, Dark Dragon, you are really something," shouted Sanguiner. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, "Just you wait, I will not lose to you. I will make them wail like ghosts and howl like wolves." Chapter 880. Fort Lossberg, in front of the Han family's residence. Larrickson, Hofs, and their subordinates had finally arrived at this place. The Hushvale City Divine Guards, who had been fuming with anger all along the way, stopped in front of the Han family's residence. Their faces were filled with worry and vigilance. From the outside, the Han family's residence was shrouded in strange dark clouds. Thick smoke lingered in the air, and it was impossible to tell what dangers lurked within. The Hushvale City Divine Guards, who had suffered heavy casualties from the energy crystal cannons, had grown fearful of the Han family. They no longer dared to venture into the city. After Larrickson and Hofs arrived at the House of Han, they immediately gestured for their subordinates to stop after they saw the unusual situation in the House of Han. The two wore gloomy faces and were secretly probing the situation inside the House of Han with their divine souls. After a long while, the two were astonished. Hofs softly cried out, "Something's wrong. My divine soul seems to be blocked by layers upon layers of thick fog. I can't sense any signs of life. That's impossible. Those fellows must be in there. They must have used some special method to cut off our soul probing." Larrickson nodded in agreement. "That's right. I can't sense any signs of life either. But I am certain that none of the Han family has left Fort Lossberg. According to my sources, they have been defending Fort Lossberg all this time. Those who have left Fort Lossberg are just some unrelated people." Hofs knew that Larrickson had communicated with Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows. He bunched his brows when he heard Larrickson's words. He sneered and said, "Wallace sure is a petty man. But this is a good thing for me. After we exterminate the Han family, I will spread the news. If Brian is still alive, he will know what role Wallace played. When that time comes, Wallace will be on our side whether he is willing or not." "That's right. Wallace has his own plans and we have ours as well. Hee. Although we are the direct actors in this matter, Wallace will not be able to get away with it." Larrickson had no intention of letting Wallace off the hook. He had long planned how to drag Wallace into this mess. "I didn't expect this Han family to be so hard to deal with. It seems like we have to be careful," said Hofs to Larrickson in a grave expression as he stared at the Han family shrouded in thick mist. "Let's try attacking the fortress from a distance like we did earlier," Larrickson suggested. Hofs nodded and commanded, "Move a distance away from the Han residents and attack together with them. Let's see if the Han family can withstand our joint attack." The Divine Guards of Hushvale City did not hesitate after hearing Hofs' command. They shot more light curtains of divine energy at the Han family shrouded in mist. They wanted to probe the situation inside the Han family. The intertwining light screen fell into the foggy Han family, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean without any signs of life. Hofs and Larrickson focused their attention but did not hear any screams from the Han family. Not only that, when the various attacks landed on the Han family, there were no violent explosions. Something's not right. Needless to say, everyone knew that the House of Han, who was shrouded in thick fog, would not be easy to deal with. With the precedent of what happened in front of the fortress, they were all like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. The first thing they thought about was how to protect their lives. "Everyone be careful. You and you. The few of you go inside and see what's going on. They might just be putting on a show," said Hofs as he pointed out a few more cannon fodder and ordered them to enter the Han family first. The hearts of the Hushvale City Divine Guards who were called out sank. They slowly and nervously entered the Han family. As soon as they entered the Han family shrouded in mist, they discovered that their vision was greatly affected. They could not see anything more than 10 meters away. When they stepped on the flat ground of the Han family, they felt as though they were riding the clouds. They felt that everything around them had become so unreal. Larrickson and Hofs focused their divine souls and paid close attention to every movement of the cannon fodder. They discovered that after the cannon fodder entered the Han family, they did not encounter the ferocious attacks that they had expected. With that, the two felt a little more at ease. However, they did not dare to let their guard down and continued to sense the movements of the cannon fodder. Gradually, the few of them went deep into the Han residence. However, after going around and around, they realized that they had no idea where the exit was. They walked around in the foggy area, but they couldn't find the end. They couldn't see a single building and they couldn't sense any signs of life. Larrickson and Hofs wore puzzled expressions. They could sense the divine soul auras of the cannon fodder and their general location. However, the two discovered that the cannon fodder were only circling around a small area. No matter how hard they tried, they would not venture deeper. Hofs felt that it was rather odd and he had been cursing the cannon fodder outside. However, the cannon fodder that he had sent into the Han family did not seem to hear his voice at all. They were still circling around a small area as though they had lost their way. They could not venture deeper, nor could they find a way back to report to their superiors. Hafs gradually grew impatient. He pointed at a few of his subordinates and instructed, "The few of you, go in from the other side. There might be some kind of spatial folding boundary set up inside. Keep an eye out. Don't be as useless as those guys who still can't find a way to get in or out." "Don't worry, my lord. I cultivate in the Edict of Space. If there is a spatial folding boundary set up inside, I should be able to detect it," one of the divine guards assured Hafs before he dived into the boundary. Another group of soldiers charged into the Han family. They continued to wander around the misty area, trying to venture deeper into the Han family. However, for some unknown reason, as soon as they entered a specific area, they would all be knocked out as though they were drugged. They would wander around in a small area like the first group of soldiers. Hafs knew that the Han family would not be easy to deal with. He did not send any more of his subordinates deeper into the Han family. He turned to Larixon and asked, "What do you think? There must be some kind of spatial energy inside. Otherwise, there's no way such a thing could happen. However, the person who set up the spatial defensive boundary must have a profound mastery of the energy of space. Your subordinates couldn't detect any clues at all. That's why they were trapped inside," Larixon explained to Hafs after thinking for a moment. "What should we do then?" Hafs glanced at the few people around Larixon and said in a deep voice, "I think it's time for you all to show your sincerity, right?" Hafs and Larixon had come together with Larixon. However, up until now, Larixon and his companions had only sent out Hafs' subordinates from Hushvale City. Larixon and his companions had yet to make a move. It was clearly not a result that Hafs would like to see. In any case, it was time for Larixon and his companions to make a move. Larixon put on a mischievous smile and nodded, "All right." He turned to a high god of lightning behind him and said, "Kinu, go in and have a look. Your energy of lightning can affect space. I believe that if you bombard the barrier with your energy of lightning, you should be able to destroy the spatial energy." The high god named Kinu bowed at Larixon, and without saying a word, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the Han family shrouded in mist. As soon as he moved, thunder rumbled in the sky. Tiny lightning bolts slowly emerged from the dark clouds and gathered above the Han family. Inside the Han family, on top of a building shrouded in layers of mist, Balans wore a gloomy face and shouted, "Open the mirage window and lure them in." "Hee, that's exactly what we're going to do. That guy cultivates the power of lightning. Let's give him a way out of this embarrassing situation. Retract the fog for now and leave this matter to me," Gilbert shouted excitedly as he dashed down while waving his arms and legs. Other than Han Shua, Balans, Sanguiner, and Gilbert were the most familiar with the demonic formations in Fort Lossberg. Before Han Shua left, he had explained the power of the demonic formations and how to activate them in detail. As all three of them had cultivated in demonic arts, they knew very well how powerful demonic formations could be. Under Han Shua's guidance, they knew the situation inside out. Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Balans got to work. They temporarily concealed a portion of the demonic formations and activated another portion of the demonic formations that were used to create illusions. Everyone, after a while, the fog will disperse, and the window of illusion will be able to clearly show our appearances to the people outside. When that time comes, everyone has to pretend to be scared. It's best if you can add some movements that suggest that you're ready to escape, Sanguiner instructed Phoebe and the others. "Don't worry, we know what to do." Emily smiled, indicating that she understood Sanguiner's words. Kinu entered the depths of the mist and summoned the energy of lightning above his head. Bolts of lightning shot down from the void and bombarded every corner of the Han family. As though some strange mechanism had been triggered, the thick mist that shrouded the Han family suddenly dispersed. Even the ominous dark clouds that were hovering above their heads started to sway. It gave the illusion that the clouds would dissipate at any moment. As though the mist had parted to reveal a rainbow, the Han family that had been blurry all along started to reveal the buildings inside to the outsiders. The members of the Han family wore terrified expressions. Helplessness and despair were written all over their faces. They were at a loss of what to do as they stared blankly at the scene outside. Many of them were fleeing in panic. The realistic scene had fooled everyone. Hafs had been waiting for this moment. He thought that the Han family's barriers had been destroyed by the High God's attack. Hafs licked his lips cruelly and howled, "Charge in! Kill them all!" Chapter 881. In the eyes of Hafs and Larixon, The Han family no longer had anything to worry about. Wave after wave of High God Kinu's lightning bolts had destroyed all of the Han family's defenses and exposed the Han family. As the mist dissipated, the panic-stricken faces of the House of Han were revealed to the world. It seemed to further prove the desperation and helplessness of the House of Han. Even Hafs and Larixen, the two most powerful leaders of the House of Han, were bewildered, much less the other divine guards. Therefore, at Hafs' command, all the divine guards of Hushvale City, including Larixen's divine guards, charged towards the House of Han that had just emerged from the mist. Those leading the charge were not the divine guards of Hushvale City, but Larixen, Hafs, and those subordinates of Larixen's. They were the strongest experts of the party. In the minds of Hafs and Larixen, the Han family that was unguarded at this moment posed no threat. The wealth that the Han family had accumulated over the years seemed to be dazzling and blinding. They were the first to charge at the Han family. Before they were certain that the Han family was safe, the few leaders did not make a move. But now that the Han family was no longer a threat, they charged at the forefront. They wanted to seize all of the Han family's wealth and resources as quickly as possible. In an instant, the group led by Hafs and Larixen had entered the Han family. They headed towards the most luxurious building of the Han family where Phoebe and Statholm resided. They intended to seize the most important building first. Ha ha ha. Gilbert laughed maniacally and shouted, "Demonic formation reactivate." Rays of colorful light suddenly shot into the sky from every corner of the building. It was as though the Han family had turned into an enormous whirlpool. The mist that had just dispersed gathered at an even faster speed. The Han family was once again shrouded in thick mist. At the same time, chilly winds blew past. Ear-piercing wails and howls sounded from every corner of the building. In an instant, the Han family was filled with all kinds of evil energies. The evil energies took effect at the same time and engulfed all living beings in the vicinity, preventing them from escaping from the enormous whirlpool. Hafs immediately sensed that something was amiss. He absent-mindedly shouted, "Not good. Everyone retreat." Hafs' shout came a little too late. Most of the divine guards from Hushvale City had already entered the city. There were only a few dozen divine guards left outside and they were the weakest of the group. Larixen's face jolted. He sensed an uneasy aura from the energies that soared into the sky. He suddenly realized that he had fallen into someone else's trap. The feeling made him very uncomfortable. He felt that he had been on the passive side all along. Strange sounds resounded in every area. Suddenly, a strange power appeared in every area. Those demonic arrays began to operate. Illusion arrays, poison arrays, combined soul arrays, and all kinds of other demonic arrays suddenly burst out, firmly trapping the invaders who had gone deep into the area. It was at this moment that the horn of death was blown. Under the effects of the demonic formations, the invaders were slaughtered one after another. Corpses fell into puddles of blood. Strange beams of light shot out from every direction like dense spiderwebs, slicing the invaders into pieces. The members of the Han family standing in the middle of the building wore cold and callous expressions. They were in a very pleasant mood as they looked at the wretched situation in every corner of the building. Being in this building, Phoebe and the others weren't affected by the demonic formations of the House of Han. They could see the true destructive attacks of the demonic formations very clearly. They saw the corpses being torn apart and splattered everywhere. They saw the death of those people, the miserable screams and struggles of those people. Life seemed so fragile at this moment. The divine guards of Hushvale City who used to flaunt their prowess were as weak as newborn babies. They could not find a single solution to the bizarre attacks that they had never seen before. All they could do was wait to be slaughtered. Haha, it's good that they're dead. They deserve to be killed for daring to barge into our Han family, shouted Gilbert crazily. He pointed at the nearest areas and explained to Statholm, Candide, and the others how the demonic formations worked. Ballins, Gilbert, and Emily had the deepest understanding of the demonic formations. Apart from the three of them, even Phoebe, Emily, and the others didn't know much about the demonic formations. Although they had confidence in Han Shua and felt that the demonic formations would be effective before they saw the demonic formations in action, they still couldn't help but feel apprehensive and uncertain about the situation. But now that they had personally witnessed the demonic formations deployed by Han Shua before he left, they finally understood why Gilbert and Sanguiner were so confident that the demonic formations would make the intruders suffer. At this moment, Statholm, Ermike, Phoebe, and the others were at a loss for words. They had once again acknowledged the miraculous abilities of Han Shua and regarded Han Shua as a super powerful character who could bring them miracles. Their impression of Han Shua's invincibility grew deeper and deeper. Hee, it's not fun to just watch from here. I'm going down to kill. With bloodshot eyes, Sanguis let out a hideous grin and suddenly leaped into one of the demonic formations. Wielding his broadsword that was glowing with blood-red radiance, he began slaughtering the intruders inside the demonic formations. Without saying a word, Balans also flew into the demonic formations. His killing intent soared to the sky, and with a flash of the slender flying sword in his hand, he cut an intruder in half. When Statholm, Ermike, and the others saw Sanguiner and Balans rushing down, they also wanted to try. But Gilbert, who was above, hurriedly stopped them. Everyone stay here and watch carefully. Those demonic formations don't recognize you. If you get trapped in them, you'll be in trouble. Then why are Sanguiner and Balans fine? Asked Phoebe with a frown. Before Master left, he let the three of us in and told us how to walk through each demonic formation and what to pay attention to at each step. The two of them remembered all of it clearly so they could charge around unscrupulously without being affected by the demonic formations. Gilbert put on a mischievous smile and said, I can't remember that many steps. Even I don't dare to walk around casually in there. That's why I didn't go down. As for you guys, I don't think it's a good idea to go down there and risk your lives. Upon hearing those words, Statholm, Emily, and the others were stunned. They exchanged glances with each other and gave up. Even Larrickson and Hofs were unable to break free from the demonic formation for a short period of time. Even now, they were still trapped in the demonic formation. Phoebe and the others were aware of their own limitations and knew better than to show off at a time like this. Brian is just too incredible. I don't think we have anything to worry about this time. Hundreds of our people have died in the demonic formations, said Phoebe, who had been on tenterhooks. She put on a somewhat relaxed face. Upon hearing those words, the others nodded and smiled in agreement. It was as though they no longer cared about the fiendish spirits down there. Don't let your guard down. The demonic formations are powered by the Yuan energy of heaven and earth and the energy of the demon generals that Master left behind. Master said that the demonic formations cannot last forever. Let's wait and see. When Sanguiner and Balans have killed enough and when the power of the demonic formations gradually dissipates, we must retreat as far as we can, said Gilbert as he poured a bucket of cold water on everyone's nerves. Everyone was immediately beaten back to their original state. After hearing Gilbert's words, they all recognized the situation and threw away their unrealistic fantasies. They began to carefully think about how to protect themselves. Gilbert, how long can the demonic formations last? Asked Statholm with his brows bunched. It's hard to say. It depends on the rate at which the demonic formations consume the Yuan energy. In any case, the demonic formations only have so much energy. Once the energy is depleted, the demonic formations will cease to function. We should make preparations in advance and leave as soon as possible while Larrickson and Hof's forces are still trapped. Gilbert let out a helpless sigh and said, Damn it, if Master was here, none of these invaders would be able to leave this place alive. Sigh, it's a pity that we don't have anyone on our side who can deal with experts of Larrickson and Hof's level. Otherwise, since it's better to leave as soon as possible, let's cut the crap. Gilbert, notify Sanguiner and Balans that we will immediately activate the airship and leave Fort Lossberg as soon as we can, commanded Emily decisively. Don't worry, Sanguiner and Balans will know what to do, replied Gilbert. Emily, Phoebe, Statholm, and the others hastily issued orders for the invaders to enter the secret underground chamber at the bottom of the building. They wanted to leave the Han family as soon as possible and leave this perilous region as soon as possible. One figure after another shuttled through the building. The Han clan's guards, who were gathered in the various rooms, dived down and left through a wide underground passageway. Sanguiner and Balans shuttled back and forth between the demonic formations. They avoided Larrickson, Hofs, and the other high gods as they madly slaughtered the invaders who were only mid-gods. Sanguiner and Balans were in high spirits. They shuttled back and forth between the demonic formations as if they were having a competition. Their bodies were drenched in blood and they looked incomparably ferocious. Sanguis, old man, get ready to retreat. Gilbert shouted from inside the building just as they were about to lose themselves. The two slowly regained their senses. They exchanged a glance with each other before they simultaneously darted into the building and joined up with Gilbert. Chapter 882. Although the members of the Han family had left, the demonic formations of the Han family at the center of Fort Lossberg were still operating. Every once in a while, miserable shrieks of despair would be heard from the demonic formations. As Larixen and Hofs were trapped in the Heart Demon Purgatory formation, the two had no idea what was going on outside. When the Heart Demons attacked them, they fell into a state of confusion. In such a state, Larixen and Hofs' divine soul could not pay attention to what was going on outside. They had to focus all their energy on resisting the Heart Demons. As the two had cultivated to late-stage high god realm, their willpower was much stronger than that of an average god. They were able to use their divine soul to resist the Heart Demons. Around them, some of the more fragile mid-gods lost their minds one after another. They had lost their sense of self after being attacked by the Heart Demons and embarked on the path of self-destruction. Time flew by and a few days went by in the blink of an eye. The Yuan energy supporting the House of Han was gradually fading away. The demonic formations were losing their power one after another. Many exhausted divine guards of Hushvale City were lucky enough to survive the trip to the gates of hell. Slowly all the Yuan energy disappeared. The source of energy supporting the Han family's demonic formations had finally dried up. The thick mist that shrouded the Han family had long disappeared. At a glance, all the buildings in the Han family's residence could be seen clearly under the sunlight. After the mist dissipated, the demonic formations had also lost their power. Around the buildings, at the center of the towering pillars, and among the plants were corpses of all shapes and sizes. These were Hof's divine guards from Hushvale City. They were either missing limbs, drained of blood, or bleeding from their 7 orifices. All of them had died horribly. Of the 1,000 divine guards who had come to Fort Lossberg, only 300 were still alive. Moreover, they were all exhausted and not in the same condition as before. Hofs took in the scene of devastation before his eyes. An extreme sense of desolation and rage rose from his heart. This was not an outcome that Hofs wished to see. He had no idea how he should continue looking at the corpses strewn all over the place. At this moment, Hofs was at a loss. He felt a sense of helplessness, despair, and defeat. For a moment he did not even think of pursuing the culprit who caused all this. Those divine guards from Hushvale City who were lucky enough to survive the attack were wearing dejected faces. Their eyes were filled with fear and cowardice. They huddled together and tried their best to recover the divine energy in their bodies. Larixen and the others were also very surprised. They did not expect that the strange energy alone would cause Hofs to lose so many of his subordinates. Although Larixen was rather surprised, he did not feel sad because none of the high gods who came with him had suffered any casualties. Keanu, you guys go and search. See if the Han family members are still around. Larixen pondered for a moment before he gave an order in a cold voice. At the same time he shot a meaningful glance at Kinu. Kinu knew Larixen very well. He understood that Larixen was implying something from the meaningful glance. Kinu nodded knowingly and immediately got to work. He went to some of the tallest buildings in the city and searched for everything in the Han family. Given Larixen's strength, as soon as all the demonic formations lost their effect, he sensed that there was no one else in the Han family apart from himself. The reason why Larixen said that was because he wanted to find the Han family's wealth. Kinu and the others were well aware of that. Therefore Larixen's target was the same. Hofs was still immersed in grief and bewilderment. But when he heard Larixen's instructions to Keanu and the others, he immediately understood what Larixen was trying to do. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Hofs shouted, "Search the place. Someone has killed someone. Take anything valuable." The exhausted Hushvale City divine guards immediately put on bitter faces and started moving again after hearing Hof's order. They quickly searched through the Han family. 10 minutes later, Kinu, and the Hushvale City divine guards returned one after another. Their faces were dispirited. "My lord, not a single person was left alive. Not a single energy crystal or black crystal coin was left. Those damned Han family bastards. They took everything away," Kinu said to Larixen in a furious tone. Phoebe had started making preparations the moment she received word that Larixen and the others had disappeared. Naturally, she would not leave anything valuable for them. The only valuable things in the Han family were the demonic formations that had lost their Yuan energy support. Unfortunately, Larixen and Hofs did not know how to use demonic formations. Even if they moved everything away, they would never be able to use demonic formations to attack people like the Han family. For Han Shua, Sanguiner, and Balins who knew how to deploy demonic formations, the materials used to deploy demonic formations were very useful. But for Hofs and Larixen, those materials were completely useless. Damn it, they can't get far. Let's go after them. Other than us, Wallace must have made other arrangements. They won't be able to leave the City of Shadows so easily. Larixen coldly groaned and said, "They must have escaped towards the Death Dominion. Let's go after them." At this point, Hafs had nothing else to say. So many of his men had died. No matter what, he couldn't give up. Even if it was just for the sake of his subordinates, he had to kill every last member of the House of Han. Moreover, those members of the Han family might have a large amount of black crystal coins with them. Hafs would not let Larixon take advantage of the situation. Although many of his men had died, Hafs was confident that he could take down the Han family. Hafs had several high gods on his side while the Han family did not seem to have a single high god. Hafs was certain that as long as they fought head-on, they would be able to emerge victorious even if they had only a few high gods and their remaining troops. Go after them. Hafs gave the same command. The party that had suffered a crushing defeat at Lossberg once again marched towards the Death Dominion. In a deep tanai far from Fort Lossberg, Ralph wore a gloomy face as he waited for the latest news. A silhouette flew from the distance and landed in front of Ralph. He knelt on one knee and reported, "My lord, we have received accurate news that the members of the Han family are on their way." Ralph put on a delighted face and sneered, "Very good. We have not wasted our time waiting for them." After taking a short pause, Ralph asked again, "Oh right, what's the situation at Fort Lossberg?" "Larixon and Haf's men have entered the fort. Even if the Han family managed to escape, they should have suffered great losses, right?" Ralph shook his head and replied, "I don't know the exact situation at Fort Lossberg. Before Larixon and Hafs arrived, all those unrelated to the fort had been asked to leave the fort. Even our spies couldn't enter the fort. All they could hear was the loud explosions from the energy cannons of the fort." That's great. It seems that the Han family is putting up a desperate fight." Ralph put on a hideous smile and said, "But Larixon and Hafs both possess late-stage high god strength. Not to mention Hafs and Larixon also have high god subordinates. In addition to nearly 1,000 Hushvale City Divine Guards, I reckon that even if not all of the Han family are dead, not many of them will be able to escape." "My lord is wise indeed. I believe that all the wealth that the Han family has accumulated must be in the hands of those who managed to escape," said the man in a flattering manner. "My lord, you are the one who calculated everything." Ralph respectfully praised Wallace. Shortly after, he commanded in a cold and stern voice, "Get ready. Block the path of the airship and kill all the remaining members of the Han family. We have enough time and energy to frame Hafs and Larixon. Even if Brian returns, he will kill Hafs and Larixon first. We can stay out of this." Ralph knew that his subordinates had been frightened by Han Shua during the competition between the Seven Corps. Even though Han Shua had disappeared for several years, they were still afraid of him. Ralph used this method to encourage his subordinates so that they would not have to worry about Han Shua's life. Ralph's method proved to be very effective. When his subordinates heard that they would not have to bear any consequences and that they would not have to worry about being hunted down by Han Shua, their spirits were lifted. Ralph secretly cursed when he saw the relieved expressions on his subordinates' faces. He thought to himself, "What's so great about Han Shua that he can intimidate my subordinates?" While Ralph was plotting in his mind, Phoebe and the others on the airship were as calm as could be. As they advanced through the dense forest of the City of Shadows, they tried their best to avoid those unrelated to the City of Shadows. They also had to pay careful attention to their surroundings, fearing that they might run into those with malicious intentions. "There are people gathering in Tanai Valley ahead." Sanguiner suddenly shouted coldly, "I can feel their blood flowing. Every single one of them is very agitated. It seems that we are their target. Avoid them." Emily commanded decisively, "We cannot stay in the City of Shadows for too long. We must leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. No matter who they are, it is best not to come into contact with them." "But they won't let us hide." Sanguiner forced a smile and shook his head. He said, "They are coming. It seems that we are indeed their target. But we don't know which side they are from. Although the airship saves energy, its speed is limited. It seems that we won't be able to avoid them." Statholm the old monster put on a grave face and said, "Let's fight. Disembark from the airship and get into formation. Prepare for battle." Phoebe and Emily commanded at the same time. One figure after another descended from the huge bat. There were over 700 people in total, and they lined up in an orderly manner. They drew their god artifacts and waited silently for the arrival of the enemies. Every one of these 700 people were carefully selected experts. All of them had been tempered in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation and had been trained in the mountains near Fort Lossberg by Balans and the others. They knew how to coordinate demonic formations. Their minds were firm and indomitable. They were not affected by their enemies at all. Phoebe, Emily, Bollins, Sanguiner, Gilbert, Statholm the old monster, and the others were standing at the front of the army. They turned their heads to look at the elite Han family guards behind them. They were secretly proud of themselves. With the same cultivation realm, a team of Han family guards could fend off 2 or even 3 teams of others. With them around, Phoebe and the others felt a little more at ease. A few minutes later, the Second Corps Divine Guards led by Ralph gradually appeared and stopped in front of the Han family. Ralph had brought most of the Second Corps Divine Guards with him. They lined up densely in front of Phoebe, Emily, and the others. There were about 700 of them. Ralph, who was leading the group, wore a cold and sinister face. He stared at Phoebe and the others in an unfriendly manner and asked, "Everyone, where are you going?" "I can't believe it's you," replied Phoebe in a cold voice. She did not expect that it would be Ralph blocking their way. It appeared that not only did Wallace acquiesce to Larrickson, Hoff's and the others' attack on Fort Lossberg, he had also sent Ralph to secretly participate in the attack. This is the territory of the City of Shadows. You Han family are citizens of the City of Shadows. And now, all the members of the Han family have gathered together and are heading towards the Death Dominion. What are you up to? Ralph seemed to have thought of an excuse beforehand. He sneered and said, "It seems to me that you are planning to betray the City of Shadows. It's fortunate that I ran into you. Otherwise, who knows how much damage you will bring to the City of Shadows." "Ran into you? Haha, how interesting." Stratholm the old monster put on a mocking face and said, "You traveled thousands of miles to this remote and desolate place and brought more than half of your Second Corps Divine Guards with you to block our way at the most opportune time in the most opportune place. And you have the nerve to say that we happened to bump into each other? What a coincidence." After listening to Stratholm's explanation, Ralph felt a little embarrassed. Even he himself felt that this coincidental reason was a little too far-fetched. Ralph let out a cold snort and said, "I don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you return to Fort Lossberg, I won't stop you. I will report this to Wallace and the others immediately. He will give you an explanation after he finds out what happened." After taking a short pause, Ralph continued in a cold and stern voice, "But if you try to leave the City of Shadows, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Wallace? Doesn't he have any integrity?" Phoebe was a straightforward person and she did not want to play along with Ralph any longer. She said, "Don't put on airs in front of me. Wallace has sent you to kill us. Do you think we will surrender and return to Fort Lossberg to die? How dare you speak rudely to the City Lord? It seems that you are determined to betray the City of Shadows." Ralph sneered and said, "Then I have nothing else to say." He then waved his hand and instructed, "Don't let traitors live. Kill them." Now that things had come to this, how could Phoebe and the others not know Ralph's true intentions? From the start to the end, they had never intended to let the House of Han off. Those excuses were completely to deliberately make things difficult for them. The final outcome was still to exterminate the House of Han. "Ralph, do you think you can take us down?" Sanguiner could no longer restrain himself. He said with bloodshot eyes, "A few years ago my master could easily defeat you. Now, although my master is no longer here, I can stop you all the same." As soon as he finished those words, Sanguiner's body emitted a mist of blood. The broadsword refined from blood crystal emitted a blood-red radiance that soared into the sky. Sanguiner and his broadsword flew at Ralph. His aura soared and soared. He turned into a streak of blood-red radiance as he charged at Ralph at lightning speed. Ralph's face that was brimming with confidence suddenly jolted. He had inquired about the Han family and knew that neither Han Shua nor Rose were with the Han family. He only knew of Han Shua and Rose among the true experts of the Han family. Without them, the Han family would not have a single high god. It was for this reason that Ralph dared to bring his men to stop the Han family. However, as soon as Sanguiner moved, Ralph suddenly sensed that the dense blood aura on his body contained an extremely powerful energy. The evil, bloodthirsty aura made Ralph feel threatened. It was obvious that this kind of energy was not something that a mid-god should possess. What Ralph did not know was that Sanguiner, Bollins and Gilbert who cultivated in Blood God Mantra were extraordinary. A few years ago, during the competition of the 7th Corps, Sanguiner, Gilbert had the strength to contend against a mid-god and emerge victorious. After such a long time, Sanguiner, Gilbert had made tremendous progress. They now possessed the strength to fight against high gods of this world. The reason why Sanguiner, Bollins and Gilbert chose to abandon Fort Lossberg was that Larrickson and Hoffs both possessed late-stage high god strength and had several high gods under their command. The three knew that they were no match for Larrickson, Hoffs and Gilbert. However, Ralph was just a mid-stage high god. Sanguis might be able to put up a fight against someone of that level. He might be able to suppress Ralph with his Blood God mantra and give the House of Han an opportunity to eliminate the second core Divine Guards. "Look, I will stop this guy. The two of you get rid of the rest," shouted Ralph. He charged at Sanguiner, who was releasing terrifying blood aura. Fearing that something might happen to Ralph, Wallace dispatched 2 early-stage high god experts to participate in the operation. They were Wallace's trusted aides for the past 2 years. They rarely showed their faces in the House of Saint because they wanted to ensure that the House of Han was annihilated without anyone knowing about it. At Ralph's command, 2 early-stage high god experts charged out from the second core Divine Guards. One cultivated in the energy of darkness and the other cultivated in the energy of earth. Both possessed early-stage high god strengths. Ballins and Gilbert exchanged glances with each other before they simultaneously flew out and stopped the 2 trusted aides of Wallace. Although Ballins and Gilbert did not progress as rapidly as Sanguiner, they were still much faster than Phoebe and the others. They could handle an early-stage high god that had just entered the realm of high god. Han family Divine Guards, charge at them with all your might. Let them see who is the strongest, commanded Phoebe with a cold face. The number of Ralph's Divine Guards was about the same as that of the House of Han's Divine Guards. However, in terms of team strength, the House of Han had proven itself to be the mightiest in the last battle against the 7th Corps. Back then, the 5th Corps Divine Guards who had only trained for a year were able to defeat the elite members of the 2nd Corps. Now that so many years had passed and the Han family Divine Guards had tempered themselves in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, it was obvious who would emerge victorious in the battle. Chapter 883. The Han family guards were like an invincible, cold sword that pierced towards the 2nd Corps Divine Guards brought by Ralph. The Han family guards were arranged in small groups of 3 to 5 and a dozen to a large group. They were arranged neatly and orderly. They maintained the most appropriate distance between each other. When charging at Ralph's 2nd Corps Divine Guards, the Han family guards seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other. They used the most efficient demonic formations to open up a path for them, increasing their offensive strength to the maximum. Wherever their blades pointed, they would unleash an astonishing amount of power. The Han family guards wore indifferent expressions. They calmly searched for their own positions, making sure that every step they took would not make the slightest mistake. If one were to observe from above, one would discover that the distance between each group of Han family guards was astonishingly uniform. There were even larger groups formed between the groups. Those guards with profound strength and outstanding offensive strength were at the outer edge of the formation, acting as the spearhead of the attack. Those guards with slightly weaker strength but cultivated in the elemental energy of earth, water, or other elemental energies stood in the middle. They used their energy to form layers upon layers of boundaries to defend against the attacks coming from the outside. These Han family guards might not be much stronger than the 2nd Corps Divine Guards in individual strength. But when they banded together and used the energy they were most proficient in at the most opportune moment, the energy they could erupt with would suddenly become terrifying. The 2nd Corps Divine Guards had taken defensive measures right from the start. As Ralph, Ballins, and Gilbert, who were leading the charge, were obstructed by Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert, and without the 3 high gods to open up a path for them, in addition to the fact that the 2nd Corps Divine Guards were somewhat fearful of the strength of the Han family guards, they naturally adopted a defensive stance. However, they had clearly underestimated the strength of the Han family guards. Under the cone-shaped assault formation, the defensive walls that the 2nd Corps Divine Guards hastily formed were as fragile as paper. Upon contact, they were effortlessly torn to shreds. Immediately after, the Han family guards thrust themselves into the middle of the 2nd Corps Divine Guards. Small and large groups spread out like a lotus flower and reaped the lives of the 2nd Corps Divine Guards at the outermost perimeter. The difference in numbers between the two sides wasn't too great. However, when the 2nd Corps Divine Guards attacks landed on the Han family guards, the attacks would be neutralized by the Han family Divine Guards who were focused on defense. On the other hand, the Han family Divine Guards who were in charge of killing could focus all their energy on killing the Han family Divine Guards. With that, a strange phenomenon occurred. The attacks of the 2nd Corps Divine Guards would not have any effect on the House of Han. At most, they would cause some injuries to the House of Han, but none of the injuries were fatal. However, when the attacks of the Han family Divine Guards fell into the middle of the 2nd Corps Divine Guards, they would cause great casualties. The lack of coordination between the 2nd Corps Divine Guards was immediately exposed. They did not know how to work together. Every time an attack was launched, they would put all their energy into protecting their own lives. It was obvious that their attacks would be ineffective. They were very selfish and would not care about the lives of others. They would even sacrifice their wounded to kill the enemy when a fatal attack was launched. The gap between the two sides was immediately exposed. As time went by, the gap between the two sides grew bigger and bigger. Most of the miserable shrieks and screams were from the Second Corps Divine Guards. In just a short while, more than 100 of them had died under the bombardment of the Han family guards. The Han family Divine Guards, on the other hand, only suffered a dozen or so wounded and 2 Divine Guards were killed. The Han family Divine Guards, who knew how to coordinate and utilize demonic formations to maximize their offensive and defensive strength, were far superior to the Second Corps Divine Guards in terms of teamwork. In this large-scale battle, the Han family Divine Guards had the absolute upper hand and were slaughtering the Second Corps Divine Guards one after another. Ralph was tangled up by Sanguiner. Under the frenzied barrage of crimson rays, Ralph felt rather helpless. He did not expect that Sanguiner would possess such formidable strength. Ralph was forced into a passive position right from the start of the battle. Ralph's heart was filled with remorse when he saw his Divine Guards screaming and screaming. Not only had he underestimated the strength of Sanguiner, Balins, and the others, but he had also misjudged the situation. He did not expect that not only were the Han family Divine Guards that escaped from Fort Lossberg not injured, but there were even a few who were exhausted. What the hell is wrong with Hofs and Larrickson? 2 late-stage High God experts and so many Hushvale City Divine Guards had failed to inflict the slightest damage on the House of Han. What in the world was going on? Ralph cursed and cursed as he watched his Divine Guards die one after another. He did not know what to do next. Before him, Sanguiner was glaring at him with his blood-red eyes. A broadsword that reeked of blood whizzed through the air, causing the blood in Ralph's body to become chaotic and out of control. Ralph was confident that he could defeat Sanguis. He could see that Sanguis was merely relying on his special energy to destabilize Ralph's blood and his frenzied attacks to gain the upper hand. From Ralph's point of view, Sanguiner was like an arrow at the end of its flight and wouldn't be able to hold on for long. All he needed to do was evade Sanguiner's barrage of attacks for a while before he could defeat Sanguiner with ease. However, Ralph knew that if this went on, the casualties of his subordinates would only increase. If he were to fight Sanguis to the death, he would have to pay a terrible price even if he could defeat Sanguis in the end. Sanguis' frenzied attacks would only increase in number. Ralph did not want to lose his life for the sake of a single Sanguiner. Therefore he had been silently stalling for time. He would rather let his Divine Guards die one after another than risk their lives to fight Sanguiner. Ralph, who was silently defending against Sanguiner's barrage of attacks, was looking forward to seeing Lockwood and Wallace's reinforcements. While defending against Sanguiner's attacks, Ralph paid close attention to their movements. Ralph felt a chill run down his spine when he saw what was happening. Lockwood and Wallace's 2 trusted aides were also being obstructed. And from the looks of it, their situation was even worse than Ralph's. Under the frenzied barrage of attacks from Balins and Gilbert, Lockwood and Wallace's situation was worrying. They were like candles in the wind that could be blown out at any moment. It's no wonder that the House of Han was able to win the last battle. They even said that they didn't send any High Gods to participate in the battle. Ralph cursed in his mind. He did not know that Sanguiner, Balins, and the others did not possess the strength that they did today. He believed that the reason why the 5th Corps was able to suppress his 2nd Corps was because Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Sanguiner were too powerful. I can't let this go on. Otherwise we will all be finished. After weighing the situation, Ralph decided not to passively take defensive measures anymore. He began to attack without regard for his own life. He began to fight Sanguiner with all his might. After all, Ralph possessed mid-stage High God strength. When he no longer had to be so cautious, when he no longer had a knot in his heart, his strength had improved tremendously. While expending divine energy to stabilize his blood flow, he continued to fight Sanguiner with all his might. With that, Sanguiner could no longer gain the upper hand. He had no choice but to fight even more desperately against Ralph. It did not take long for his body to be covered with wounds. However, for some unknown reason, whenever the wounds caused blood to gush out, Sanguiner felt that the blood in his body became even more vigorous. His broadsword that reeked of blood glowed even brighter. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. In just a dozen or so minutes, the 2nd Corps Divine Guards were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. More than 300 of them had been killed by the Han family guards. The Han family, on the other hand, had lost 3 more dead and more than 20 wounded. Compared to the losses suffered by the 2nd Corps, the Han family guards had won an overwhelming victory. Go all out, kill every last one of them, commanded Phoebe from the Han family guard center with a cold face. She could tell that Sanguiner, Ballins, Gilbert, and the others were fighting with all their might and might not be able to hold on for much longer. They had to defeat the Second Corps Divine Guards as quickly as possible so that they could deal with Ralph, Rockwood, and the other two. Under Phoebe's command, the House of Han's army changed yet again. They changed from a cone-shaped charging formation to a lotus blade formation that scattered in all directions. The 700 soldiers were divided into 7 brigades. They spread out like blades and started slaughtering the flustered Second Corps Divine Guards. It was obvious that this formation was even more lethal. As soon as the 7 companies spread out, they dragged the Second Corps Divine Guards into the abyss of death. Their blood flowed like rivers as they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Ralph felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly realized that at this rate, even if he managed to kill Sanguiner, he wouldn't have many of his subordinates left alive. Ralph was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. After calmly thinking for a moment, Ralph suddenly shouted, "Mission failed. Everyone retreat." Upon hearing those words, Ralph took the initiative to withdraw from Sanguis's side. He no longer wanted to be entangled with Sanguis. Rockwood and the other 2 high gods immediately retreated from Ballins and Gilbert after hearing Ralph's order. Without uttering a word, they turned around and flew towards the nearby Tanai. The Second Corps Divine Guards who received the order to retreat fled from the Blood River Hell with all their might. Their hearts were filled with fear. They never thought that they would be so weak against the same number of people. From beginning to end, they could not put up any resistance at all. They were killed one by one like babies. The Han family guards calmly continued their pursuit after Ralph and his Second Corps Divine Guards. They wanted to seize the opportunity to inflict as much damage as possible on Ralph's Second Corps Divine Guards. "Don't chase after them," shouted Stadholm. He hastily stopped the guards from pursuing. "Time is of the essence. We don't have time to waste with them. Come back," shouted Phoebe. She too was very calm. She ordered her men to retreat. Stadholm and Phoebe knew that Hofs, Larrickson, and the others would not give up so easily. They might already be on their way. Once Hofs, Larrickson, and the others caught up with them, they would not be able to use the demonic formations of the Han family. Every second was critical and they had no time to waste on Ralph and his party. If Ralph and his party failed to take them down today, Ralph would not be able to escape death when they returned to the City of Shadows to settle the score with Wallace. In their minds, Ralph was no longer a threat to them. He would not be able to stir up any trouble in the future. They decided to spare his life for now as they would be able to take his life in the future. After hearing Stadholm and Phoebe's words, the Han family guards hastily retreated and formed a defensive formation around Phoebe and Stadholm. "Sanguiner, Gilbert, how are you doing?" It was at this moment that Emily suddenly cried out. The party stared blankly for a moment and immediately turned their attention to Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert. The 3 were drenched in sweat after the battle. It was obvious that they had expended a great deal of energy. Sanguiner, in particular, seemed to be supported by an indomitable spirit. When Ralph left, Sanguiner's body was flushed red and he was gasping for breath. He even staggered. It was only after Sanguiner relaxed that he realized that he had expended a great deal of energy in his desperate attacks. "Sanguiner, are you all right?" Although Gilbert was also sweating profusely, his expression was relatively normal. He immediately asked with concern when he saw that Sanguiner was in such a state. "I'm fine. I'll be fine in a moment." Sanguiner forced a smile. The scarlet broadsword in his hand suddenly flew out and spun at high speed in midair. Strands of bizarre energy were released from Sanguis' broadsword. All of a sudden, the blood of the Second Corps Divine Guards who died seemed to be attracted by some sort of energy. It turned into strands of blood mist and converged on Sanguis' broadsword. The blood mist slowly condensed into streams of blood that flowed on the broadsword like water. The droplets of blood flew into the air and condensed on the broadsword. The pungent smell of blood in the area was nauseating. Gradually, not a single drop of blood could be seen on the ground. It was at this moment that Sanguiner's broadsword flew back into Sanguiner's hand. Streaks of blood-red radiance passed through the broadsword and entered Sanguiner's body. Sanguiner's eyes, which were extremely weak a moment ago, started to shine brightly. After a while, Sanguiner's previous dejection was swept away and he became spirited again. Sanguiner let out a light sigh and smilingly said, "All right, I'm fine now. Let's go, we can continue our journey." Stadholm, the old monster, Mike Cotton, Phoebe, and the Han family guards were all dumbstruck. They did not expect that Sanguiner, who was barely able to stand a moment ago, could use such a bizarre method to become spirited and regain his strength. It was simply unimaginable. What's there to be surprised about? Master's strength is not something you can comprehend. Sanguiner is Master's disciple. It's normal for him to recover so quickly. When Gilbert saw that the crowd was staring blankly, he impatiently urged, "Hurry up, hurry up. Do we have to wait for those guys to catch up?" Upon hearing those words, the crowd came back to their senses. They hastily boarded the airship and continued their journey towards the Death Dominion. Chapter 884. At the border of the Darkness and Death Dominions, Ronson Canyon. The Ronson Canyon was the only way from the Darkness Dominion to the Death Dominion. Many god hunters frequented the Ronson Canyon. It was said that the headquarters of the most powerful god hunter factions in the Darkness and Death Dominions were located in Tanai Canyon. Merchants from the Darkness and Death Dominions would only dare to enter the Ronson Canyon after being escorted by a large number of divine guards. But recently, the Ronson Canyon had been much more peaceful than before. It was said that the most powerful god hunter faction in the canyon had left for unknown reasons. With the disappearance of the god hunter faction that wreaked havoc in the Death Dominion, the smaller god hunter factions in the canyon seemed to have quieted down and no longer dared to wreak havoc in the Death Dominion. On this day, a large army arrived at the vast territory of the Ronson Canyon. An enormous flying bat was flying towards the canyon. It was as though a huge dark cloud had blotted out the sky. Figures could be seen on the flying bat. The cold eyes of the guards were glowing with a frightening light. They were vigilantly scanning the forest around them for enemies that might suddenly appear. We have finally arrived at the Ronson Canyon. Once we cross the Ronson Canyon, we will be in the territory of the Death Dominion. Hofs and Larrickson will not dare to enter the Death Dominion and wreak havoc there. Once we cross the canyon, we will be met by our allies in the Death Dominion. Statholm heaved a sigh of relief. He had been too tense and worried about Larrickson, Hofs, and the others. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. Do not let your guard down. The Ronson Canyon is located at the border of the Darkness and Death Dominions. God hunters are rampant in this area. Ballins had served in Erebus Third Corps for several years and knew a thing or two about the Ronson Canyon. He knew that Tanai Canyon had several God hunter factions that were wreaking havoc in the Darkness and Death Dominions. God hunters. Gilbert put on a disdainful smile and said, "With our Han family's current strength, why should we be afraid of those useless god hunters? It's best if they don't come. Otherwise we'll just kill them and bury them." "Don't boast." Ballins shot a cold glance at Gilbert and groaned, "If it's just a god hunter faction, there's nothing to worry about. If it's an alliance, formed by a few god hunter factions, we won't be able to escape easily." After taking a short pause as though to warn Gilbert, Ballins continued, "In Tanai, there is a group of god hunters running rampant in Ronson Gorge. Even to this day not many know who their leader is. They dare to attack any traveling merchants, even those protected by a large number of divine guards. This god hunter faction is very famous in the Ronson Canyon. All the cities in the Death Dominion have dispatched many divine guards to encircle them but to no avail. They have been running amok in the Ronson Canyon for decades. No ordinary family clan can contend against them." After hearing Ballins's words, Gilbert's expression turned grave. He put away his frivolous attitude and asked in astonishment, "Who could be so powerful?" Ballins shook his head and said in an indifferent manner, "I've told you, not many know who their leader is. Perhaps only those who are also god hunters know his name and identity. However, it is said that the leader is very young. He cultivates in the energy of death and wields a 3-meter-long bone spear. What a powerful fella. I wonder if he is stronger than Sanguiner," muttered Gilbert as he glanced at Sanguiner from the corner of his eyes. "Even if Sanguiner has the strength, he doesn't have the talent to be a leader," said Ballins as he looked at Sanguiner. "Who said so?" "He, after hearing your boasting, I really want to meet him." Sanguiner's strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds recently. Now he no longer cared about many people. He was very displeased that Ballins was bragging about a young man. He did not think that he was inferior to anyone else. "We better pray that we don't run into him. Otherwise, we might not even make it out of the Ronson Canyon alive," said Ballins in an indifferent manner. He did not seem to be affected by Sanguiner's words. "Everyone be careful. Larrickson and Hofs aren't the kind of people who would give up easily. Ralph won't give up so easily either. The Ronson Canyon is vast and we can't afford to stay here any longer. We must leave as soon as possible." Emily was not interested in the conversation between Sanguiner and Ballins. All she was thinking about was how to bring the Han family members to safety. There was a waterfall in the Ronson Canyon. Behind the waterfall were a dozen or so caves of various sizes. In each cave there were human heads moving about. In the largest cave, supported by 3 small energy towers, a dozen or so godhunter leaders were having a discussion in low voices. Their eyes glinted with ferocious glints. We have found out that those people are from the Han family of the City of Shadows. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the Death, Destruction, and Darkness Dominions now belongs to the Han family. Quincy, one of the godhunter leaders, was beaming with joy. He greedily encouraged the other godhunter leaders. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is rich and powerful. This is a big piece of juicy meat. My men have observed that the Han family guards cultivate in all kinds of energies. Not only will we be able to obtain energy from them, but we will also be able to get their black crystal coins. Hehe, do you want to join forces? The power displayed by the House of Han's airship was not to be underestimated. There was no way a single godhunter faction could take them down. Therefore, the leaders of all the major godhunters in Ronson Canyon had gathered in this cave to discuss whether or not they should join forces to take down the House of Han. This is a deal. Another godhunter leader, Krizan, put on a sinister smile and said, the Han family's reputation is not well known. The fact that they left the City of Shadows means that they are in dire straits. If we join forces, we can definitely take them down. Hehe, count me in. Count me in too. Count me in too. I'm joining in too. The godhunter leaders who had come to the Ronson Canyon had the intention of joining forces to take down the Han family. Under the instigation of Quincy, the most powerful godhunter leader in the Ronson Canyon, they declared that the Han family that had entered the Ronson Canyon would be their prey. Have you all forgotten someone? Suddenly a discordant voice sounded. Scarlet, one of the godhunter leaders, slightly bunched her willowy brows. She asked hesitantly, but that guy's surname is Han, isn't it? The Han surname isn't common. Could he be related to the Han family? Scarlet was the only female among the godhunter leaders. Her rather delicate face had 2 crisscross scars that made this woman, who was supposed to be beautiful, look hideous. Even though she had a voluptuous and alluring body, most men would avoid her due to her unflattering face. Scarlet cultivated in the energy of death and possessed early-stage high god strength. She was neither weak nor strong among the godhunter leaders. However, due to her outstanding intelligence, the force she led had never suffered any major losses. After hearing Scarlet's words, the godhunter leaders who had just agreed to the deal bunched their brows. It was obvious that they knew who Scarlet was talking about. Krizan hesitated for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "It can't be that coincidental, right? I have never heard of that guy having any family or friends. But if he really is related to the Han family, we will have to reconsider our decision." Quincy's face turned cold and he replied, "That's right. That guy used to be the strongest expert in the Ronson Canyon, but he is no longer in the canyon. Moreover, his followers had clearly stated that they would no longer meddle in the affairs of the Ronson Canyon. Besides, he has never mentioned that he is from the Han family and he is no longer in the Ronson Canyon. What are you worried about?" "You're right. We are indeed overthinking. He shouldn't be related to the Han family." Krizan put on an embarrassed smile and said, "We are just scaring ourselves. The plan remains the same. I'm in." "That's right." Quincy burst into laughter. He looked at Scarlet impatiently and said, "Women are always so fussy. If you don't want to be a part of this, just leave. Without your followers, they won't affect the overall situation. If we can still get a little more." Scarlet put on a gloomy face. She nodded and said, "All right then. I don't want to risk offending that guy." Upon finishing those words, Scarlet turned into a dark shadow and left through the waterfall. That slut seems to have fallen for him. Why doesn't she take a good look at her? How could he possibly like her? Quincy said disdainfully as he watched Scarlet leave. That guy doesn't have the slightest bit of humanity. He has never shown the slightest bit of affection for a woman. He doesn't show any mercy when it comes to killing women. The way I see it, Scarlet is overthinking things. Although that bitch's face is unflattering, her body is really sexy and wonderful. TSK. It must be nice to fuck her in a dark place." Krizan replied with a lewd smile. The other godhunter leaders also understood what he meant and started laughing lewdly. "That's right. Chief, why did you come out?" As soon as Scarlet left the cave, a shifty-eyed follower came to her and asked with a smile. Scarlet put on an angry face. As a high god, she had sharp ears and eyes. Since those people in the cave did not deliberately lower their voices, She heard every word of their obscene words. However, Scarlet knew that her strength was limited and she had to suppress her anger. She did not dare to rush into the cave and lash out at those people. Only he wouldn't be so lowly and lewd. She shook her head in a self-deprecating manner and said to herself, "Oh, Scarlet, what are you thinking about? How could he possibly like someone like you? The last time he saved you, it was purely out of self-interest. He didn't mean anything else. Don't let your imagination run wild." "Chief, what's wrong?" the follower asked in a slightly louder voice when he saw that Scarlet's expression was complicated. One moment she was gnashing her teeth and the next she was smiling. Scarlet abruptly snapped out of her trance and shook her head vigorously as though she was trying to shake off the unrealistic fantasy in her mind. "It's nothing. By the way, you mentioned that he still has a few followers who haven't left the Ronson Canyon. Can you get in touch with them?" asked Scarlet after she calmed herself down. "Those guys are handling the remaining matters and will probably leave soon. I know where they are. I will go and get in touch with them." "Wait, I'll write a scroll for you. Send it to them as soon as possible." Scarlet thought for a moment, took out a scroll, wrote a few words on it and handed it to the follower. After that, she hastily left the cave alone. The Ronson Canyon was a mountain range that rose and fell. White clouds gathered in the sky like cotton. After passing through a smoky swamp, they arrived at a deep valley in the middle of a forest of rocks. Before the people on the airship could get a clear look at the situation in the valley, Sanguis suddenly shouted, "Someone's coming." The expressions of the Han family guards on the flying bat froze. Each of them vigilantly observed their surroundings. Then they quickly moved into formation on the flying bat. Emily, Phoebe, and the others looked around nervously and shouted, "Everyone be careful. Get ready for battle." "There's no need. There's only one person and it's a woman." Sanguiner saw that the Han family guards on the airship were on high alert because of his shout. He laughed and said, "Don't be nervous. That woman isn't particularly strong. I can handle her." The guards heaved a sigh of relief after hearing his words. They were curious as to why a woman would come alone at this time. Tanai did not know anyone in the Ronson Canyon, and it was obvious that a woman could not cause any harm to them. So, what was she doing here? After a while, Scarlet gradually appeared from a stone forest in the distance. She wore a cold and stern expression. "Ah!" Before Scarlet could approach, Fanny, Lisa, and the other ladies on the airship exclaimed in surprise. They were all frightened by the two hideous-looking scars on Scarlet's face. "Halt!" shouted Ballins coldly. His killing intent condensed and locked onto Scarlet. Scarlet was startled. She did not expect that Ballins would release such an intense killing intent just by looking at her. Scarlet felt a chill in her heart. She thought that the Han family was not as weak as Quincy had described them to be. Ballins alone possessed high god strength. "I wonder if there's someone stronger?" Scarlet was about to speak when she suddenly raised her willowy eyebrows. She stared at Ballins with bright eyes. She sensed a trace of very strange energy from Ballins. She had also sensed that energy from another person, and that person was even stronger. There must be a connection. Scarlet was almost immediately convinced of her conjecture. She stopped on the spot, raised her hand to indicate that she meant no harm. Then she hastily asked, "Do you know Han Hao?" "Han Hao? Who's Han Hao? I don't know him." "Who are you? Who's Han Hao?" Statholm and the other members of the Han family were astounded. They looked at Scarlet in puzzlement and wondered if there was something wrong with this woman. Why would she rush over to ask such an unreliable question? Scarlet was stunned when she heard that the members of the Han family did not know Han Hao. She thought, am I being overly suspicious? But that old man's energy is very similar to that of Han Hao. How can I explain that? "We don't know the person you are talking about. Please don't stand in our way," said Statholm with a faint smile. Although he spoke politely, he was repeatedly signaling to Ballins with his eyes that if you don't leave now, don't blame us for being rude. "Then I'm sorry. I'll be on my way." Having been a god hunter for so many years, Scarlet was very good at reading people's expressions. She immediately understood the situation. She thought, since this has nothing to do with Han Hao, I don't have to worry about your lives. Wait. It was at this moment that Gilbert seemed to recall something. He rubbed his head and said, "I think I've heard this name before. Let me think." The members of the Han family looked at Gilbert in puzzlement. Ballins did not attack Scarlet immediately. Scarlet looked at Gilbert suspiciously and tried to remind him, "Han Hao cultivates in the energy of death. He carries a 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand and there are 7 spears on his back." Gilbert's eyes lit up as he finally remembered. He cried out in surprise, "It's him." Not only Gilbert but Emily, Phoebe and Fanny had also seen Little Skull Han Hao. Although they did not know that Han Hao had given himself a name, they knew who she was talking about when Scarlet mentioned that Han Hao had 7 bone spears on his back. "I think we know who you are talking about." Emily looked at Scarlet with a puzzled expression. She smilingly asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Is Han Hao a member of the Han family?" asked Scarlet. Emily thought for a moment and found it hard to define. However, she knew that Han Shuo and Little Skull were very close. It seemed that Han Hao was a member of the Han family. After thinking for a moment, Emily smilingly said, "You can say that." "That's great." Scarlet hastily said, "The God Hunters of the Ronson Canyon have joined forces to attack the Han family. I don't think you will be able to handle so many of them. You'd better retreat from the Ronson Canyon at once. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Upon hearing those words, Emily, Statholm, and the others' faces jolted. Statholm anxiously asked, "How did you know?" "I am a God Hunter leader myself." "I came to warn you because I know Han Hao," replied Scarlet anxiously. "I have already sent people to inform Han Hao's followers. But I don't know if they will make it in time. Their followers are all over the Ronson Canyon. As long as you are in the canyon, Tanai will not be able to escape their eyes and ears. They know this place too well. You must leave at once." "We can't retreat." Phoebe put on a bitter smile. If they were to retreat now, they might run into Hoff's and Larrickson's followers. They were no better than the God Hunters. "Thank you for your warning. We can only leave the Ronson Canyon as fast as we can. Hopefully we will be able to escape the God Hunters' pursuit." They did not waste any more words. They did not even ask about the relationship between Scarlet and Han Hao. They hastily took off again. Chapter 885. The Ronson Canyon was more than 10 days away from the Death Dominion. They had no other choice but to leave the Ronson Canyon as fast as they could. Although Gilbert, Emily, and the others were puzzled as to why this malevolent-looking woman knew Little Skull Han Hao, they thought that as Han Shua's summoned creature, Little Skull should have stayed in the Netherworld and should not have appeared on Elysium. As time was of the essence, they did not have the time to ask Scarlet about Little Skull Han Hao. In their minds, Han Hao was not a very important person. After all, a summoned creature was just a summoned creature. As they had never seen Han Hao in person, they could never understand how terrifying Han Hao was. Scarlet understood their anxiety and did not stop them. After seeing the airship of the Han family fly past her, Scarlet hesitated for a moment before she secretly followed behind the airship of the Han family. As one of the leaders of the Ronson Canyon God Hunters, Scarlet knew better than the Han family how powerful the God Hunter factions were in the Ronson Canyon. As long as the members of the Han family were in the Ronson Canyon, Tanai, Quincy, and the others would be able to track them in no time. Quincy and the others had been roaming the Ronson Canyon for many years and knew the geography of the canyon like the back of their hands. Since he had contacted so many factions to deal with the Han family, he would not allow the Han family to escape his grasp. Scarlet's speculation was proven to be correct. 3 days later, when the Han family's airship was about to fly above a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, they discovered that the mountain peak was densely packed with burly men with sinister expressions and ferocious glints in their eyes. The crowd on the mountain peak kept a short distance from each other. It was obvious that they did not belong to a single faction but a group of many different factions. The eyes of those leading the group were filled with greed as they stared fixedly at the approaching house of Han. Some of them were swallowing their saliva in an unnatural manner. The corners of their mouths curved into cruel smiles. It was obvious at a glance that they were God Hunters who loved to kill. Before the Han family's airship could get close, the God Hunters who had been waiting on the mountain peak for some time flew into the air. The leaders of the God Hunters deployed their domains of divinity and formed layers of boundaries on the mountain peak to stop the airship. In front of the layers of barriers, the Han clan's flying bats were forced to stop. "What the hell are you scums doing?" Gilbert knew that they must be up to no good since they were blocking his way. As soon as he stepped forward, he yelled, "Get out of my way." There were a dozen or so God Hunter factions in the Ronson Canyon blocking the Han family's airship. Each faction had at least a few dozen God Hunters. Quincy's faction had the largest number of God Hunters, numbering more than 300. The dozen or so God Hunter factions had gathered together, numbering around 1,300 in total. Most of their leaders possessed high God strength. With such a pack of jackals blocking their way, the future of the Han family was bleak. Quincy paid no heed to Gilbert's shouts. He stood together with the other God Hunter leaders and lecherously laughed at Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny. From time to time he would point at Jasper, Lisa, and the others and let out strange, complacent laughter. No matter if it was Phoebe, Emily, Jasper, or Lisa, they were all the kind of beauties that could only be found 1 in 100. Under the effects of Han Shua's rebirth pills, their skin was fair and translucent, preserving the most beautiful moment of a woman. Anyone who saw them would be stunned by their beauty. God hunters lived on the edge of a knife and sought all kinds of thrills. It was only natural for them to have a strong desire for beautiful women. Beautiful women such as Phoebe and Emily were fatally attractive to them. For a moment they almost forgot their main objective. From the perspective of Quincy and the other god hunters, the Han family's guards were nothing to be afraid of. Most importantly, they did not discover any high god experts among the Han family's troops. Even though the Han family's forces were large in number, they were nothing in their eyes. Hee, I want that woman. A woman as ripe as a honey peach is the most delicious. No one is allowed to snatch her from me. Kristen pointed at Emily and put on a lascivious smile as though they could take everything from the Han family. That little beauty is mine. She's my type. Quincy pointed at the panic-stricken Lisa, put on a mischievous smile and said, "Brothers, take a good look. Let's divide the spoils of war." TSK, they are much better than that slut Scarlet. Not only are their figures top-notch, but they are also so good-looking that they can make anyone drool. Alright, let's divide the women first before talking about the other spoils of war. It seems that we will have a good time today. Another god hunter leader said with a lascivious smile. He did not take the Han family seriously at all. Ever since the Han family arrived on Elysium, they had never suffered such humiliation. Sanguiner, Bollins, Gilbert, and the others were so enraged that their lungs were about to explode. Emily, Phoebe, and the other ladies who were singled out by the god hunter leaders wanted nothing more than to hack those god hunter leaders into 1,000 pieces. However, both Emily and Phoebe knew that they had no chance of winning against the dozen or so ferocious high gods and more than 1,000 god hunters. Gilbert, Sanguiner, and the others were about to charge out when they saw that their matriarch was being humiliated. However, they were stopped by Emily's anxious gaze. Phoebe put on an ashen face and said in a cold voice, "We are members of the Han family of the City of Shadows. We are on good terms with the major family clans of the Death Dominion. If you dare to cause trouble for us, you will be surrounded and annihilated by the divine guards of the Darkness and Death Dominions. Everyone, if you are willing to let us pass, we can offer you 5 million black crystal coins. What do you think?" Who do you think you are trying to scare? Quincy raised his head and laughed. He said, "Don't you know who we are? What kind of business do we do? We are god hunters and this is what we do. If we were afraid of the divine guards of the 2 dominions, we would have quit a long time ago. Let's not waste our breath on them. These women are making our hearts itch. How can we just watch them leave before our eyes?" said Kristen as he rubbed his hands impatiently. Wait. It was at this moment that Scarlet flew out from the back of the airship. She took a glance at Quincy and the others and hastily said, "I have asked them. They know Han Hao. You better not act rashly." The god hunter leaders were stunned when they heard those words. Some of them who were very afraid of Han Hao started to hesitate. It seemed that they wanted to retreat. Even Quincy and Krisen's faces jolted. It seemed that even though Han Hao had left the Ronson Canyon, the two were still very wary of Han Shua. "Scarlet, don't be an alarmist," Quincy angrily rebuked and said, "Who would believe their words? Han Hao has been in the Ronson Canyon for so many years and I have never seen him have any relatives or friends. Don't think that just because the family name is Han, they have anything to do with Han Hao. Who do you think you are trying to scare?" "I have asked them. They said that Han Hao is indeed a member of the Han family." Scarlet looked at Quincy with cold eyes and said in a sinister voice, "Think about Han Hao's ruthlessness. Given Han Hao's personality, if he finds out who touched one of his people, no one will be able to escape his wrath. Han Hao has run amok in the Ronson Canyon for so many years and never once has he suffered a loss. Even those major family clans from the Death Dominion who killed Han Hao's subordinates did not manage to survive until now." The eyes of the leaders of the smaller factions flickered incessantly after hearing Scarlet's words. It seemed that Han Hao's influence in the Ronson Canyon was so great that they were starting to panic after hearing Scarlet's words. "Cut the crap, you be *TC. Quincy had been suppressed by Han Hao's forces in the Ronson Canyon for a long time. Now that Han Hao had left the Ronson Canyon with his subordinates, Quincy was very annoyed by people mentioning Han Hao. "Those people are trying to scare us with Han Hao's name. Don't fall for it. You all know that Han Hao doesn't have any relatives. Let's settle this as soon as possible," Think about it. The Han family has so many beauties and so much wealth. Today they will all be ours. Quincy continued to persuade. Perhaps Quincy's explanation worked, or perhaps the God Hunters were bewitched by the beauties and wealth of the Han family. The God Hunter leaders encouraged themselves. They waved their hands and commanded their subordinates to surround the Han family airship from all directions. Scarlet knew that it was useless for her to say anything now that things had come to this stage. She sighed helplessly. She knew that she wouldn't be able to escape if she persisted. She had no choice but to retreat silently. At this moment, a battle was about to break out. Everyone, it's quite lively here. A shrill, cold laughter sounded from the distance. A burly man whose upper body was covered with scars walked towards them. He cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and was only a late-stage mid-god. His strength was inferior to any of the God Hunter leaders. However, the arrival of such a person caused the God Hunter leaders to turn grave. "Cisco, haven't you all left the Ronson Canyon?" said one of the God Hunter leaders with a big smile on his face. His previous domineering demeanor was nowhere to be seen as he spoke to Sita, whose strength was one level lower than his. Quincy and Krizen's expressions were very unnatural. They bunched their brows and looked at Cisco, who shouldn't be here. Quincy put on a gloomy face and asked, "Cisco, you should be in the fringe with your leader. Why are you still in the Ronson Canyon?" Cisco laughed maniacally and coldly replied, "Since when did you have the right to interfere in our business?" After taking a short pause, Cisco took a glance at the members of the Han family on the airship and said to the God Hunter leaders, "Our leader has given us an order not to touch the Han family. He also forbade us from touching the Han family." I don't know why our leader would give us such a strange order, but since it is our leader's order, we must obey it. Cisco, you have already left the Ronson Canyon. Why are you still meddling in other people's business? Krizen's face turned cold and said, "Besides, who do you think you can stop? What gives you the right to be so presumptuous here? Han Hao is not here. Do you think you can overturn the heavens?" Cisco's eyes glinted with ferocity. He put on a hideous smile and said, "We are all in this line of work. Do you think I don't know his temper? I've already informed my brothers of the situation before I came here. If I'm not mistaken, they should be rushing towards the fringe right now. You can kill me today. I'm prepared to die at any moment in this line of work. But I believe you all know my leader's temper. Do as you see fit?" The God Hunter leaders' faces jolted upon hearing those words. They did not expect Cisco to have another trick up his sleeve. They knew that even if they killed Cisco and the members of the Han family, Han Hao would know about it. "Since Han Hao has spoken, I will not participate." After a long moment of silence, one of the God Hunter leaders forced a smile and said to Cisco, "When you see Han Hao, send him my regards. Tell him that I and Long will never make an enemy out of him." Of course," replied Cisco with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I have to give face to Han Hao." "Quincy, I'm sorry, but I will not participate," said another God Hunter leader who had given up. "Han Hao treated me well back in the Ronson Canyon. I will not attack his people." One after another, the God Hunter leaders decided to retreat at the most crucial moment. They reluctantly suppressed the thought of attacking the House of Han and hastily left with their men after informing Shidan of the situation. In the blink of an eye, only Quincy and Krizen were left standing in front of the Han family's airship. They could only watch helplessly as the God Hunter leaders left. They cursed Han Hao countless times in their minds. On the airship, Gilbert, Emily, Fanny, and the others looked at one another in astonishment. They had no idea what was going on. When did that little skull come to the Ronson Canyon? Why are those fugitives so afraid of him? Bollins was the only one who suddenly realized something. He softly exclaimed, "So it's him?" "Oh," asked Sanguiner and Gilbert simultaneously. Bollins put on a surprised face and reminded, "Do you remember that mysterious youngster I mentioned to you? He is the most powerful God Hunter in the Ronson Canyon. To this day, not many know where he came from. I did not expect him to be one of us. It can't be wrong." Dark Dragon Gilbert put on a bitter smile and said, "That youngster has been very powerful for a long time. I did not expect him to be so influential in the Ronson Canyon." "Quincy, Krizen, do you two really want to fight my leader?" Shitan looked at Quincy and Krizen and sneered, I advise you to give up. I will pretend that this never happened. Or else, you know the consequences." "Damn it, I don't believe this." Quincy seemed to have been angered by Shitan's arrogance. He angrily shouted, "If Han Hao were here, perhaps I would give him face." You are just a goddamned mid-god and you dare to talk nonsense in front of me? If Han Hao goes to the fringe, who knows if he can come back alive. But even if he does, I'll just give up on the Ronson Canyon. Let's go and get rid of this Shitan first. Krizin had originally wanted to retreat, but when he saw the women on the Han family's airship, he was blinded by lust. He waved his hand and commanded, "Kill them." Chapter 886. If it weren't for Chitin's presence, there would be far more God Hunter leaders than just Quincy and Krizin. If more than a dozen God Hunter factions were to gang up on the House of Han, the threat of more than a dozen High Gods would have put the House of Han in grave danger. However, with Little Skull and Han Hao's influence in the Ronson Canyon, those faction leaders had no choice but to withdraw from the Han family out of fear of Han Hao's strength. With that, they would only have to face Quincy and Krizin's factions. Quincy and Krizin's factions had around 500 people in total. Among them, Quincy and Krizin were mid-stage High Gods. They were one of the most powerful factions in the Ronson Canyon. However, the Han family was not afraid of these two factions. Just as the other faction leaders left, Gilbert, Sanguiner, and the others who had been holding back could no longer hold back. Just as Quincy and Krizin issued their orders, they suddenly discovered that the Han family's guards were charging at them. It was easy to tell if an expert was skilled or not. When the Han family's guards flew towards them from the airship, Quincy and Krizin's faces slightly changed. They were startled and they anxiously shouted, "Motherfucker, be careful." The Han family's guards were arranged in neat and orderly formations. Each group of guards maintained an appropriate distance from each other so as to not affect the efficiency of their attacks. The ice-cold eyes of the Han family's guards told Quincy and Krizin that the Han family's guards were definitely seasoned veterans. They were not rookies who had never experienced the cruelty of battle. Therefore, Quincy and Krizin immediately noticed that the Han family's guards were extraordinary. They immediately ordered their subordinates to attack with all they had. However, Quincy and Krizin had underestimated the strength of the Han family's guards. The Han family's guards had not wasted their years of training in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Baptized in blood and fire, the Han family's guards were even more ferocious and cold-blooded than the God Hunters. When they attacked, they were like sharp blades that could cut through anything. They stabbed right into the center of the God Hunters. The same scene as the battle between Ralph's Second Corps Divine Guards played out once again. The Han family guards had the upper hand in terms of numbers and teamwork. As soon as they came into contact with the Han family guards, their terrifying battle prowess was on full display. The God Hunters who had been wreaking havoc in the Ronson Canyon were forced to retreat again and again. The Han family guards slaughtered their way through the God Hunters like a hot knife through butter. There was not a single place that could withstand the God Hunters' attacks. Wherever they passed, the God Hunters would scream in despair and agony. One after another, mangled corpses were sent flying and fell from the sky to the peak below. Scarlet and Chitin were dumbfounded. When they saw Quincy and Krizin giving the order to attack, they thought that they were done for. Chitin was blaming herself for being too bossy and domineering just now. But before she could ponder any further, she was astonished to discover that the ones who attacked first weren't Quincy and Krizin's God Hunters, but those Han family guards that she knew nothing about. It was only after the battle started that Chitin realized what was going on. She finally understood why Han Hao had ordered her not to attack the Han family guards. Most people wouldn't be able to see through the intricate and profound battle formation of the Han family guards. But as a direct subordinate of Little Skull, Han Hao, Chitin had seen Han Hao's demonic battle formation. With just one glance, she understood that the battle formation used by the Han family guards was similar to the one she was familiar with. When one of Scarlet's subordinates passed the information to Chitin, Chitin didn't quite believe that Han Hao had anything to do with the Han family. But after seeing the battle formation of the Han family guards, she was the first to believe in Scarlet's judgment. Compared to Chitin, the combat strength of the House of Han had a greater impact on Scarlet. She watched in astonishment as the House of Han pierced into Quincy and Krizin's hands as though they were nothing more than divine weapons. She watched in astonishment as the House of Han pierced into Quincy and Krizin's hands and slaughtered the God Hunters. Han family. Han Hao. They are indeed mysterious characters. Scarlet mumbled to herself in astonishment. Quincy and Krizin felt as though they were going crazy. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that the Han family guards would be so terrifying. Each and every one of the guards was using a profound battle formation to harvest the lives of Quincy and Krizin's subordinates. Quincy and Krizin wanted to lend a hand, but they were firmly entangled by Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert. By now, Quincy and Krisen were completely convinced that the Han family had a complicated relationship with Han Hao. This was because Han Hao's subordinates knew a thing or two about the battle formation of the Han family guards. Furthermore, the battle formation used by Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert faintly resembled that of Han Hao. Before the battle began, Quincy and Krisen did not see any high god in the Han family guards. But as soon as the battle began, the sudden appearance of Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert gave them a huge surprise. They suddenly discovered that those unknown and insignificant characters had suddenly transformed into ferocious monsters. Quincy and Krisen were filled with regret. They cursed themselves for provoking the members of the Han family when they knew that Han Hao was unfathomable and mysterious. "You're still yelling? Why aren't you yelling? Motherfucker. Didn't you say a lot of bullshit just now? You old dog, I'm going to skin you alive today. You motherfucker. How dare you have any improper thoughts about our mistress? I'm going to break your D***CK right now." Unlike the silent Sanguiner and Ballins, Gilbert never closed his mouth when he attacked Krisen together with Ballins. His venomous words were constantly spewing out of his mouth. They were not any weaker than his ferocious attacks. Quincy was held back by Sanguiner while Krisen was held back by Gilbert and Ballins. Ballins did not utter a single word. Instead, he launched a flying sword that was filled with murderous intent, forcing Krisen to focus most of his energy on defending against Ballins' attacks. Gilbert circled around Krisen like a ghost, attacking him at the most opportune moments and cursing all of Krisen's ancestors with his filthy mouth. Sometimes, the mental torment was no less painful than the physical pain. Krisen felt as though he would collapse at any moment under Gilbert's annoying curses, sarcasm. Unable to focus, Krisen's attacks were greatly reduced. Ballins took advantage of the situation and inflicted a few more wounds on Krisen's body with his flying sword. "Kill them." Phoebe shouted coldly when she saw that Han Hao's side had gained the upper hand. Phoebe hated Quincy and Krisen very much because the two of them looked at her with obscene expressions and insulted Emily, Lisa, and the other girls. Phoebe could not bear it any longer. Just a moment ago, Phoebe had been suppressing her anger because she was weaker than the other two. But now that the Han family guards had gained the upper hand, Phoebe could no longer hold back her anger. Be it Phoebe, Emily, Statholm, or Air Mike, these talented individuals from Profound Continent had made rapid progress in their cultivation on Elysium, a place rich in elemental energies. In the Han family they were supported by ample wealth. Scrolls of profound energy, pellets personally refined by Han Shua, and divine essences of various elements purchased from various regions. These items kept appearing in the Han family's important storehouse and were distributed by Phoebe, Emily, and the others to the core members of the Han family. These members of the Han family, who were all heroes of Profound Continent, had access to everything that could help them in their cultivation on Elysium. In addition to their outstanding talents, although their progress was not as fast as that of Sanguiner, Ballins, and the others, they had made rapid progress. By now, most of Phoebe, Emily, and the others had broken through to the mid-god realm. Talented individuals such as Statholm and Air Mike had entered the late-stage mid-god realm. Their progress was much faster than those gods who were born and bred on Elysium. These people were able to become top-notch experts on Profound Continent, a place where elemental energies were scarce and they barely understood the various elements. After coming to Elysium, they had access to all the convenient resources available to them. It was only natural that they would make rapid progress in their cultivation. Phoebe, Emily, Stratholm, the old monster, Air Mike, and the others weren't idling around. They were familiar with Han Shua's demonic formations. They arranged themselves into formations with astonishing destructive power and attacked the god hunters under Quincy and Krisen's command, constantly inflicting damage to them. The situation was completely one-sided. The first one to suffer was Krisen. He finally lost his mind after hearing Gilbert's malicious curses. He was so focused on attacking Gilbert that he forgot himself. Krisen, who had lost his mind, had forgotten about Ballins. When his attack finally landed on Gilbert, Ballins' flying sword pierced through his nape and protruded from his forehead. Krisen died on the spot. "Idiot. I may not have outstanding offensive power like Sanguiner and Ballins, but my body is tough. Do you really think you can kill me with one strike? Idiot." Gilbert staggered and coughed a few times before he regained his composure. He stepped forward and kicked Krisen's dead body, sending him crashing to the mountain peak below. Gilbert's new body was meticulously forged by Han Shua using the method of refining demonic weapons. Although his body's defensive power was not as freakishly strong as Han Shua's, it was at least a dozen times tougher than an ordinary god's. Had it been anyone else, even Ballins, they would have been severely injured if not killed by Krizen's attack. However, Gilbert was fine. "All right, Gilbert, hurry up and join forces with Sanguiner to kill the other one," said Bollins as he wiped the flying sword in his hand before he turned around and charged at Quincy. Gilbert spat on the ground and spat on Krizen's corpse. "Damn it, you're lucky." After cursing again, Gilbert turned around and charged at Quincy. He planned to join forces with Bollins and Sanguiner to kill Quincy as soon as possible. Under Sanguis' relentless attacks, Quincy was at his wits' end. He was heavily encircled by the House of Han guards. Whenever he tried to break free from the encirclement, he would discover that the House of Han guards would frantically attack him. Although Quincy possessed formidable strength, the full-powered attacks of 100 mid-gods were not to be underestimated. Not to mention there was also Sanguiner, a reckless and ruthless character. There was no way he could escape from this place. The moment Krizen died, Quincy's heart turned cold. He knew that he was done for. As expected, Bollins and Gilbert did not have the resolve to fight fair and square. They immediately surrounded Quincy, causing him to feel even more despair. "Even if I'm going to die, I'm going to drag someone down with me," said Quincy hatefully in his heart. As a god hunter, he did not know if he would live to see the light of day. Every god hunter's hands were stained with blood. As the leader of the god hunters, Quincy dared to offend Little Skull, Han Hao, and even attack the Han family. It was clear that he was not someone who feared death. The moment Bollins and Gilbert surrounded him, Quincy knew that he would not be able to escape death. Ruthless people had their own plans. He was prepared to perish together with his enemies. Everyone spread out. This guy wants to drag someone down with him. All right, keep some distance from him. We will slowly wear him down. Stratholme the old monster glanced at Quincy and saw through his bloodthirsty eyes. Having roamed the profound continent for so many years, Stratholme the old monster's eyes were very sharp. With his reminder, not only Bollins and Gilbert, but even Sanguiner, who was entangled with Quincy, immediately retreated a distance away. "Motherfucker, you want to perish together? Hee, that won't happen." Gilbert arrived again. His mouth once again began to play its venomous role. A series of curses and insults were spewed out from his mouth. Sanguiner, Bollins, and some of the Han family guards in the distance were bombarding Quincy with all sorts of attacks. Quincy was on the verge of vomiting blood. He discovered that he had been deprived of the opportunity to perish together with his enemies. He could only helplessly face all sorts of attacks in despair. In the end, Quincy failed to escape his fate of being surrounded and killed. The attacks led by Sanguiner, Bollins, and Gilbert drained Quincy's strength bit by bit. Eventually, Quincy ran out of divine energy and was beaten to death with a sky full of divine weapons. Quincy's death was extremely depressing. His body was pierced by all sorts of bizarre divine weapons and hung in midair. It was only when Sanguiner was certain that Quincy had run out of blood that the party swarmed forward and added a few more divine weapons. They dismembered Quincy and threw his body parts all over the place. After Quincy and Krizen's deaths, the god hunters who were fortunate enough to have escaped from the House of Han fled like headless chickens. They fled into the mountains and forests, disregarding everything else as they tried to get out of this perilous place. Chitin and Scarlet, who were watching from a distance, were astonished to see Krizen and Quincy killed one after another. They had no idea how they should deal with the Han family. Chapter 887. Quincy and Krizen, two of the strongest god hunter factions in Ronson Canyon, had been utterly annihilated in today's battle. The deaths of the two meant that it would be difficult for the two factions to reunite. The god hunter leaders who had left earlier would definitely take this opportunity to recruit the remaining god hunters into their ranks. After today's battle, Tanai's god hunters in Ronson Canyon would no longer dare to make an enemy of the Han family. Corpses were strewn all over the mountain peak. The Han family guards boarded their airships with cold and emotionless expressions. They silently waited for orders from Phoebe, Stratholme, and the others. It was only at this moment that Phoebe and Emily turned their attention to Chitin and Scarlet. Emily smilingly walked towards them and thanked them. "Thank you so much. If it wasn't for your kind reminder and help, we would have died here today." "You're too kind. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do," replied Scarlet hastily. She did not dare to put on airs. Chief had instructed us before he left. This is what we are supposed to do. After witnessing the Han family's formation, Chitin realized that Han Hao must have a close relationship with the Han family. Chitin's attitude towards Quincy and the others changed to one of humility. "Has Han Hao really become your chief?" Emily bunched her brows and asked Chitin, who was rather reserved. Chiton was rather stunned. He did not understand why Emily would ask such a question. After staring blankly for a moment, Chiton honestly answered, "Yes. Ever since Chief came to Ronson Canyon decades ago, he has been leading us on expeditions in this region. After a few decades, Chief has become the most powerful faction in Ronson Canyon. Those guys that we encountered today were all defeated by Chief. If Chief were here, not even Quincy and Kristen would dare to attack us." Emily wore an astonished face. She did not expect that the strange little skull could have evolved to such an extent. A person who could dominate so many Godhunter factions in Ronson Canyon was no ordinary person. Emily knew that. Unbelievable. It's really him. Lisa sighed. Back in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the little skull Han Hao had sneakily attacked her at night. Lisa had a deeper impression of this strange undead creature with 7 bone spurs than anyone else. There's nothing strange about it. That guy has been very powerful since a long time ago. It's just that you guys don't know about it. Dark Dragon Gilbert had a smug look on his face as he chuckled. You guys don't spend much time with Master, so you definitely don't know how treacherous that fellow is. Back in the Dark Forest, he was already sneaking up on others with Master every day. Gilbert had been with Han Shua for a long time. As he had signed a completely unfair contract with Han Shua did not hide anything from him. Therefore, Gilbert knew more than Emily and Fanny about the strength and intelligence of the little skull Han Hao. Then where is he now?" asked Phoebe. She did not know much about the relationship between the little skull Han Hao and Han Shua. "Chief is in the Fringe," replied Chiton immediately. He did not suspect the Han family at all. "If that fellow is in the Fringe, then Master must be in the Fringe as well," said Gilbert smilingly. "Let's leave the Ronson Canyon first. We'll talk after we get out of here," interjected Statholm. Statholm the old monster suddenly interjected. He was worried about Hoff's and Larrickson's return. As they were not out of danger yet, he had to ensure the safety of the Han family. After hearing Statholm's reminder, Phoebe and Emily immediately realized that it was not the time to ask questions. The two ladies nodded and Phoebe said, "Thank you for your help. The Han family will remember this favor. However, we have some urgent matters to attend to and cannot stay in the Ronson Canyon any longer. Let us meet again in the future." "Then I shall not disturb you any further," replied Scarlet with a faint smile. She nodded at Chiton and excused herself. Chiton did not say much. As a god hunter, he could not get too involved with the Han family as it would only bring unnecessary trouble to the Han family. Besides, with Quincy and Kristen dead, Chiton had to deal with the aftermath of their deaths. Therefore, Chiton merely reminded Scarlet to be careful and left with her. With the deterrence of this battle and the reputation of Little Skull Han Hao in the Ronson Canyon, the Han family's airship did not encounter any more obstacles in Tanai's journey through the Ronson Canyon. 10 days later, the airship finally crossed the Ronson Canyon and entered the territory of the Death Dominion. Not long after the Han family's airship entered the Death Dominion, the pursuers led by Larrickson and Hoffs finally caught up to the Han family's airship. However, this time Larrickson and Hoffs did not get what they wanted. Several large family clans in the Death Dominion had sent divine guards to escort the Han family. On the day when Larrickson and Hoffs finally caught up to the Han family, the divine guards from the Death Dominion had already met up with the Han family. Larrickson and Hoffs were so angry that they could vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. Although the dominions of darkness, death, and destruction had always been on good terms, they still had to abide by certain rules. This was the Death Dominion. Even though Hoffs was the city lord of Hushvale City and Larrickson was the city lord of the City of Gorging Clouds, they dared not disobey the rules set by the overgods of the three dominions. They could only watch helplessly as the Death Dominion's divine guards escorted the Han family away. After arriving at the Death Dominion, the Han family finally escaped from the City of Shadows. They no longer had to live in fear. ***** at the Saint residence in the City of Shadows. City Lord Wallace wore a gloomy face as he listened to Ralph's report. When Ralph finished narrating the situation, Wallace coldly shouted, "Trash! All of you are trash. Please forgive me, your lordship. I have done my best." Ralph knelt on the ground in fear and tried to find an excuse for himself. "I really did not expect that Hoffs and Larrickson would not be able to inflict any damage to the Han family even though they had brought so many people with them. Even those fellows named Sanguiner and Balans clearly possess high god strengths." "Shut up!" Wallace shouted in a low voice. He took a deep breath to calm himself down before he said, "It seems that the Han family knows what role I played in this incident. Now that they have all arrived at the Death Dominion, there's nothing I can do about it." "Your lordship, that Brian has been missing for so many years. He might have died long ago. There's no need for us to worry about him, said Ralph cautiously as he stealthily sized up Wallace, who had regained his composure. You think I'm worried about Brian? Wallace sneered and said, That's right. Brian is indeed a young and talented man. It's not easy for him to possess such strength and temperament at such a young age. But I have seen too many young and talented men like him. The more talented they are, the sooner they die. Even if he returns to the City of Shadows, what could he possibly use to fight me? Do I need to fear him? Then. Ralph put on a puzzled face and tried to ask. Sigh. Wallace let out a soft sigh and scratched his head in a rather annoyed manner. In a rather bitter voice he said, Although there's nothing to worry about that youngster, he has a close relationship with the daughter of the goddess of destiny. Back then, his lordship had instructed me to treat Brian well. Those two are the real headaches. Ralph's face jolted upon hearing those words. To him, the goddess of destiny and the darkness over God were existences that were out of his reach. Besides, he had no idea what relationship Han Shua had with the goddess of destiny. This was the first time he had heard about it, and it had given him quite a shock. Help me invite Larrickson and Hoffs. I want to have a good chat with them, instructed Wallace after thinking for a moment. Ralph complied respectfully, and retired to take care of this obscure business for Wallace. A few days later, Larrickson and Hoffs reconvened at Fort Lossberg. They met at the location where the Han family used to live. When Larrickson and Hoffs heard the secret that Wallace had told them, they felt a headache coming on. Larrickson and Hoffs cursed Wallace in their hearts. They thought, Why are you only telling us about such an important matter now? Aren't you trying to set us up? The three then began to conspire about the matter regarding Han Shua at the location where the Han family used to live. Unfortunately, as the three did not know much about Han Shua, they did not manage to come up with anything useful. They only came to a temporary agreement regarding the Han family. They agreed that once the Han family and Han Shua returned to the Darkness Dominion, the three parties would join forces to kill Han Shua. After the discussion was over, Larrickson and Hoffs left Fort Lossberg. Wallace, on the other hand, was in no hurry to leave. After hearing about the conflict between Hoffs and Larrickson and the Han family, Wallace became very interested in the strange demonic formations the Han family used. Wallace stayed in Fort Lossberg for more than a month. He wanted to find out how these seemingly ordinary stone pillars and trees could perform such miraculous functions. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about demonic arts, and his month of exploration was fruitless. In the end, Wallace had no choice but to give up on his exploration. He sent his men to destroy all traces of the demonic formations the Han family left behind. Even Fort Lossberg was reclaimed by Wallace. It no longer belonged to the Han family. To the public, Wallace blamed Hushvale City for everything that happened to the Han family. He strongly criticized the actions of Hushvale City and made it clear that he would pursue the matter to the end. However, Hushvale City did not take any action against the Han family. Those in the City of Shadows who were aware of the matter criticized Wallace and the House of Saint for their actions. They made it clear that Wallace had driven the Han family out of the City of Shadows and caused the overall strength of the City of Shadows to plummet. After Aobashi and Erebus returned to the City of Shadows and learned about the situation with the Han family, they were rather disheartened. The two knew their own limits and did not voice their opinions on the matter. They only passively responded to the order to hunt down the Han family and oppress the Han family. However, when Andre and Carmelita learned of Wallace's actions, their reactions were no longer as mild as Aobashi and Erebus. The two of them were related to Wallace by blood and therefore did not need to be so careful with their words. They quarreled with Wallace for several days straight in the Saint residence. Naturally, Wallace would not reveal that he had played a dishonorable role in the matter. He placed all the blame on Hoffs and Larrickson, claiming that he had no knowledge of the matter. Andre and Carmelita, of course, were not people who could be easily fooled. As high-ranking members of the House of Saint, they could tell from certain signs that Wallace had played a role in the matter. They had quarreled with Wallace many times. But no matter how big an incident was, people would gradually forget about it as time went by. After a while, the City of Shadows gradually calmed down. Other than the disappearance of the Han family's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, everything seemed to have returned to normal. But Wallace knew very well that the estrangement between him, Aobashi, Erebus, Andre, and Carmelita due to Han Shua and the Han family was not something that could be erased with the passage of time. ****** in the omphalos at the center of the fringe. Han Shua had no idea what was happening in the City of Shadows tens of thousands of miles away. He was still concentrating on dealing with the difficult problems set by Tyre, Log, and Wasis. Tyre, Log, and Wasis had made it clear that they did not mind Han Shua becoming another person with real power in the Amphalos. However, they also said that they needed to consider the opinions of the hundreds and thousands of shop owners in Tanai. As long as the majority of the shop owners were willing to allow Han Shua to enter the Amphalos, they would immediately hand over the monarch shops that belonged to Salis to Han Shua. How could Han Shua not know what the three sovereigns were planning? The three sovereigns were so famous in the fringe that not many shop owners dared to offend them. With the three sovereigns' instigation, most of the shop owners submitted to them and expressed that they were not willing to allow Han Shua to enter the Amphalos. Han Shua had his men tally the number of shop owners who were willing to allow him to enter the Amphalos. He discovered that the number of shop owners who were willing to allow him to enter the Amphalos was only about 20% of the total number of shop owners. Furthermore, this was under Asora's instructions. 2 out of 10 was far from the standard set by Tyre, Log, and Log. There was only so much that Asora could do for Han Shua. Han Shua would have to figure out a way himself. It was at this point that Han Shua realized that Tyre, Log, and Wasis had not spent so many years in the fringe for nothing. Under their influence, most of the shop owners believed that Tyre, Log, and Log were more terrifying than Han Shua. Therefore, none of them dared to disobey the three sovereigns and secretly oppose Han Shua. Han Shua pondered for a few days in Tanai. Then he went out alone and left a message on a cliff outside the Amphalos. A day later, a stern-looking man arrived at the cliff, took the message left by Han Shua and left without a sound. 7 days later, in an enormous cave thousands of miles away from the Amphalos, the little skull Han Hao received the message from the man. After reading the message, Han Hao remained silent for a moment. Then he glanced at his subordinates and calmly instructed, "Gather all company captains. I have orders." "Yes, Chief." The subordinate respectfully retreated and, following Han Hao's orders, brought the company captains in charge of each area to Han Hao. A few days later, the company captains from each area gathered in the cave. Han Hao took out a scroll, pressed it on a cliff and ordered, "Here is a list of names. Intercept all the shop's goods before they enter the Amphalos. But remember, don't start a massacre. Just kill 1 or 2 people to intimidate the Amphalos." Polo put on a surprised face and asked, "Just looting? Why can't we start a massacre?" Han Hao shot a glance at Polo and said in an indifferent voice, "It will be difficult to clean up the mess if everyone dies." Without further explanation, Han Hao waved his hand impatiently and ordered, "Carry out the order." Polo did not ask any more questions. He nodded and was the first to leave with his men. The company captains in charge of each area recorded the names on the scroll and left in silence. Over the next few days, god hunters from all over the fringe suddenly gathered near the Amphalos and surrounded it. After all, the Amphalos was just a valley. Most of the goods and materials sold in the Amphalos had to be imported from the outside world. Even poisons required sufficient medicinal ingredients and magical beast venom to be produced. Therefore, there were always quite a number of shops in the Amphalos. Although it was chaotic outside the Amphalos, those shops had their own ways of doing business. Every time they entered the Amphalos, they would spend a large amount of money to hire a large number of guards or pray for the protection of the sovereign's subordinates to prevent themselves from being captured by the fiends. Although it wasn't entirely safe for those shops to leave the Amphalos and they would often get robbed, it wasn't too frequent. That was because those fiends in the Amphalos also needed the Amphalos to have enough goods for them to purchase. They knew that if they went too far, the Amphalos would be left empty-handed and they were afraid that the sovereigns would investigate. But this time things were a little different. Over the past month or so, the goods and materials of the shops in the Amphalos had been plundered by unknown forces one after another. During this period of time, none of the goods and materials of the shops in Tanai could enter the Amphalos. The robbers were very unyielding. No matter how many guards they had or whether they were under the protection of the experts of the three sovereigns or not, they would not hesitate to rob them. As long as one didn't resist, the robbers would be considered friendly and wouldn't resort to harsh measures. But if one tried to solve the problem by force, one would find that the robbers would bare their fangs and show no mercy. Moreover, there were many people lurking in the dark, waiting to kill them. After the caravans of the 2 groups of shops were slaughtered, the caravans of the other shops learned their lesson. They could only admit that they were unlucky to run into these fiends and obediently handed over all the goods and materials they had. Initially, they thought that the unknown force was just too poor and wouldn't continue robbing the Amphalos for too long. After all, the Amphalos was a disaster for the fringe. But they soon found out that they were wrong. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The unknown force was still blocking the entrance to the Omphalos. They continued to attack the caravans and destroy the Order of the Fringe. However, after a period of observation, they gradually discovered a strange phenomenon. The caravans that supported Han Shua's decision to enter the Omphalos had all survived the disaster. Not a single one of them was harmed. Chapter 888. The merchants of the Omphalos weren't fools. Although they didn't know where that force came from, they could guess that it had something to do with Han Shua. The situation was very clear. The owners of these shops had been waiting for a long time for the supplies to enter the Omphalos, but the other 3 sovereigns did not take any action. They had no choice but to gather together and contact the 3 sovereigns. Tyre, Log, and Wasis were well aware that the Little Skull, Han Hao, and Han Hao had been plundering the Omphalos like a madman. Their forces were spread across every region of the Fringe and they were the first to receive news of Han Hao's massive actions. However, the 3 sovereigns knew about the relationship between Han Hao and Han Hao. They had no intention of shedding all pretense of cordiality with Han Shua and chose to remain silent. They wanted to see how long Han Hao would continue his rampage. But when they discovered that Han Hao showed no signs of stopping even after several months, and that their presence had seriously affected the Omphalos, the 3 sovereigns could no longer sit still. When the merchants of the Omphalos reached the ears of the 3 sovereigns, they had no choice but to take action. First, they reassured the merchants and promised that they would handle the matter. Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shua was sitting in a secluded gymnasium, meditating on his new realm. He felt as though he had become one with the Omphalos. He felt a wonderful sense of peace and tranquility. Ever since entering the Skybreak realm, Han Shua would meditate and comprehend the mysteries of the new realm whenever he had the time. Back when he first entered the Skybreak realm, he had obtained many wondrous and chaotic mysteries. Those mysteries included the essence of demonic arts and the usage of various demonic techniques. He needed to carefully comprehend the mysteries in order to maximize his strength. The further one progressed in demonic arts, the more difficult it would be to achieve a breakthrough. Demonic yuan required a long period of accumulation and condensation. Those with poor aptitude might never be able to achieve a breakthrough. Even geniuses with exceptional aptitude and luck would need hundreds to thousands of years to achieve a breakthrough. It wasn't easy for him to enter the Skybreak realm, and he didn't know how long it would take him to reach the next level. Right now, all he could do was try his best to stabilize his new realm and familiarize himself with the powers and techniques of the Skybreak realm. This wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Han Shua's principle of doing things had always been to seize all the time he had to improve himself. He had already given his orders and now it was time to wait for the results. One day Han Shua, who was meditating on the Skybreak realm, suddenly sensed an extremely powerful life magnetic field slowly approaching the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After reaching the Heavenly Annihilation realm, only existences that were much stronger than him would be able to escape Han Shua's terrifying senses. After a brief probe, Han Shua learned that it was the other sovereign, Asura. Back in the Omphalos, as Han Shua's strength had yet to reach the Skybreak realm, he couldn't clearly sense Asura's hidden energy. But now that Han Shua had reached the Skybreak realm, he could immediately sense Asura's presence. Han Shua opened his eyes and walked out of the remote gymnasium unhurriedly. He went to the tallest clock tower in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and waited for Asura's arrival. After a while, Asura, who had also sensed Han Shua's aura, came to Han Shua with a smile on his face. Tyre, Log, and Wasis want to see you. Haha, it seems that they want to discuss the matters outside the Omphalos with you. Asura went straight to the point. It was obvious that he knew that the Little Skull Han Hao's actions outside the Omphalos were incited by Han Shua. Han Shua nodded and said, I know why you are here. Those 3 are pretty patient. They actually waited until today to come to me. Brian, be careful. I'm worried that Tyre, Log, and Wazer might join hands to deal with you if you push them too far. Asura bunched his brows and said in a worried tone, Tyre, Log, and Wasis are all unreasonable people. If the 3 of them join hands to deal with you, you will be in grave danger. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, replied Han Shua smilingly. He did not take Asura's warning to heart. Han Shua could easily escape from Salis even before his demonic arts reached the Skybreak realm. Now that his strength had reached the Skybreak realm, it would be even more difficult for those sovereigns to capture him. Han Shua wasn't worried at all. All right then, let me lead the way, said Asura. He did not say much and led the way. Tyre, Log, and Wasis of course did not choose the Omphalos. As the commercial center of the fringe, the Omphalos was strictly prohibited from fighting. As the ones who set the rules, the three sovereigns naturally could not do something that would slap their own faces. Therefore they chose to meet Han Shua on top of an extinct volcano in the northwest of the Omphalos. The reason why Asura warned Han Shua to be careful of the three sovereigns was because of the location they chose. If Tyre, Log, and Wasis were planning to negotiate with Han Shua, they would definitely choose the Omphalos. The fact that they chose to meet on top of an extinct volcano meant that they had other plans in mind. Naturally, Han Shua was not afraid of the three sovereigns. He followed behind Asura and chatted about recent events. Soon they arrived at the extinct volcano. The volcano was dark red in color. There were no plants or beasts on the mountain. Before they even arrived at the volcano, Han Shua sensed the biomagnetic fields of Tyre, Log, and Wasis. The three sovereigns did not deliberately conceal their energies. Han Shua detected their locations with his consciousness. After carefully sensing, Han Shua was shocked. He sensed a biomagnetic field that was much stronger than that of Log and Wasis. It was obvious that Tyre's reputation as the strongest sovereign in the fringe was well-deserved. His strength was indeed stronger than Log and Wasis. Haha, welcome, welcome. I finally get to meet the young prodigy who defeated Salus. On top of the extinct volcano, a burly man laughed at the sky. His voice was loud and clear. It was very pleasing to the ears. Tyre was not as sinister and vicious as Han Shua had imagined. At first glance he looked straightforward and forthright. This was somewhat unexpected to Han Shua. Log and Wasis were not as generous as Tyre. Log nodded at Han Shua with a fake smile while Wasis wore a cold expression. He did not even greet Han Shua. As soon as Han Shua and Asura stood on top of the extinct volcano, Tyre laughed again and said, "The fringe has been deserted for so long that I'm starting to feel bored. Ah, it's good that you are here. Now there's some hope. That scoundrel Salus is blind. How dare he pick a fight with you? Serves him right." Tyre and Han Shua did not treat each other as strangers. Those who did not know would have thought that the two were very close. You're welcome, you're welcome." While laughing, Han Shua secretly observed Tyre. He discovered that although Tyre looked straightforward and not scheming, his eyes were bright and full of wisdom. Tyre was definitely not an easy character to deal with. After carefully observing Tyre, Han Shua felt that this Tyre was much more difficult to deal with than Log and Wasis. This kind of person who looked straightforward but was actually meticulous was often more lethal than those who looked sinister and vicious. In his mind, Han Shua had already regarded Tyre as the most formidable opponent in the fringe. While Han Shua was sizing up Tyre, Tyre was also quietly observing Han Shua. The more Tyre observed Han Shua, the more puzzled he became. As Han Shua cultivated in an energy system that was different from any energy system in this world, Tyre could not see through Han Shua's strength. Han Shua casually stood there, but his whole person seemed to have merged with the surrounding scenery. When Tyre closed his eyes, he even felt that Han Shua wasn't there at all. It was as though Han Shua was a stone that could be seen everywhere. There was nothing special about him. The more he could not see through Han Shua, the more Tyre did not dare to act rashly. He began to doubt the countermeasures that he had discussed with Log and Wasis. He secretly winked at Log and Wasis, hinting them to use a softer approach. Ahem. May I know why the three of you have asked me to come here? Han Shua observed the three of them for a while before asking about proper business. Log put on a faint smile and said to Han Shua in a gentle manner, We know that the god hunters outside the Omphalos are related to you. Ah, that's why we have not interfered with them." Log forced a smile and said to Han Shua in an awkward manner, "We know that the chaos outside the Omphalos is inevitable. But if this goes on without Tanai's supply, those shops will not be able to sustain themselves. To everyone in the fringe, without the Omphalos, there will be no trading hub. Nobody wants to see that happen. So we thought." Han Shua put on a faint smile and patiently listened to Log's explanation. After Log was done, he said in a similarly awkward manner, "You all have your own difficulties, but they also have theirs. With so many people without sufficient resources to support them, it will be very difficult to maintain them. Unlike you guys who can earn an endless supply of black crystal coins through the Omphalos. So easy." Wasis groaned coldly and said in a cold voice, "Brian, the fringe has its own rules. What you are doing is breaking the rules of the fringe." Han Shua was stunned. He looked at Wasis with a surprised expression and said, "The rules of the fringe are set by the few of you. There were no rules in the past. Wasis, if you can set the rules, why can't I? Do you think I'm not qualified? How long have you been in the fringe? You want a piece of the pie so soon? Wasi sneered and said disdainfully, don't think that you have surpassed Salas just because Salas's divine energy has weakened after the battle with Asura. Han Shua's face turned dark. He stared deeply at Wasi's for a few seconds before he suddenly grinned and shouted, Wasis, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Chapter 889. Han Shua might not be able to deal with Tyre, Log and Wasis at the same time, but if it was Wasis alone, Han Shua was still very confident. The fringe was a place where strength determined everything. Sometimes, no amount of nonsense was better than a single strike. In Han Shua's opinion, Wasis was the weakest among the three. Moreover, he was also the most annoying one. Han Shua could prove his determination by defeating Wasis. Wasis did not expect that Han Shua would actually challenge him. Under Han Shua's aggressive gaze, Wasis became somewhat uncertain. He had never thought of facing Han Shua alone, which was why he spoke so harshly. He had already made up his mind to join forces with Tyre and Log to deal with Han Shua. He believed that if the three of them joined forces, no matter how strong Han Shua was, he would not be able to escape alive. However, a one-on-one battle was not what Wasis wanted. Tyre, Log and Wasis did not have a deep friendship. On the contrary, the three of them had always been secretly fighting against each other. Tyre was very surprised to see that Han Shua had declared his intention to challenge Wasis before he could even finish his sentence. He stared at Han Shua for a second before he burst into laughter and said, Brother, you're really heroic. Haha, no wonder you've made a name for yourself in the fringe so quickly. He did not express any opinion on the matter between Wasis and Han Shua, nor did he intend to mediate. Log looked at the hesitant Wasis with a fake smile and teased, Hee, don't tell me you're afraid of him? Wasis was infuriated. He immediately understood what Tyre and Log were thinking. Tyre and Log were not too sure of Han Shua's true strength. Back in the Pandemonium, the battle between Han Shua and Salas was too short. It ended in just one move. Furthermore, Salas had fought Asura for a long time. They could not be sure of Han Shua's true strength from that battle. It was for this reason that Log and Wasis did not dare to act rashly and left the Pandemonium without a second thought. After the battle, even though Little Skull Han Hao was running amok in the fringe, the three sovereigns who were not sure of Han Shua's true strength did not take the initiative to provoke Han Shua. Even when Han Hao looted the goods from Tanai's shops, the three sovereigns secretly tolerated him. The three sovereigns were composed people. They would not act rashly before they were sure of Han Shua's true strength. The three secretly discussed for a while and came to an agreement. Then they invited Han Shua over for a discussion. They planned to kill Han Shua at the dormant volcano if they could not come to an agreement. However, when Han Shua challenged Wasis, Tyre and Log suddenly felt that it would be more advantageous for them to have someone take the lead and figure out Han Shua's true strength. If Han Shua displayed great strength and they were not confident that the three of them could defeat Han Shua, Tyre and Log could change their minds at the last minute and disassociate themselves from this matter to avoid becoming enemies with Han Shua. If Han Shua's strength was not as terrifying as they thought, they could disregard their identities and join forces with Wasis to kill Han Shua. Tyre and Log thought about it and immediately realized that it would be more advantageous for them if Wasis and Han Shua fought first. Therefore, one of them laughed it off and remained silent, while the other even spoke provocatively. They obviously wanted to see Wasis and Han Shua fight first. Wasis cursed himself for being too impulsive. At the same time, he cursed Tyre and Log for being shameless. Han Shua was sneering aggressively in front of him. This put him in a difficult position and he did not know how to deal with it. If he agreed, it would be exactly what Tyre and Log wanted. If he didn't agree, others would think that he was really afraid of that kid, which would further boost the kid's morale. Wasis was in a dilemma. Han Shua looked at Wasis with a sneer. He had accurately grasped the thoughts of Tyre and Log. Seeing that Wasis was hesitating, Han Shua spoke again, You and I have no enmity between us. The battle between us will not end until one of us dies like Salas. It's just a spar. You won't have any problems, right? Han Shua was afraid that Wasis would not agree. He was also afraid that Wasis would go all out and fight to the death with him right from the start. As Tyre and Log, who harbored malicious intentions, were next to him, he did not want to fight to the death with Wasis. He only needed to prove his strength and determination through Wasis. Wasis, this is not like you. You see, Brian has already said so. What are you still worried about? Could it be that you really don't dare to fight? Log looked at Wasis with a smile. He had a joking attitude, but his words were not pleasant to hear. At this point, Wasis knew that he could not shirk the responsibility. He cursed Tyre and Log's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. Wasis nodded with a cold face and said, "Let's fight then. I don't believe that you really have the strength to defeat Salus. In my opinion, the last time was just a fluke." Seeing that Wasis had agreed, Han Shuo was overjoyed. Compared to Tyre and Log, Wasis's state of mind and strength were slightly inferior. He was the most suitable target. Without further ado, Han Shuo flicked all 10 of his fingers, and the demonic blades burst out. At a glance, the 10 fingernails were as sharp as razor blades, glinting with a cold light. After entering the Skybreak realm, all of the demonic arts Han Shuo cultivated in had been enhanced to varying degrees. With the new demonic yuan, the demonic blades formed were even stronger and sharper than ordinary demonic weapons. Because they were connected to his fingers, they could be retracted and retracted at will, allowing him to bring out the greatest power in close combat. Wasis cultivated in the power of water. Because he had been staying on Glacial Peak for a long time, he must have deeply understood the true essence of the other aspect of the power of water, ice. After the power of water evolved into the power of ice, it was outstanding in both defensive and offensive power. In close combat he could bring out the greatest extent of his strength. Han Shuo brandished the demonic blades, obviously intending to fight Wasis in close combat. Just this fact alone was enough to prove that Han Shuo was brimming with confidence. He was not afraid of his opponent's strength. However, Wasis was not grateful for Han Shuo's actions. He felt that Han Shuo was provoking him by choosing to fight him in close combat. This made Wasis fly into a rage. He yelled, "Brat, you're asking for it." As he spoke, a layer of solid ice covered Wasis. Under the sunlight, Wasis looked like a huge diamond, sparkling with a beautiful luster. The layer of solid ice covered Wasis's entire body. Strangely, it did not affect Wasis's mobility. He could move his hands easily and naturally, unaffected by the ice at all. The solid ice that covered most of Wasis's body made use of the toughness of ice. However, his 4 limbs were deeply affected by the gentleness of the water element. Wasis was indeed worthy of his reputation as an expert who cultivated the energy of water to the overgod realm. His understanding of the 2 elements of the energy of water had reached a very profound level. Seeing that Wasis was ready for battle, Han Shuo knew that he had achieved his goal. He did not waste any more words with Wasis. A close-range fighter must have the awareness of close-range combat. Abandoning all the complicated and flashy movements and long-range attacks, Han Shuo stabbed at Wasis as fast as he could. The demonic blades were as cold as blades. When the demonic yuan was fully condensed in the blades, the demonic blades forged from fingernails became 10 terrifying weapons. Clang. The first crisp sound came from Wasis's body. It was the sound of Han Shuo's left middle finger coming into contact with the solid ice on Wasis's chest. Wasis did not expect Han Shuo to move so quickly and so effectively. All he saw was a dazzling flash of light. In the next moment, Han Shuo was right in front of him. The 10 sharp blades enlarged in front of his eyes. Just as he was about to intercept Han Shuo, he helplessly discovered that his chest had already been hit. Han Shuo was faster than him. This was Wasis's conclusion. Wasis indeed had a profound understanding of the profound energy of ice. Although the sharp demonic blade struck Wasis first, they did not immediately break through the layer of solid ice that Wasis had put up. They only left a few centimeters long cut on Wasis's body. Although Wasis was a beat slower, the attack landed on Han Shuo's body as soon as Han Shuo got close to him. The 2 ice swords in Wasis's hands pierced towards Han Shuo's chest. Clang, clang. An enormous repulsive force exploded from Han Shuo's chest. Wasis was instantly repelled. Tyre, Log and Asura, who were watching from the side, widened their eyes. They cried out in disbelief. They could clearly see that Han Shuo did not use any defensive boundaries on his body. Han Shuo was only wearing a thin black warrior's robe. He did not have any divine armor on him. In other words, when Wasis's attack landed on Han Shuo's chest, it was a solid attack on Han Shuo's body. Gods who cultivated in the 12 fundamental edicts could be found in every corner of Elysium. Some of them had incredibly powerful divine bodies, but none of them had ever seen someone who could block an attack with their bare body without the aid of any divine armor, boundaries, or defensive measures. Tyre and Log were both shocked. They were certain that if they had blocked Wasis's attack with their bare bodies without any defensive measures, not only would they have been injured, but they would have been gravely injured. They had never heard of anyone on Elysium with such a powerful body. Not even an overgod with the quintessence would be able to withstand such an attack without using any means of defense. Not even an overgod with the quintessence would be able to do that. Tyre and Logue looked at Han Shuo with complicated expressions. They were getting more and more amazed. Chapter 890. While Tyre and Logue's imagination was running wild, the battle between Han Shuo and Wasis was in full swing. Han Shuo and Wasis, who were entangled in close combat, turned into two blurry phantoms. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Wasis had covered his entire body in ice. He condensed the energy of ice into swords and stabbed at Han Shuo. However, the swords were repelled by Han Shuo's invincible omen body and could not really hurt Han Shuo. Han Shuo's demonic blades bombarded Wasis' body, but they only left white scratches. The scratches were only a few inches deep and could not penetrate Wasis' ice defense to inflict serious damage on Wasis' body. Both Han Shuo and Wasis knew that nothing in this world was absolutely solid. Han Shuo's invincible omen body and Wasis' ice defense needed the support of demonic yuan and divine energy. Every time they were attacked, a portion of their demonic yuan and divine energy would be consumed. Once either of them exhausted their strength, their defenses would naturally be torn apart. At that time, the seemingly incomparably sturdy defense would become extremely vulnerable. This was actually a battle of attrition. It was a battle of strength. Naturally, Han Shuo would not be willing to exhaust his energy on Wasis. Tyre and Logue were watching from the side. If he were to exhaust too much of his energy in the battle against Wasis, those two might take the opportunity to gang up on him and gang up on Wasis. Although Asura was also present, Han Shuo did not expect much from him. He did not believe that Asura would help him defend against Tyre and Logue. Therefore Han Shuo had no choice but to be on guard. While he was exhausting Wasis' energy, Han Shuo decided to use another method of attack against Wasis. Han Shuo consciousness suddenly formed an invisible wave that locked onto Wasis and charged at Wasis' divine soul. Wasis, who was defending against Han Shuo attack with all his might, suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his mind. He sensed a sharp soul energy penetrating his mind and launching a terrifying attack on his divine soul. Wazer panicked in the face of the sudden soul attack. His eyes were filled with fear. Of the 12 fundamental forces, the 3 that were most adept at soul attacks were the energies of life, death, and destiny. Gods cultivating in the energy of water were at a disadvantage in this aspect. Han Shuo's soul attacks were profound and unfathomable. They didn't belong to the 3 fundamental forces at all. After Han Shuo consciousness attack penetrated Wasis' mind, it transformed into a dense net and wrapped around Wasis' divine soul. That net made of thousands of strands of consciousness gradually tightened. Wasis' divine soul felt an unbearable pain as though it was being poked by a needle. Demonic arts were not only outstanding in the forging of the physical body, but also in the use of consciousness. Although Wasis' physical defense was extraordinary, Han Shuo's consciousness attack only targeted Wasis' soul. Wasis, who did not have much attainment in this aspect, was immediately at a disadvantage. The physical defense and attack were greatly affected by the divine soul. Once the divine soul became flustered, it would immediately be reflected in one's actions. When Han Shuo's consciousness attack was launched, Wasis was immediately caught in a difficult situation. His movements became somewhat flustered, and his eyes were no longer as confident as before. Rog's expression changed. As a cultivator of the energy of death, he had great attainment in the use of soul power. When Han Shuo's consciousness attack penetrated Wasis' mind, he was the first to feel it. Rog carefully sensed with his divine soul and suddenly realized that he had no idea which element Han Shuo's consciousness power came from. Han Shuo's consciousness power, which was scattered into thousands of strands like a spider's web, was something Rog had never seen or imagined. This filled his heart with fear, and he looked at Han Shuo with deep apprehension. It's a soul attack. Under Tyre's pleading gaze, Rog explained in a low voice. He has great attainment in soul attacks, and his use of soul power is very mysterious. If he messes with Wasis' divine soul, it will directly affect his strength. Tyre was surprised and his eyes flickered. He exchanged a look with Rog and no one knew what he was thinking. With the help of the consciousness attack, Han Shuo had gained the upper hand in the battle against Wasis. The thick layer of ice on Wasis' body seemed to have begun to crack, as if it would shatter at any time. If this situation continued, it would not take long for Wasis to be unable to resist under Han Shuo's indiscriminate bombardment. However, at this moment Han Shuo suddenly withdrew. Not only did he give up the physical attack against Wuxi's, but he also withdrew the consciousness power that had forcibly broken into Wuxi's mind. He no longer stared at Wuxi's and pestered him. Wuxi's, who was dealing with an extremely difficult situation, became more and more frightened. He had already prepared himself to be seriously injured by Han Shuo. Suddenly, he felt that his divine soul had loosened, and his whole body was suddenly freed. With a chuckle on his face, Han Shuo and Wuxi's distanced themselves from each other. He said indifferently, "I don't think there's any need to continue. Wuxi's strength is indeed extraordinary. We don't have any deep hatred. It's enough that we tried." Before the battle, Han Shuo's attitude was not friendly, but now that he had completely gained the upper hand, he became modest and polite. Wuxi's first examined his body and divine soul. After making sure that Han Shuo did not do anything behind his back, he looked at Han Shuo with a complicated look and said, "I don't need you to save me any face. I admit that I'm not as good as you." Han Shuo was stunned. He suddenly felt that this annoying Wuxi's was perhaps the easiest to get along with among Asura, Logue, and Tyre. At least this guy was not a schemer. Just the fact that Wuxi's dared to admit defeat had left a favorable impression on Han Shuo. There are too many variables in a battle. It is never certain who will win or lose. There are too many variables in a battle. Perhaps a small detail can change the outcome of the battle. This battle can only be considered a draw. "You have not lost," Han Shuo put on a smile and said in a gentle manner. Wuxi's found Han Shuo's words rather strange. He did not understand Han Shuo's thoughts. He looked at Han Shuo suspiciously as though trying to figure out what Han Shuo was thinking. In the fringe, every sovereign wanted to prove that they were stronger than others at all costs. That way the sovereigns from the 12 dominions would seek refuge with them. That way the sovereigns would gain more and more power. Back in the Pandemonium, when Asura saw that Salus had exhausted a lot of his divine energy, he immediately provoked Salus to attack him. He wanted to defeat Salus to prove that he was stronger. He and Logue came to the Pandemonium with the same goal in mind. However, Han Shuo had clearly suppressed him in every aspect. Not only did he not mock or ridicule him, he even calmly said that it was a draw. This puzzled Wuxi's. Wuxi's looked deeply at Han Shuo. He did not see any disdain or ridicule in Han Shuo's eyes. This made him even more puzzled. "Oh, isn't it over a little too fast?" Logue suddenly said smilingly, "The winner hasn't been decided yet." Wuxi's was infuriated. He shot a cold glance at Logue and said, "I believe that Brian has the strength to replace Salus in the Omphalos. If you think that he is not qualified, you can try." Logue stared blankly. He did not expect that Wuxi's would speak up for Han Shuo. He looked at Wuxi's strangely. He knew that Wuxi's must be angry at him and Tyre for letting him take the lead. Logue chuckled and said, "There's no need for me. Brian has just fought with you. It's not fair for me to fight him now. Let's talk about it in the future." Since when did you become such a stickler for rules?" Wuxi sneered. He knew that Logue loved to do such things. There could only be one reason why Logue did not attack Han Shuo immediately. He was not confident that he could defeat Han Shuo. Logue did not feel embarrassed at all. He looked at Tyre and asked, "What do you think about this matter?" Tyre couldn't figure out what Wuxi's was thinking. If Wuxi's was not willing to fight Han Shuo with them, Tyre and Logue would not have absolute confidence in defeating Han Shuo. Moreover, there was also the scheming Asura beside them. Tyre knew that Han Shuo must have seen through their scheme. That was why Han Shuo retreated when he had the absolute upper hand. Han Shuo then made use of Wazir's resentment towards them and took the initiative to express his goodwill, causing Wazir to hesitate. That was how Han Shuo broke the alliance between the three of them. This youngster is not easy to deal with. Tyre inwardly made a judgment about Han Shuo. With the addition of Wuxi's, Tyre felt that it was no longer appropriate to stick to the original plan. After thinking for a moment, Tyre came up with another plan. He laughed heartily and said, "Heroes indeed come from youngsters. Brother Han Shuo has proven his strength in the battle just now. Logically speaking, we shouldn't say anything but, oh? Is there a problem?" Han Shuo bunched his brows and asked in a deep voice. Tyre forced a smile and nodded. He said helplessly, "But Salus is not dead. He is just temporarily hiding to recover. If we allow you to enter the Omphalos, things will be difficult to deal with once Salus returns." Tyre shook his head and sighed, "Unless you kill Salus. That way he will no longer be a threat and we will have nothing to say." "You don't have to worry about that. If Salus really returns to the Omphalos, I will be the first person he will find trouble with. Hehe, you don't have to do anything. I will deal with Salas myself. If I die, my belongings will belong to Salas. You will have nothing to do with it. What's so troublesome about that? Of course Han Shua would not be fooled by Tyre's excuse. He had thought about it long ago and answered without hesitation. That's right. The person Salas hates the most is Brian. If he really returns, the first thing he will do is to seek revenge on Brian. At that time, whoever wins will take over the 10 sovereign shops and continue to be the new owner of the Omphalos. Asura put on a faint smile and said, but we don't know when Salas will return. Before that, I don't think it's inappropriate for Brian to enter the Omphalos. Tyre knew that Asura and Han Shua were on the same side. He nodded and did not say anything. He glanced at Wasis and asked, what do you think? Tyre couldn't figure out what was on Wasis's mind. He needed to figure out Wasis's thoughts from Wasis's answer and then decide if they should take the risk. Wasis was rather hesitant. He took a deep look at Han Shua and thought about what he should do. He knew that Tyre and Logue wouldn't want Han Shua to enter the Omphalos. Now, it all depended on Han Shua's attitude. As long as Han Shua agreed, his Logue's and Tyre's opinions would be much more powerful than Asura's. However, with Tyre and Logue's schemes, Wasis was filled with anger towards them. He was thinking about how he should retaliate against them. Wasis looked at the smiling Han Shua and hesitated for a moment. He suddenly felt that Han Shua seemed to be more magnanimous than the other two. For some reason, Wasis nodded and said, I think Asura has a point. Tyre's expression changed slightly upon hearing those words. He nodded at Wasis and said, since Wasis and Asura have agreed, this matter will be easy to handle. Right, Brian, I will have a good talk with the owners of those shops. Oh, thank you. Han Shua put on a smile and nodded at Wasis, expressing his gratitude with his eyes. But before you enter the Omphalos, I hope that you can do something for the French. This concerns the rights and interests of all the sovereigns of Tanai. It seemed that Tyre had no intention of letting Han Shua enter the Omphalos without a hitch. He raised another question. Under Han Shua's gaze, Tyre put on an indignant face and said, the God Hunter Alliance has been trying to make the Omphalos their base. Recently, the God Hunter Alliance has been getting more and more arrogant. Many experts from the 12 dominions who came to the Fringe were absorbed by the God Hunter Alliance before they could even reach the Fringe. The number of true experts coming to the Omphalos has been decreasing. Brian, I know that Han Hao has a close relationship with you. He is now in control of the largest God Hunter faction in the Fringe. I have also heard that Han Hao is also connected to the God Hunter Alliance. I hope that you understand that if the God Hunter Alliance really makes the Fringe their base, they will only destroy the Fringe. Although the Fringe has always been a mess, we have never stirred up trouble in the 12 dominions. The God Hunter Alliance, on the other hand, is different. They have caused public indignation in the 12 dominions. All the major family clans in the 12 dominions are hunting down God Hunters. If they really treat the Fringe as a stronghold of the God Hunter Alliance, the Fringe will be doomed. What do you mean? Han Shua felt a headache coming on. Tyre's question was not without reason. If the Fringe were to become the God Hunter Alliance's base, the 12 dominions would definitely send their divine guards to destroy the Fringe. Either we force Han Hao to leave the God Hunter Alliance, or we force him to leave the Fringe with the God Hunters who are growing in power. Otherwise, sooner or later, he will bring calamity upon the Fringe. Tyre said. Chapter 891. The relationship between Han Shua and Little Skull Han Hao was not something an ordinary person could understand. Now that they were both living together in the Fringe, there was no way Han Shua would let Han Hao leave his sight no matter what. But what Tyre said could not be ignored. The God Hunter Alliance was notorious in the 12 dominions. Many family clans were after the God Hunter Alliance's whereabouts. If they were to learn that the God Hunter Alliance had moved its headquarters to the Fringe, the experts of the 12 dominions would surely launch an attack on the Fringe. Brian, this is indeed a problem. Although the Fringe has always been chaotic, it has always been confined to the Fringe. Even the fiends who can no longer survive in the 12 dominions will not return to the Fringe to wreak havoc under our jurisdiction, said Asura with his brows bunched. He then said to Han Shua, the reason why the overgods allow the Fringe to exist is that the people of the Fringe won't do anything out of line in the dominions. They can't wait for us to kill each other in the Fringe. But the God Hunters are different. Their targets are not limited to the Fringe. They are the public enemy of the entire Elysium. What do you think? Han Shua also knew how serious the matter was. He nodded and said, I will handle this matter. Good. As long as you handle this matter well, you will have a share in the Omphalos. Tyre laughed heartily and said, we must all agree on how to deal with the God Hunters. The God Hunter Alliance has always wanted to take over the Fringe. It is only because they are wary of the 5 of us that they dare not do so. Although the 5 of us have always been competing with each other in the Fringe, as soon as the God Hunter Alliance tries to invade the Fringe, we will work together to drive them out. That's right. The God Hunters are the public enemy of the entire Elysium. For the sake of the Fringe's survival, we must not let them talk about us, said Logue solemnly. It seemed that the sovereigns had indeed reached an agreement on this matter. All right, I said I'll take care of it. Han Shuo frowned and said impatiently. Okay, today's matter ends here. We will go back and give up the Monarch store that originally belonged to Salus. You can send someone over to take it over. Tyre nodded. Without any nonsense, he turned into a dark shadow and disappeared. Haha, welcome to the Omphalos. Logue congratulated Han Shuo with a smile before leaving the dormant volcano. Wuxia's was the last. He looked at Han Shuo coldly and snorted, I helped you today because Tyre and Roger plotted against me before. I don't mean anything else. Don't misunderstand. Han Shuo nodded with a smile and said, no matter what, I have to thank you. I don't need your thanks. Wuxia's also left with a cold expression. After watching Wuxia's leave, Han Shuo suddenly felt that Wuxia's wasn't a bad guy. At least he wasn't as scheming as the sovereigns. Han Shuo took a glance at Asura. Although Asura had given him a lot of convenience since he first entered the Fringe, Han Shuo was still on guard against Asura. Disregarding the strength of the sovereigns, Han Shuo felt that Asura was no less cunning than Tyre. Asura had been using Han Shuo to deal with the sovereigns from the very beginning. Asura had been investing in Han Shuo according to Han Shuo's strength. Han Shuo had unknowingly tacitly acknowledged Asura as an ally. Han Shuo didn't dare to fully trust Asura. He had long been on guard against him. If Han Shuo had to choose an ally from the Fringe, Han Shuo would probably choose Wuxia's after careful consideration. Wuxia's was not a cunning person. As long as others showed him some respect, he would respond appropriately. To Han Shuo, Wuxia's was more reliable. After the other 3 sovereigns left, Asura looked at Han Shuo smilingly and asked in a soft voice, Brian, have you thought about how to deal with this matter? Han Shuo was jolted awake from his thoughts. He put on a faint smile and replied, I haven't decided yet. But don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Good, I believe you will take care of it. Asura said gently, I will return to the underground palace. You can return to the Omphalos and take over the other 3 sovereign shops. I believe that after today the other 3 sovereigns won't dare to openly attack you. Thank you for your help. Han Shuo thanked Asura again. Asura nodded and said no more. He left after the other 3 sovereigns. Han Shuo pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to leave the extinct volcano, his heart suddenly jolted. He looked at a figure that was quietly approaching from a distance. When the figure approached, Han Shuo asked, It's you? The person who had returned was one of the sovereigns, Wuxia's. He looked around to make sure that Tyre, Logue, and Asura weren't around before he came to Han Shuo and said in a cold voice, Tyre and Logue have used a secret channel to spread the news of you and Han Hao to the God Hunter Alliance. The God Hunter Alliance has its own rules. They might do something to Han Hao. Tell him to be careful. After taking a short pause, Wuxia's hesitated for a moment, looked deeply at Han Shuo and said, Also be careful of Asura. Upon finishing those words, Wuxia's turned around and left. It appeared that he chose to return after Asura left because he did not want Asura to hear what he had to say. Wait! Han Shuo shouted when he saw that Wuxia's was about to leave in a hurry. Wuxia stopped for a moment but he did not turn around. He coldly said, I am telling you this because you showed mercy in the battle just now. I don't want to have anything to do with you. The God Hunter Alliance isn't easy to deal with. Good luck to you. Han Shuo chuckled and said, Thank you for your reminder. I will remember this favor. Right, if one day I have to fight Tyre and Logue, if you can just stand by and watch, I will be very grateful. Let's talk about this after you have dealt with your own troubles. Wuxia's coldly groaned and left without another word. This fella sure is worth befriending. After Wuxia's left, Han Shuo muttered to himself. Be careful of Asura, be careful of Asura. Han Shuo's lips curled into a mysterious smile. 3 days later, on a cliff in the northwest of the Omphalos, Little Skull Han Hao dismissed all the God Hunters in the vicinity and waited for Han Shuo's arrival. 10 minutes later, a faint light flashed and Han Shuo appeared in front of Han Hao. Congratulations, Father. I knew that Father had made another breakthrough. Little Skull Han Hao revealed a rare smile on his face. It was completely different from his usual cold and emotionless demeanor. He appeared more humane. Han Shua put on a smile and sat down on the rock in front of him. He said, "It's done. The 10 sovereign shops in the Amphalos are now ours." With Father personally taking action, there won't be any problems. Han Hao put on a knowing face and asked, "By the way, should we return the loot to Tanai's shops?" "No need. They didn't mention anything about it. They don't give a damn about the owners of those shops." Han Shua pondered for a moment and said, "Don't leave the fringe for the time being. I have just received news that Tyre and Log have leaked information about us to the God Hunter Alliance. They might try to attack you." Upon hearing those words, Little Skull Han Hao's purple demon eye flashed and he said, "No wonder." Under Han Shua's astonished gaze, Han Hao explained, "A few days ago, I received a message from the God Hunter Alliance. They want me to go to the Death Dominion to discuss the fringe. I was wondering why they were suddenly interested in the fringe. It seems that they have other plans." "What's the situation with the God Hunter Alliance? Who else is above you?" Han Shua's curiosity was piqued when he heard this and he immediately asked. "Above the leaders are the hegemons. Each of the 12 dominions has a hegemon. They are the true leaders of the God Hunter Alliance. They are in charge of managing the entire God Hunter Alliance. These 12 hegemons come from different dominions. They are all overgods like Salus. I only know the hegemon in charge of the Death Dominion. I don't know much about the other hegemons." Naturally, Han Hao wouldn't hide anything from Han Shua. He told Han Shua everything he knew about the God Hunter Alliance. Han Shua was shocked. He knew that the God Hunter Alliance had been able to wreak havoc in the 10 dominions for so many years because they had overgods. He had personally seen one of them back in the Darkness Dominion, so he had long prepared himself for it. But when Han Hao told him that there were 12 of them in the God Hunter Alliance, Han Shua was shocked. After giving it some thought, Han Shua realized that it was no wonder that even Tyre, Log, and the others were so apprehensive of the God Hunter Alliance. Even when Salus was present, they only had 5 hegemons while the God Hunter Alliance had 12 hegemons. It was obvious that the God Hunter Alliance was much more terrifying. "Is it the overgod of the Death Dominion who wants you to go?" Han Shua asked after thinking for a moment. "Yes. Only he has the right to command me," Little Skull nodded. "Don't go back. Leave the God Hunter Alliance as soon as possible. That guy must be up to no good by asking you to go back," said Han Shua, fearing that something might happen to him. "I've never planned to go back." Han Hao said calmly, "The God Hunter Alliance doesn't have any restrictions on me. Since I've come to the fringe, I have no intention of listening to their orders. To me, only Father, Little Gold, and the others are important. I won't listen to anyone else." "Then I'm relieved." Han Shua chuckled. He thought that Little Skull Han Hao was indeed unrestrained. It seemed that Han Hao would only listen to Han Shua's orders. With that, Han Shua would be able to answer to the sovereigns. Chapter 892. Han Shua had promised the sovereigns that Little Skull Han Hao would leave the God Hunter Alliance and that even if a war were to break out between the Fringe and the God Hunter Alliance, Han Hao would stand on their side against the God Hunter Alliance. With Han Shua's promise, the sovereigns no longer had any excuse to stir up trouble. Han Shua finally moved into the Amphalos. The 10 sovereign shops that originally belonged to Salus were handed over to Han Shua by the other sovereigns. Just like the other sovereigns, Han Shua would take 1/5 of the Amphalos annual taxes. This amount alone was an astronomical sum. When Han Shua first entered the Amphalos, Asura had given one of his sovereign shops to Han Shua for Han Shua to use as a branch of his celestial pro-pharmacy. This time Han Shua had taken over 10 of Salus' sovereign shops and returned one of them to Asura. This could be considered as repaying Asura's favor. From the very beginning Han Shua had been wary of Asura. Wasi's warning had made Han Shua even more cautious. Therefore Han Shua tried his best to avoid getting too involved with Asura. He did not want others to gossip about him when he decided to act against Asura. As soon as the 10 sovereign shops were acquired, Han Shua allowed Zovik, Metal Elite Zombie, and the others to enter the Amphalos. The fact that Metal Elite Zombie was able to set up goldstone shops in all the dominions was a testament to his extraordinary talent in this field. As soon as Metal Elite Zombie arrived at the Amphalos, Han Shua handed over one of the sovereign shops to Metal Elite Zombie for him to use as a branch of goldstone shops in the Amphalos. Zovik was a quick-witted person who knew the ins and outs of the Fringe very well. Therefore Han Shua asked him to help Metal Elite Zombie set up goldstone shops as soon as possible. On top of that, Zovik was acquainted with some of the Amphalos wind spirits. Han Shua gave him a sum of black crystal coins to establish his own network in the fringe. After the conversation at the dormant volcano, the three sovereigns took the initiative to contact the owners of the shops, indicating that they should stop making things difficult for Han Shua. The owners of the shops that had been plundered by Little Skull Han Hao to the point of insanity naturally agreed upon the orders of the three sovereigns. After this incident, they all understood how sinister Han Shua was. No one dared to provoke Han Shua. In addition, they also knew that the three sovereigns must have reached some sort of agreement with Han Shua. They hated and feared Han Shua, who had just risen to prominence. In the fringe, fame and reputation were very useful. Whether it was the establishment of the Goldstone shop or Zovik's intelligence gathering, Han Shua's name could be used to smooth things out. Things that would be troublesome for most people would be much easier because of Han Shua's reputation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, thanks to Metal Elite Zombie's hard work and Zovik's assistance, the Goldstone shop had been established in Tanai. With enough black crystal coins and Han Shua's prestige, Zovik had bribed some wind spirits to serve Han Shua. Although the newly established intelligence network wasn't as intricate and complicated as the other sovereigns, it was at least starting to take shape. During this period of time, Han Hao did not continue to wreak havoc in the fringe. Instead, he focused on training the god hunters that he had recently subdued. Through their unique communication method, Han Hao and Han Shua knew each other's thoughts and actions. Although the father and son didn't see each other often, they knew each other's situation like the back of their hands. One day Han Shua, who was refining new pellets and planning to recruit all the poisons in Tanai, suddenly saw Zovik barging into his shop. Han Shua had instructed Zovik not to disturb him unless it was urgent when he was refining pellets or cultivating in seclusion. Zovik wasn't a rash person, and this was the first time in 3 months that he had barged into his shop. Moreover, judging from the urgency in Zovik's voice, Han Shua knew that something must have happened. What's going on? Han Shua's face sank. He had a bad premonition. Zovik was rather anxious. He saluted Han Shua and immediately replied, "I just received a message from Han Hao. He said that one of his subordinates came from the Death Dominion and reported to him about the Han family." Han Shua's expression tightened as he grew even more uneasy. He immediately asked, "What's going on?" Han Hao's god hunters have received a message from the Han family in Ronson Canyon. Tanai and other god hunter factions have formed an alliance and are planning to attack the Han family. That subordinate was dispatched to the fringe to report the situation to Han Hao. Zovik hastily recounted what he knew. Ever since Han Shua entrusted him with the task of establishing an intelligence network, Han Shua had instructed him to keep an eye on the Han family in the Darkness Dominion. Having been in this position for some time, Zovik naturally understood the relationship between Han Shua and the Han family. Therefore, as soon as he received the urgent message from Han Hao, he reported it to Han Shua. The god hunter who reported the news to Little Skull Han Hao was Shitan's backup when he went to the God Hunter Alliance's base. He had no idea what happened in Ronson Canyon. It was the same for Han Shua. Han Shua understood that it must have been a very dangerous time. It took Han Hao's subordinate more than 4 months to travel from the Death Dominion to the fringe. In other words, the information that reached Han Shua was from 4 months ago. Han Shua's face turned gloomy. He deduced that something must have happened to the Han family in the City of Shadows of the Darkness Dominion. Otherwise, the Han family wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to the Death Dominion. 4 months had passed and Han Shua had no idea how the Han family was faring. He didn't know if they had escaped from Ronson Canyon. Zovik was similarly clueless about the House of Han's current situation. Based on the information he had gathered, it was more likely that the House of Han had perished in the Ronson Canyon. Therefore, he could not find any words to comfort Han Shua and could only maintain an awkward silence. After a while, Han Shua took a deep breath and said to Zovik, "I'll be leaving the fringe for a while. Don't tell anyone that I'm leaving. If anyone asks, just tell them that I'm cultivating in the Pandemonium. It shouldn't take long for me to return. During this period of time, take care of matters in the fringe. I'll be back as soon as possible." "Don't worry, my lord. I know what to do." Zovik nodded in understanding. He was an old fox in the fringe and he knew what he should and shouldn't do in the fringe. Han Shua nodded and said, "I'll leave immediately. Keep an eye on those kids. Don't let them cause any trouble when I'm not in the Amphalos." After giving his instructions, Han Shuo left the Omphalos openly. As soon as he stepped out of the Omphalos, he concealed his aura so that no one could detect his presence. After leaving the Omphalos, Han Shuo contacted Little Skull Han Hao using a special method. After the two had a private conversation, Han Shuo left the Omphalos and did not linger in Tanai. Witherbone City in the Death Dominion. Among the cities in the Death Dominion, Witherbone City's buildings were the most peculiar. Its city walls were made of the bones of unknown magical beasts. The bones were of different colors and each piece was extremely sturdy. At first glance, Witherbone City, which was made of many bones, looked sinister and terrifying, like a giant ferocious beast. Witherbone City, the Kiran residence. The members of the Han family were gathered in a building made of bones. The facilities here were much worse than those in the City of Shadows. The environment here was not good either. The bone refinery was located right next to the Stinky Bone Refinery. The bone refinement field was a place where special metals were used to forge bones. Through the mixing of some rare metals, bones could be made even harder than rocks. The bones refined by the bone refinement field could be used as buildings, and some of the best materials could be used as basic materials for divine artifacts. Most of the bones in the bone refinery came from magical beasts. There were also some that belonged to gods of the dead. Sometimes, the bones that were delivered to the bone refinery were mixed with minced meat. The Han family's residence was not far from the bone refinery. It had been some time since the Kiran family arrived in Witherbone City of the Death Dominion. They had been living under the House of Han's roof for quite some time. In the beginning, the House of Kiran treated the House of Han warmly. However, when they realized that they couldn't reach an agreement with the House of Han, their attitude changed. The Han family had no shortage of black crystal coins and they could easily improve their living conditions. However, Shadow of the Kiran residence repeatedly promised that he would improve the situation as soon as possible. He used all kinds of excuses to keep the Han family in the Kiran residence and prevented the Han family from leaving the Kiran residence. Li Wei had a close relationship with Han Shuo. She had expressed her opinion on the matter many times. But unfortunately, her opinion was not valued by the Kiran family. Shadow did not change his decision because of Li Wei's opinion. Han Shuo, Phoebe, Emily, and the other ladies who loved cleanliness were driven mad by the stench of the bone refinery. Phoebe, Emily, and the others grew more and more impatient after receiving no response to their requests. However, the House of Kiran was extremely powerful. They were one of the most powerful family clans in Witherbone City. It seemed that they had reached an agreement with the city lord to prevent the Han family from leaving the city. I didn't expect that we would end up in another dangerous place after leaving the City of Shadows. The Kiran family is putting us under house arrest, said Phoebe angrily, but there was nothing she could do. Let's just bear with it for now. Witherbone City is even more powerful than the City of Shadows. There are divine guards stationed around the Kiran residence. It's impossible for us to leave the city by force, sighed Han Shuo. Stratholm the old monster let out a soft sigh. He appeared to be dispirited. He had thought that he was finally free from the City of Shadows. Little did he expect that after escaping from the wolf's den, he would enter the tiger's mouth. Not only did the situation not improve, it became even more dangerous. What they want is Brian's medicine formulas and the training methods for the Han family guards. These are the foundation for our Han family to establish a foothold on Elysium. I will not give them those things even if I have to die, said Phoebe resolutely. After such a long time, Phoebe knew what the Kiran family in Witherbone City were after. Chapter 893. Witherbone City, the City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Hill, Chateau of the House of Kiran, and the patriarchs of several major family clans of Witherbone City were gathered together. You still haven't gotten anything out of him? Hill sat on the throne made of white bones with a frown on his face. As the City Lord of Witherbone City, it was only natural that Hill cultivated in the energy of death. He possessed late-stage high god strength. 100 years ago, the overgod of death had left a divine mark on him. With the help of that divine mark, it was possible for him to make a breakthrough and become an overgod within a short period of time. Even though he would never possess a unique quintessence like the overgod of death, being an overgod was still a terrifying feat. There were only 12 overgods on Elysium who possessed the quintessence and only a few dozen overgods who did not possess the quintessence. Hill had been cultivating diligently and taking care of Witherbone City for the overgod of death just so that he could obtain a divine mark to make a breakthrough and become an overgod. Hill was an ambitious man. As soon as he heard from Shadao about the miraculous cooperation between the Han family's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and the Han family guards, he immediately had other ideas. Shadao was not a kind-hearted person either. The two immediately made preparations and led the Han family to Witherbone City from Hoff's and Lerickson's pursuit. Hill and Shadao's divine guards were very courteous to them. But as soon as they arrived at Witherbone City, Hill immediately asked Shadao to find a way to obtain information from the Han family. When he discovered that the Han family was being tight-lipped, he immediately ordered his divine guards to be stationed near the Kieran residence to prevent the Han family from establishing themselves in the city. Shadao shook his head in a distressed manner and said, "No matter what I offer, they won't give me those two things. They have kept the prescriptions of the medicines and the training methods of the Han family guards tightly under wraps." The Han family no longer has a foothold in the City of Shadows. Although their Celestial Pearl Pharmacy still has branches in several cities, they do not have the power to protect all of them. That young man named Brian is still in the fringe. What else do they want? Said Ben Phaser, another patriarch of a family clan in Witherbone City. I wonder what they are thinking. Shadao frowned and said, "We have made it so obvious. Logically speaking, the Han family should know what we want. They should also know that we won't let them go if we can't get what we want. Why do they insist? Those families that have business dealings with the Han family keep sending people over, saying that they want to discuss business with the Han family. Their purpose should be similar to ours." Hill knitted his brows and said to Shadao, "We have to speed up the process. We won't be able to keep this secret for long. Those families are not easy to deal with. It won't be long before they send their people to Witherbone City. At that time, it will be troublesome if they know what we are doing. Give me another month. If the Han family is still so insistent after a month, don't blame me for being impolite." Shadao also knew that this matter could not be dragged on any longer. Shear was getting impatient, and this matter had to be settled as soon as possible. They could not let their efforts go to waste. "All right, as soon as possible. If the Han family still refuses to give in after a month, then we won't be polite anymore." Shear sneered and said, "If they refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then we will kill them all. We cultivators of the energy of death know much more about souls than ordinary people. I don't believe that their souls can keep their secrets. It's better not to do that. If we go too far and the news is leaked, not only will the other families join forces to suppress us, but it will also bring us a lot of trouble. If possible, we should let the Han family take the initiative to cooperate with us and tell us some of their secrets. Only then will we be on our side." Ben Phaser said in a deep voice. Shadao nodded and replied, "I will try my best to settle this matter in a gentler way. If we really have no other choice, we will have to start a massacre." Shadao said with a cold face, "Compared to the two biggest secrets of the Han family, this is a risk worth taking. All right, let's do that. I will give you another month. If you don't kill them after a month, I will send my men to deal with them. In short, the two biggest secrets must belong to Witherbone City." Shear waved his hand and said, "All right, that's all for today. Shadao, please do your best." Shadao rose to his feet and returned to the Kieran residence without wasting any more time in the manor. The ancient lizard king Degassi was walking towards the smelly building next to the bone refinery. Degassi wore a helpless face and sighed all the way back. He did not know what to say after arriving at the building. As a fellow traveler from Profound Continent, Degassi felt very bad when he saw how the Han family was treated in the Kieran residence. However, Degassi was just a lowly member of the Kieran residence. If it weren't for the fact that he was close to many members of the Han family, Shadao wouldn't have given him the task of delivering the message. Statholm and Air Mike had heard of Degassi back when they were on Profound Continent. They had heard a lot of unfavorable news from Degassi. Although they were furious and dissatisfied with the House of Kieran, they did not hold any grudges against Degassi. Statholm the old monster put on a bitter smile when he saw Degassi walking towards them. He pretended to ask in a soft voice, "Ha, is there more news?" Statholm knew that Degassi's visit was definitely not good news. He asked in such a manner so that Degassi would not blame himself too much. "Sigh, I really don't want to meet you here," Degassi sighed. He continued, "Back in the City of Shadows, at least you were treated in a dignified manner. Brian was even more courteous to me. Now that you have come to the Kieran residence, not only can I not give you the same treatment, I have to make you suffer like this." Sigh, it's all because I'm too weak to say anything. Otherwise things might be better. This has nothing to do with you. Li Wei is the little princess of the Qiran residence. Her words are still useless. Shadow won't care about anyone's opinion when there's so much profit to be had. You don't have to blame yourself, Mike replied. After a short pause he asked, what's the bad news? Some people deliberately let me eavesdrop on their conversation. Hill and the Patriarch had a discussion today. Hill gave the Patriarch a month's time. If the Patriarch can't get what he wants from you after a month, they will kill you and take everything from your souls. Degassi sighed, his face full of pain. Let's fight them to the death. Gilbert was enraged. He shouted, they've gone too far. I have never seen anyone more shameless than them. Back when we first established a branch of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Witherbone City, they were the friendliest and most hospitable of us. Our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has earned them countless black crystal coins. But now that we are in a disadvantageous position, they have changed their attitude. They are even more despicable than Hoffs and Larrickson. They are just as despicable as Wallace. If this doesn't work, we can only fight them to the death. Sanguis' eyes were bloodshot. He had been repressed the most during this period of time. He often had the urge to destroy something at all costs. However, Balin stopped him every time and told him to endure it. Sanguiner knew that the Han family would be done for if he took action. They were outsiders in Witherbone City. Although the Han family guards were powerful, without the support of top-notch experts, they would not be able to escape from the siege of Witherbone City's divine guards. In the end, they would all perish in Witherbone City. The situation here was even worse than in the City of Shadows. Back then, Wallace had used a borrowed knife to kill the Han family because he was apprehensive of Han Shua's relationship with the Overgod of Destiny. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Wallace would not openly attack the Han family. Hill and Shadow of Witherbone City thought nothing of the young Han Shua. In their minds, Han Shua was just a genius pharmacist. They were unaware of the relationship between Han Shua and the Overgod of Destiny. If they were to attack Han Shua, they would not hesitate to destroy the Han family. If we take the initiative, we can kill at least a few hundred of the House of Kieran's divine guards. But of course we will be dead for sure. I think we should come up with a plan to kill as many members of the House of Kieran as we can. Even if we are to die, we want our deaths to be worthwhile, said Balins calmly. However, his words revealed that he had truly lost all hope. Balins knew that the Han family had no hope of escaping alive. He believed that the only thing he could do now was to deal as much damage as possible to the Kieran family. "Oh," cried Emily. She said, "Brian definitely doesn't want anything to happen to us. We can't be so impulsive." "Then what should we do?" asked Gilbert. "We have no other way out. We are going to die either way. At the very least, we can't let them have an easy time." Balins, Sanguiner, Gilbert, the three of you know Brian's demonic formations the best. "Prepare a copy of the demonic formations that the divine guards use," instructed Emily while enduring the pain in her heart. How can we do that?" shouted Sanguiner. "They will never let us go. Even if we give them some, we won't be able to escape." "Degassi, did you help us spread the news?" asked Emily. Instead of answering Sanguiner's question, she asked Degassi. "You gave me 1,000,000 black crystal coins and I used them all. If he is still alive, he will receive the news sooner or later." Degassi nodded and said with a bitter smile. He continued, "Hill, Shadow, and the others did not take Brian seriously at all. They did not restrict my actions at all." Emily nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. She said to the party, "Let's buy as much time as we can. Let's hope that Brian can find us." Chapter 894. Han Shua rushed to the Death Dominion at the speed of light. After entering the Skybreak realm, it was as though his body was no longer affected by the gravity of the Elysium. He could travel thousands of miles a day at an unimaginable speed. It took Little Skull and that god hunter under Han Hao's command 3 to 4 months to travel from the Death Dominion to the Fringe. Han Shua, on the other hand, flew to the Death Dominion at full speed and arrived at the Death Dominion in 7 days. The first city he arrived at was the City of Wraiths, which was closest to the Fringe. After entering the territory of the City of Wraiths, Han Shua immediately slowed down. He no longer traveled day and night. After traveling at full speed for 7 days, every cell in his body was exerted. Han Shua had consumed a significant amount of energy. After arriving at the City of Wraiths, Han Shua needed to rest and recover his lost energy. On the other hand, he wanted to inquire if the Han family were in the Death Dominion. From the movements of the Han family, Han Shuo knew that the Han family must have traveled thousands of miles from Fort Lossberg to the Death Dominion to escape from the pursuit of the City of Shadows. The Ronson Canyon was located at the border of the Death Dominion. If the Han family managed to escape from the God Hunters in the Ronson Canyon, they should have arrived at the Death Dominion by now. Han Shuo wasn't sure if Phoebe and the others could escape from the Ronson Canyon, but he had a little bit of hope in his heart. In order to avoid making a wasted trip, he had to find out if the House of Han had entered the Death Dominion. Han Shuo spent half a day traveling through the outskirts of the city. By dusk, Han Shuo was standing in front of the City of Wraiths. As one of the 6 cities in the Death Dominion, the City of Wraiths had its own architectural style and unique features. What set it apart from other cities was that the city was filled with wraiths. Talbot, the city lord of the City of Wraiths, was an expert in controlling wraiths. He had collected the wraiths of many humans and beasts and imprisoned them in energy towers. He used a mysterious energy to bind the wraiths together and even sealed them on the city walls. Although the wraiths weren't very powerful, they could help him monitor the City of Wraiths. Talbot would be able to know through the wraiths that there were any disturbances in the City of Wraiths. If someone tried to invade the City of Wraiths, Talbot would also be able to swiftly receive the news. Standing at the center of the City of Wraiths, Han Shuo creased his brows in disdain as he sensed the weak life forms hidden on the walls and energy towers. Wraiths were used in a similar manner to Han Shuo's demon generals. However, Han Shuo knew that these wraiths were inferior to the lowest level of demon generals. They were merely eyes that Talbot had placed in every corner of the city. Moreover, they were eyes that could be easily discovered. The offensive power of wraiths was minuscule. They posed no threat to ordinary base gods. For a character of Han Shuo's level, even if he stood still and thousands of wraiths swarmed him, they wouldn't be able to do any real damage to him. The wraiths didn't have any significant offensive power. They couldn't move after being sealed in the walls, and they didn't have the ability to evolve. No matter how one compared them, they were far inferior to the demon generals in Han Shuo's cauldron of myriad demon. Therefore, Han Shuo only needed to sense the living beings in the walls to feel contempt. Every city had people who specialized in selling all kinds of information. Naturally, the City of Wraiths was no exception. As long as one was willing to spend some black crystal coins, there was bound to be someone who specialized in this business. In the City of Wraiths, on the West Street where crooks mixed with honest folk, most of the gods in the city were from outside. Here one could purchase all kinds of special goods. Of course, information was also one of the special goods. Information clearing houses were special shops that specialized in collecting and selling information. Spending black crystal coins here, one could obtain all kinds of information one needed. Even if there was no such information for the time being, as long as one paid a certain amount of black crystal coins, they would send someone to find out the information one needed. You would definitely get your money's worth. Normally, the information clearing houses were cold and deserted. Very few people would pay attention to them. But when something earth-shattering happened in any dominion, information gathering shops like the information clearing houses would become as crowded as a marketplace. Many major family clans that didn't have any connections in other dominions would spend a certain amount of black crystal coins to purchase information. As soon as Han Shuo entered the information clearing house, he saw an old woman resting in a dark corner with her eyes lowered. With just a glance, Han Shuo could tell that she cultivated in the energy of death and possessed mid-stage low-god strength. Han Shuo scanned the manor with his consciousness and discovered that there was no one else in the manor other than this old woman. Han Shuo calmed himself down and walked straight to her. He suddenly threw a money pouch containing no less than 10,000 black crystal coins onto the black wooden table in front of her, causing a loud clang. I want to know about the situation of the Han family in the City of Shadows. If you have any information, this pouch of black crystal coins is yours. Han Shuo was rather nervous when he asked the question. Perhaps in his heart, he believed that the Han family had suffered a fatal blow in the Ronson Canyon. He subconsciously refused to accept such an outcome. The sound of the black crystal coins colliding against each other was melodious and pleasing to the ear. The old woman who was resting with her eyes closed suddenly opened her glistening green eyes like a hungry beast that smelled blood. She did not answer immediately but placed her hand on the pouch of black crystal coins and carefully and greedily groped them. She nodded, as though confirming that the black crystal coins were genuine. Then she raised her head and sized up Han Shuo with narrowed eyes. The dim radiance in the old woman's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Her wrinkled face carried an odd expression. She seemed to be puzzled, but at the same time she seemed to have understood something. After staring at Han Shuo for a long while, she softly exhaled and asked in a deep voice, "Why do you pay attention to the Han family?" Haha, it seems that quite a lot of people have been asking about the Han family recently. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he replied impatiently, "I'll give you the money and you give me the information." Cut the crap. Information clearinghouses only sold information and generally wouldn't ask about the identity or background of the buyer. This was a rule that everyone knew. The old woman's behavior was clearly against the rules of the information clearinghouse. How many types of formations are there in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation? Do you know? The old woman suddenly asked as she looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo's expression abruptly changed when he heard these words. He reached out with his right hand and suddenly grabbed the old woman's neck, lifting her into the air. His expression was gloomy, cold, and severe as he violently shouted, "Who are you? How do you know these things?" At the same time, the front door of the information clearinghouse closed with a loud bang and all the windows were locked in an instant. A strange energy instantly filled the information clearinghouse, isolating it from prying eyes and making it impossible for anyone to know what was going on inside. The old woman, whose neck was grabbed by Han Shuo, immediately turned dark purple. She used all her hands and feet to struggle against Han Shuo, but the Omen invincible body made her dizzy. After a while, she lost all her strength and her green eyes rolled back, looking as if she could die at any moment. After confirming that no one would be able to discover anything out of the ordinary, Han Shuo tossed the old woman aside. Her entire body was pressed against the hard wall by an invisible force. Apart from panting heavily, she couldn't move at all. "Speak. How do you know about the 8 Desolation and Torment formation?" Han Shuo's face was cold as he stood 5 meters away from the old woman. With a thought, the nails on his index finger protruded out and the sharp Omen blade flickered with a chilling light, making Han Shuo look even more terrifying. After panting for a while, the old woman coughed a few times before she regained the ability to speak. She immediately shrieked in fear when she saw the terrifying Han Shuo coldly sizing her up and down. "I don't know anything about the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. All I know is that someone gave our information clearinghouse a large sum of black crystal coins to pass on a message for them. Speak clearly or I will skin you alive." Han Shuo shouted impatiently. "All of our information clearinghouses have received orders from our superiors. If anyone asks about the Han family in the City of Shadows, we are to ask them if they know how many types of formations there are in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. If anyone can answer the question, we will immediately report the information to us." She put on a terrified face and no longer dared to hesitate. She hastily shouted, "Many people have been asking about the Han family recently. I have asked them the same question but none of them have heard of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. You are the only one who reacted so strongly. It seems that you are the one we are waiting for." Bam! With a thud, she fell limply to the ground. The force that bound her body suddenly disappeared, and she knew that she had come back from the gates of hell. There are 18 types of formations in total. Han Shuo waved his hand and the old woman was pulled to the chair she was sitting on. Han Shuo looked at her with a sullen face and asked, "Speak. Tell me everything I need to know." "It really is you." The old woman nodded as she rubbed her neck that was nearly snapped by Han Shuo's grip. She put on a tearful face and said, "Someone gave our information clearinghouse a large sum of money and told us to inform you that the Han family is in Witherbone City. They are in dire straits and they want you to go to the Kieran residence as soon as possible." "What else?" Han Shuo heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the Han family was not killed in the Ronson Canyon. His cold face relaxed a little and his tone softened a little. "That's all. I just want you to go to the Kieran residence in Witherbone City as soon as possible." She looked at Han Shuo with a frightened face and handed the bag of black crystal coins to Han Shuo. She said pitifully, "This information is free. Take your black crystal coins." "I'm sorry about that. Consider this bag of black crystal coins as compensation for your loss." Han Shuo forced a smile. He suddenly relaxed after learning that the Han family was safe and sound. He then left the information clearinghouse and prepared to go to Witherbone City. Damn it. He almost killed me. After Han Shuo left, the old woman from the information clearinghouse wore a face full of hatred. She pondered for a moment with a gloomy face. Then, as though she suddenly recalled something, she hastily went to a secret room at the back of the information clearinghouse and took out a magic mirror that was essential for the information clearinghouse. A string of numbers were printed on the magic mirror. The smooth surface of the magic mirror gradually revealed the face of an impatient young man. The man took a glance at the old woman and arrogantly asked, "What can I do for you?" "Young Master Portlam, I heard that you are still looking for news about Brian, the patriarch of the Han family in the City of Shadows. Is that true?" The old woman asked in a flattering smile. The House of Batchelder was one of the largest family clans in the City of Wraiths. As the young master of the House of Batchelder, Portlam had ascended to High God realm at a very young age. His reputation in the City of Wraiths was resounding. Ever since he suffered a loss at the hands of Han Shua, Portlam had been longing for revenge. Unfortunately, Han Shua had always been in the City of Shadows and Portlam hadn't been able to find an opportunity to do so. Ever since the news that Han Shua had left the City of Shadows, Portlam had contacted the Information Clearinghouse and asked them to look for news about Han Shua and inform him immediately if they found any news about Han Shua. However, ever since Han Shua left the City of Shadows, he had been very elusive. He would spend most of his time with Rose and would avoid explaining himself to anyone. Therefore, even the Information Clearinghouse had a hard time keeping track of Han Shua's whereabouts. It was this old woman who had reported to Portlam that Han Shua was in Ethereal City. However, as Ethereal City was too far away from the City of Wraiths and Han Shua had entered the Fringe not long after, Portlam had no choice but to give up on hunting down Han Shua. Ever since Han Shua entered the Fringe, the Information Clearinghouse's information could not reach the Fringe. Therefore, Portlam had no way of knowing about Han Shua's whereabouts. Time flew by. As soon as Portlam heard news of Han Shua, the hatred in his heart did not subside over time. He hastily asked, "Where did that fella appear this time? If he isn't too far away from the City of Wraiths, I will let him know the consequences of offending me." Not far at all," the old woman replied smilingly. "He is in the City of Wraiths. He has just left my place." "Haha, I believe that he hasn't left the City of Wraiths yet. Your House of Batchelder is right next to the city gate that he is about to leave through. If you are ready now, you should be able to stop him before he leaves the city." Portlam laughed heartily. His smile was extremely malevolent. He said to the old woman through the magical mirror, "If your information is reliable, I will pay you 100,000 black crystal coins. Alright, enough talk. I will make my move immediately." Upon finishing those words, Portlam cut off the connection. The old woman looked at the magical mirror that had regained its tranquility. She put on a sinister smile and muttered to herself, "I have told you everything you should know about the Information Clearinghouse's way of making money according to the rules. I have completed my task. As for revealing your whereabouts to Portlam, that is another business deal between me and Portlam. This is not against the rules of the Information Clearinghouse." After learning that the Han family had not perished in the Ronson Canyon, Han Shua could finally relax. For the time being, he did not know what kind of humiliation the Han family had suffered in Witherbone City. From his point of view, as long as the Han family were still alive, he would be able to salvage whatever had happened to them in Witherbone City. Han Shua did not slow down his pace. Not long after he entered the City of Wraiths, he decided to leave through another city gate. Inside the City of Wraiths, Han Shua did not dare to travel at his maximum speed. There were wraiths in every corner of the city and divine guards loitering around everywhere. If Han Shua were to recklessly gallop through the City of Wraiths, he would definitely attract the attention of the divine guards and cause unnecessary trouble. Han Shua slowly approached the city gate that led to Witherbone City. When he was about to reach the city gate, Han Shua's consciousness suddenly sensed that a large number of divine guards and experts had gathered in that area. He did not know what was going on. Han Shua did not immediately release his demon generals to spy on the situation. From what Han Shua could see, no matter what was going on there, it would have nothing to do with him. He did not want to cause any trouble for the time being. He just wanted to leave the City of Wraiths as soon as possible. The city gate was the closest to Witherbone City. Han Shua did not change his direction and arrived at the city gate 10 minutes later. As far as the eye could see, there were many divine guards wearing special family clan insignia on the city wall. Standing at the city gate was a young man with a frivolous and arrogant demeanor. It was none other than Portlam, whom Han Shua had dealings with back in the City of Shadows. As soon as Han Shua saw that Portlam was blocking the city gate, as well as the expressions of the divine guards around him and the two high gods from the House of Batchelder, Han Shua immediately realized that he might be their target. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua realized that the old woman in charge of the information broker must have leaked the news of his arrival. When dealing with the old woman, Han Shua had meticulously shut all the doors and windows of the information transmission station. He had also released his energy to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Even City Lord Talbot, who had scattered his wraiths to every corner of the city, wouldn't be able to figure out what was going on in the information transmission station through his wraiths. Moreover, Talbot didn't know Kieran's identity, so he wouldn't know what kind of relationship he had with Portlam. The old woman was the only one who could guess Han Shua's identity from his expression and the information he gathered. Therefore Han Shua did not need to think too much to know that she was the informant. Han Shua felt a little remorse in his heart. He did not try to avoid Portlam but continued walking towards the city gate. With Han Shua's strength now in the Skybreak realm, there was simply no one in the City of Wraiths who could stop him. Even if the City Lord of the City of Wraiths, Talbot, or the Patriarch of the House of Batchelder personally came, Han Shua was confident that he could easily get rid of them and leave the City of Wraiths without any trouble. Brian, it's been a while. Aha, I heard that your Han family has been driven out of the City of Shadows by Wallace? Back in the City of Shadows, you were under Wallace's protection and I didn't do anything to you. Now that you have the guts to come to the City of Wraiths, are you prepared to die? Portlam had been waiting for this day for a very long time. He could still remember the scene of him being chased by Han Shua in the banquet hall of Celestial Pro Pharmacy. If it wasn't for Charlotte helping him, he might have been killed by Han Shua back in the City of Shadows. Han Shua was concerned about the Han family of Witherbone City and did not want to waste his breath on Portlam. He shouted impatiently, Portlam, I had forgotten about you. But since you are so determined to die, don't blame me. Chapter 895. Ha ha ha. Portlam threw his head back and laughed heartily. It was obvious that he did not take Han Shua's threat seriously. You should know that this is the City of Wraiths, my territory. No one will speak up for you today. Portlam pointed at Han Shua in an arrogant and haughty manner. The House of Batchelder was extremely powerful in the City of Wraiths and Portlam was the favored young master of the House of Batchelder. On top of that, the Han family had declined. Portlam believed that even if he killed Han Shua in the City of Wraiths, no one would say anything about it. Young master, there is no need for you to take action against this arrogant fella. Leave it to us. One of the high gods beside Portlam stepped forward and volunteered. He cultivated in the energy of earth and possessed early-stage high god strength. He had a robust body and appeared to be very powerful. Young master, he can't escape. Another high god cultivating in the energy of wind walked out from behind Portlam. He and the high god cultivating in the energy of earth stood on either side of Han Shua. Once Portlam gave the order, they would immediately attack. In the City of Wraiths, Portlam did not have to worry about not having enough manpower. As a member of the House of Batchelder with the most potential, his future was limitless. Those high gods of the House of Batchelder had long regarded Portlam as the future patriarch of the House of Batchelder. Naturally, they would seize the opportunity to show off their abilities. Han Shua did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the two early-stage high gods approaching him with sneers on their faces. The last time Han Shua fought Portlam, Portlam's strength was similar to Han Shua's. But after so many years, as Han Shua's strength continued to grow exponentially, even overgod existences like Salus and Wasi's were no longer worthy of his attention. And now, two mere early-stage high gods wanted to kill him. Portlam, oh Portlam, it seems that you have stayed in the Death Dominion for too long. You have no idea what's going on here. Han Shua said in a mocking smile. He had fought Ralph in the City of Shadows and defeated him. If Portlam was truly paying attention to him, he should have known what's going on here. How is it any different from suicide for Portlam and his two high gods to stop me? However, Han Shua was wrong. It was not that Portlam did not know about the rumors from the City of Shadows. He just did not believe them. Are you talking about the time you defeated Ralph in the City of Shadows? Brian, only those who have not fought you will believe that you can defeat Ralph. I have only left the City of Shadows for a few years. Do you really think that you can make such rapid progress to the point of defeating Ralph? This is just a show put up by you and Wallace. The goal is to get you the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps. Do you really think that no one knows about this? It was obvious that Portlam did not believe the rumors that he heard from the City of Shadows. It was normal for him to misunderstand. On Elysium, it would take at least 100 years for an early-stage high god to make a breakthrough from early-stage to mid-stage high god. Portlam felt that it was reasonable for Han Shua to not be able to make a breakthrough that quickly. From his point of view, the rumors from the City of Shadows were just a farce orchestrated by himself and Wallace. Han Shua could not help but laugh. He shook his head and did not say anything else. He did not pay any attention to the two lesser high gods who were approaching him from either side of him. He walked towards the city gate where Portlam was in a relaxed and composed manner. From the beginning to the end, Han Shua did not even glance at the two overbearing high gods. He simply ignored them. It was as though in Han Shua's eyes, the two high gods who were approaching him step by step did not exist and could not affect him in the slightest. Han Shua's arrogant attitude had thoroughly infuriated the two high gods who were approaching Han Shua as though they were facing a formidable foe. Without waiting for Portlam's command, the two exchanged glances and suddenly pounced at Han Shua. They had already released their domains of divinity to absorb the energy of earth and wind into their attacks. An earth spear and a curved wind blade, containing the divine energy of earth and wind, whizzed towards Han Shua's chest. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the spear of earth and blade of wind stabbed into Han Shua's chest, but didn't pass through as the two had expected. Instead it was as if they'd stabbed into iron and stone, and an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. Two tyrannical and ruthless energies suddenly surged towards the two high gods along with the earth spear and wind blade. The two high gods who were caught off guard were sent flying by the rebounding energies. The earth spear and wind blade shattered into pieces in midair. Without even looking, with one thought, Han Shua made a pulling motion with his two hands. Invisible energy was suddenly injected into the shattered earth spear and wind blade. The weapons that had fallen to the ground after shattering seemed to have come to life. They flew at an even faster speed towards the two high gods who were involuntarily thrown away. Asterisk the shattered earth spear and sewing fragments accurately pierced into the bodies of the two high gods. Fresh blood violently spurted out. The earth spear and wind blade fragments did not stop there. Under the manipulation of an invisible energy, the fragments were like scissors that made crunching noises inside the bodies of the two high gods. It seemed as though the fragments were grinding the internal organs of the two high gods into pieces inch by inch. The two high gods did not die immediately. Amidst the bone-chilling crunching noises, the two were screaming, shrieking, and crying. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the two finally landed on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The moment they landed, the two seemed to have exhausted all of their life force. Their wild howls suddenly quieted down. Other than the gurgling of blood from their bodies, there was no other sound. With one thought, Han Shua exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The grayish mass of air, like an astonishingly viscous paste, swirled above the two corpses and gently carried the two souls back into Han Shua's body. After entering the skybreak realm in demonic arts, Han Shua's control of energy had reached the acme of perfection. It was so exquisite that he could use a trace of demonic yuan to separate a cell from another person's body. Using energy to restrain a person's soul had become even more effortless and effortless. In but an instant, the two high gods who had charged at Han Shua to the brim with energy met a tragic end on the spot. The despairing cries of the two did not stop with their deaths. They lingered on the divine guards of the house of Bachelder in the surroundings. Suddenly, a divine guard at the city gate took a step back and declared his stance. He said to Portlam, "The grudge between you and him has nothing to do with us." Then he instructed his subordinate, "Open the city gate." This divine guard was a subordinate of City Lord Talbot. Previously, as he wasn't sure of Han Shua's strength, under Portlam's persuasion, he agreed to close the city gate so that he could settle the grudge between him and Han Shua. But when he saw Han Shua effortlessly kill the two high gods of the house of Bachelder, he immediately realized how foolish his decision was. He hastily declared his stance, hoping to avoid a conflict with Han Shua. Han Shua paid no heed to the divine guard's stance. To him, no matter what stance the divine guard took, he would not be able to stop him from leaving the city of wraiths. Han Shua wore a faint, mocking smile on his face as he looked at the stunned Portlam. He shook his head, let out a soft sigh, and said helplessly, "How pitiful. You didn't even know what's going on. You actually tried to kill me with two mediocre characters. Ah, Portlam, you are truly naive." Portlam was indeed stunned. The two high gods were killed so easily. Their deaths were not heroic and worthless. But Han Shua appeared so relaxed. It was as though killing two high gods was easier than stepping on two ants. Portlam did not even see the slightest sign of strain on Han Shua's body. What did this mean? It meant that Han Shua's strength was more than a realm higher than that of the two high gods. Only an expert like his father who had attained late-stage high god strength could so effortlessly kill two early-stage high god experts. So, the rumors were true. Portlam's face was filled with bitterness. He suddenly realized that compared to Han Shuo, he, the so-called genius of the Batchelder family of the city of Wraiths, was not even worth mentioning. Sometimes you have to accept your fate. Han Shuo wore a faint smile on his face as he unhurriedly walked to Portlam. He mercilessly attacked with his giant hand of the void. An invisible energy as heavy as Mount Tai landed on Portlam's body. Crisp sounds of bones breaking could be heard. Portlam's spine and leg bones were bent abnormally. His entire body was crushed by the enormous force and exploded. Those who seek revenge must be prepared to be killed. Han Shuo had never been a soft-hearted person when it came to his enemies. When Portlam dared to plot against Phoebe, Emily and the other ladies, his fate was sealed. Even if Portlam did not come looking for him, Han Shuo would have sent someone to kill him when he recalled the incident. Han Shuo understood that if a person like Portlam was not killed, he would sooner or later become a scourge to the Han family. Given Han Shuo's strength, he was not afraid of the vengeance of a character like Portlam. However, at present, Phoebe, Emily, and the others did not have the strength to protect themselves. If a character like Portlam wanted to take revenge at all costs, the power he could muster would be terrifying. After keeping Portlam's divine soul, Han Shuo swept a glance at the house of Batchelder divine guards who were trembling in fear. He calmly said, "You should all know who I am. Send a message to your patriarch. Tell him that I am going to Witherbone City. If he wants revenge he can come." Those House of Batchelder divine guards abruptly took a step back after hearing Han Shuo's words. They kept a safe distance from Han Shuo as though they were afraid that Han Shuo would attack them. The city gate was quickly opened before Han Shuo. The divine guards who were in charge of entering and exiting the city tactfully made way for Han Shuo. They watched as Han Shuo swaggered out of the city of Wraiths. Chapter 896. At the Kieran residence in Witherbone City. The patriarch of the Kieran family was sitting in a splendid meeting hall. He was carefully reading the scroll that Emily had handed to him. Bollins and Statholm were standing beside Emily. Sanguiner, Gilbert and Phoebe, who were hot-tempered members of the Han family, naturally couldn't be present. Otherwise they might bring disaster to the Han family. According to their agreement, Emily took out a demonic combat formation training manual that Bollins, Sanguiner and Gilbert had prepared and handed it to Shatiot. After hearing Degassi's message, Emily and the others knew that if the Han family didn't give Shatiot some benefits, Shatiot and those ambitious fellows of Witherbone City might kill the Han family members and obtain the demonic combat formation training manual from the souls of the dead. Obviously, that wasn't what Emily and the others wanted to see. Emily took a demonic combat formation training manual from Bollins and handed it over to Shatiot. After waiting for such a long time and exerting all kinds of pressure, Shatiot had finally obtained a scroll. Naturally, he was in a good mood today. However, after reading through the contents of the scroll, Shatiot's smiling face gradually turned gloomy. He casually tossed the scroll that contained the demonic combat formation training manual of the Han family's demonic combat formation. Under the control of a strange force, the scroll formed into the shape of a palm and slammed into Bollins's cheek. Is the Han family trying to fool me? What was the use of these scribbles? Can they really bring out the full strength of a team with just some special footwork and positioning techniques? What a joke. Shatiot's face darkened as he glared at Emily and the others. He took a deep breath and coldly groaned, "The Kieran family has expressed our sincerity. Not only are we willing to accept the Han family, but we are also willing to pay 1,000,000 black crystal coins for the demonic combat formation training manual. Yet you are giving me these damn things?" The scroll slammed into Bollins's cheek. It was obvious that Shatiot had done it on purpose to humiliate Bollins and the Han family. From the moment Shatiot saw Bollins, he had been annoyed by the faint murderous aura emanating from Bollins. Unlike Emily and Statholm, Bollins was not respectful to Shatiot. He was excessively calm and indifferent. The more Shatiot looked at Bollins, the more annoyed he became. When he realized that the scroll was just a bluff, he immediately slapped Bollins's face to test Bollins's reaction. If it were any other person who had been humiliated by Shatiot in such a manner, no matter how good-tempered they would not have been able to endure it. However, Bollins's reaction was beyond Shatiot's expectation. He did not react at all. There was not the slightest emotion, anger, or humiliation on his face. It was as if Shatiot's humiliation did not affect him at all. It was as if he was just an outsider. His heart was as tranquil as still water. Holding the scroll, Bollins explained in a calm voice, "The steps and positions recorded on this scroll are indeed the correct way to train the Han family guards. If you don't believe me, you can find 3 guards from your house of Kieran and let them familiarize themselves with the steps and positions. Let them try it with the other 3 guards. Emily and Statholm broke out in a cold sweat. They knew that Bollins was not a kind-hearted man. He was even more vicious than Sanguiner and Gilbert when it came to killing. In their eyes, Bollins would not be able to restrain his killing intent after being humiliated by Château. He would attack Château recklessly. They knew that Château wanted Bollins to do the same. If Bollins lost control of his killing intent, he would be killed on the spot. Other than Château, the patriarch of the House of Kieran, there were also other members of the House of Kieran. 5 high gods stood side by side and stared coldly at Bollins. They were waiting for him to make a move so that they could kill him. It seemed that Château did not expect that Bollins would be able to endure such humiliation. After hesitating for a moment, Château waved his hand and impatiently said, "Leave the scroll and all of you can leave. If our House of Kieran guards fail to improve after practicing this technique of yours, I will make you pay for it." Bollins nodded indifferently. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked out of the room. It seemed that he did not take Château's humiliation or the threats from the experts of the House of Kieran at all. Statholm and Emily exchanged glances with each other. They courteously bade Château farewell and left the meeting hall after Bollins. "Patriarch, it is terrifying that he could endure to such an extent. I've observed him very carefully. He didn't get angry from the beginning to the end. For a person to be able to control his emotions to such an extent, even if he doesn't have sufficient strength, he will definitely be a great threat," shouted a high god beside Bollins with a solemn face as soon as he left. "Such a person is either a fool or the most terrifying enemy. A person who is able to bend and yield to such an extent is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Patriarch, we cannot allow him to live," advised another high god who was also apprehensive. All of them could see how terrifying Bollins was. It was not because of Bollins's current strength, but because of his temperament. They didn't think they would be able to put up with such indifference and forbearance. That was why they felt threatened by Bollins. Having such a person in the Kieran family was akin to having a venomous snake lurking under the bed. It made them feel deeply uneasy. Château was no fool. He could see how formidable Bollins was. With a dark face, Château shouted, "Of course I know this guy isn't easy to deal with. But I can't find an excuse to attack him since he has been so patient. Besides, we need to see if the scrolls they gave us are really useful. Let's spare his life for now. In any case, he won't be able to escape from our House of Kieran. After we have emptied them of everything they have, there is no need to spare his life. Patriarch, why go through so much trouble? Why don't we just kill them and extract the memories from their souls?" asked one of the high gods in a puzzled manner. Château bunched his brows and replied impatiently, "It's not that easy. Not only does extracting the memories from the soul consume a lot of divine energy, it also doesn't guarantee that we will be able to extract all of the memories from the target. The soul is the most complex and mysterious substance. No one can guarantee that they have a complete understanding of the soul. When a person dies, the soul's memories will slowly disappear. Even if we can extract the memories, we can only extract a portion of the memories. It's not that easy." Château waved his hand and said, "Take the scrolls and have the guards practice them. I want to know the results as soon as possible." "Understood, Patriarch," replied the high gods simultaneously before they bowed and left. Statholm, Emily, and Bollins finally returned to their temporary residence in the bone refinement field. Emily and Statholm heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at the expressionless Bollins. Emily put on a wry smile and shook her head. She said as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, "Thank goodness, thank goodness. Château did it on purpose to provoke you. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to take it." Statholm wore a look of admiration. He sighed and said angrily, "If we have the chance, we will skin Château alive." "What happened?" Sanguiner and Gilbert asked at the same time. Among the Han family members, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Bollins were the closest to each other. From the tone of Statholm and Emily, they could guess that something must have happened to Bollins. Gilbert asked, "What happened, old man?" "Château has gone too far." Statholm, who had always been rational, couldn't hold himself back this time. He narrated everything that had happened with a cold face. After listening to Statholm's narration, Sanguiner didn't say a word. He rushed outside with red eyes. It seemed that he was ready to fight to the death. Gilbert let out a furious roar and shouted like a madman, "Damn it! They've gone too far. I'm going to fight them. Both of you come back here." shouted Statholm, Emily, and Air Mike Cotton. They knew that once Sanguiner and Gilbert walked out of this place, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. All the members of the Han family would be implicated and die tragically in the Kieran residence. Gilbert and Sanguiner were the most outstanding members of the Han family. However, they were only close to Ballins. Even Statholm, Phoebe, and the others could not restrain them. This time the two of them were truly enraged. They ignored Phoebe and the others and charged out with red eyes. "You two can continue to be cowards. I'm going to fight them." "It's none of your business," roared Gilbert. His face was sullen as if the one being insulted by Shut-O was not Ballins but him. Phoebe, Emily, Stratholm, and the others shuddered at the sight of the two going berserk, not knowing what to do. "Come back here." Ballins furrowed his brows and suddenly shouted, "Senior brother has ordered you to listen to me when he's not around." Ballins glanced at Sanguiner and Gilbert. His eyes were overflowing with gratitude. He knew that Sanguiner and Gilbert were angry because of him. The three of them often hung out and competed with each other. Unknowingly, their relationship had deepened. Ballins's cold heart suddenly felt warm. But. Sanguiner and Gilbert looked at Ballins anxiously. "We must avenge them." Ballins looked at the two of them and said calmly, "But not now. You cannot sacrifice the lives of all the members of the Han family for a moment of impulse." Sanguiner and Gilbert looked at the indifferent Ballins. After a long while, they sighed and gave up on the idea of charging out. Chapter 897. In the Kieran Gymnasium, 3 divine guards of the House of Kieran were practicing the footwork and positioning of the scrolls given to them by the Han family. Their movements were agile and nimble. They weaved in and out of the gymnasium in a very small space. However, due to the precision of their footwork and positioning, they did not collide with each other. Shiro was sitting on a chair made of bone and observing the 3 divine guards of the Kieran family with great interest. He asked a high god who was in charge of training the divine guards, "Are they familiar with the technique?" "I have trained them according to the footwork and positioning of the scrolls for 3 days. Although their speed is a little slower than expected, it should be somewhat effective," replied the high god solemnly. Shut-O nodded and instructed, "In that case, let's see how effective it is." Shut-O gestured with his hand and gestured for 3 of his family's divine guards to step forward and fight against the 3 divine guards. At Shut-O's signal, the 3 guards smiled and walked toward the 3 guards who were practicing the Tridemon formation. In their opinion, the 3 guards' training was useless. Many members of the Kieran family didn't think that the training method provided by the House of Han would be effective. Both the divine guards who had practiced the demonic combat formation of the Han family and the divine guards who were fighting under Shut-O's instruction were late-stage mid-gods. "Let's begin. Let's see if this training is effective. If it doesn't, I will teach those Han family a lesson," shouted Shut-O when he saw that the 2 parties were getting closer to each other. In front of Shut-O, both parties were using close-range attacks. The 3 divine guards who had practiced demonic formations stood in a triangle formation with their backs facing each other. The 3 of them moved at the same speed and kept the same distance from each other. The other 3 divine guards who had not practiced demonic combat formations swarmed towards the 3 divine guards from 3 different directions with relaxed smiles on their faces. They joined forces to attack the 3 divine guards who were constantly moving. Then something strange happened. The 3 attackers attacked at the same time, but 2 of them hit nothing but air. Only one of them attacked one of the wanderers, but before he could be happy, the 3 wanderers suddenly stopped and attacked together, directly blasting him away. As they were divine guards of the House of Kieran and the battle was merely a friendly match, they did not use their full strength. The divine guard who was blasted away immediately regained his combat strength and immediately charged at Han Shua and Han Shura. From his point of view, the previous attack was just an oversight. This time, the 3 of them were even more cautious. After another wave of attacks, the 2 of them missed and one of them was sent flying again. Once again he was sent flying. Again and again the 3 attackers were sent flying again and again. Not a single wave of attacks landed on the 3 guards who had practiced the demonic formation. In the beginning, the onlookers from the Kieran family were all laughing and joking around. Gradually, everyone's expression became serious. No one sneered anymore. Everyone was more serious than the last. Shiro, the patriarch of the Kieran family who had been lazing around, was now sitting upright and still. His eyes were sparkling with excitement as he carefully observed the battle between the 2 parties. He dared not make the slightest mistake. After a long while, Shut-O took a deep breath and said, "That's enough, let's stop." Xiao turned to look at the higher-ups of his family clan and asked, "What do you think?" "Miraculous. Absolutely miraculous." One of the experts took a deep breath. His eyes gradually lit up as he said, "The Han family is indeed something. They have only practiced for 3 days and they have already displayed such terrifying strength. They will surely become even more powerful once they get used to it. Patriarch, it seems that we must obtain all the secrets of the Han family. If we can obtain all the secrets of the Han family, the overall strength of our House of Kiran and Witherbone City will increase by several times." Another expert said in a deep voice. Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. No matter what method we use, we must obtain the secrets of the Han family. One of our Han family guards mysteriously disappeared last night." Stratholm the old monster had a grave look on his face as he said to Emily, "After arriving here, I've instructed them not to leave this place without our orders. They would never disobey our orders. This is a little strange." Emily knew that none of the guards of the Han family dared to disobey her orders. From the day they entered the Han family, their first lesson was loyalty and absolute obedience to the Han family's orders. This was Witherbone City, and the situation was not favorable to the Han family. Logically speaking, the guards of the Han family would never leave without permission. "Ask them carefully. Search the areas where we can move around. See if we can find them," said Emily. She had a bad premonition. "Before I came to see you, I've done a thorough search. I've searched all the places that should be searched. He's definitely not here," Stratholm said with a bitter smile. He hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, "Could it be?" Emily obviously knew what Stratholm was trying to say. This was the Kiran residence, and the Han family's territory was limited. The Han family would never attack the people around them. Therefore, the disappearance of the guards was most likely the work of the Kiran family. "Keep this matter under wraps for the time being. Keep it under wraps for as long as possible," said Emily solemnly. "I don't want this matter to cause panic to the other guards of the Han family. Sanguiner and Gilbert are impulsive people. It was not easy to keep the matter of Balans under wraps. If they learn about this matter, it may cause unforeseen consequences to the Han family." After hearing Emily's words, Stratholm understood that she had already made up her mind. At this point he knew that he could only continue to endure. Without sufficient strength, struggling would only lead to his death. "I understand." Stratholm nodded with great difficulty as he endured the pain in his heart. "So, it's all my fault. If I didn't discuss with Phoebe about coming to the Death Dominion, so many things wouldn't have happened. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone to the Space Dominion from the very beginning," said Emily as she looked at Stratholm, who was suppressing the pain in his heart. She let out a sigh and blamed herself. "You don't have to blame yourself. At least we are still alive." Stratholm could not bear to say anything more. He knew that Emily, Phoebe, and the other women had to bear more pain than he did. He sighed softly and shook his head as he left Emily's side. The Kiran residence. In the underground prison that was protected by layers of barriers. The body of the Han family guard was pierced by iron chains. His chest was rotting due to the fire. His body exuded a faint stench. Some strange insects were gnawing at his body bit by bit while chirping merrily. After a night of torture, the Han family guard no longer looked like a human. His face was numb and his eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. Xiao walked out of the prison with a frown. He cast a disgusted glance at the dying Han family guard and asked impatiently, "I have given you 1 night. Have you still not gotten anything out of him?" The gloomy torture expert had a helpless look on his face. He shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Patriarch, I've seen too many ruthless people, but this is the first time I've seen someone who isn't afraid of any torture tools. I've used dozens of torture tools in 1 night, but he didn't make a sound." "Trash!" Xiao shouted coldly. "If you can't get him, I will have to waste my divine energy on his soul. I have given you so many black crystal coins every year to support you, but you can't do anything at the critical moment. You all are trash." Brother-in-law. "I have tried my best, but not only did that guy refuse to tell me, he even bit his own tongue off. I really don't know what to do." The torture expert immediately changed the way he addressed Xiao from patriarch to brother-in-law. It seemed that he had another relationship with Xiao. What? He bit his own tongue off. It wasn't that Xiao had never seen such ruthless people, but it was rather terrifying that any random guard of the Han family could go this far. Xiao started to fear the Han family. This was just an ordinary guard of the Han family. His strength was only at the mid-stage mid-god realm. In the Han family he was nothing more than cannon fodder. But this one person was even more determined than the most tenacious demon god, and could even be so cruel to himself. If this group of people were strong enough, Shadow could not imagine who could stop them. It seems that I have to change my mind. Whether or not the Han family hand over everything in the end, they must die. This family is too terrifying. Shadow made up his mind. He impatiently gestured for the torture expert to leave. After everyone left the prison, Shadow took a step forward and pressed his hand on the dying guard's body. A ball of misty green radiance covered the guard's head and stirred in his mind, extracting some memories from the deepest part of his divine soul. After a while, Shadow withdrew from the prison. The Han family guard was bleeding from all 7 of his facial orifices. Shadow walked out of the prison with a grave face and instructed the high gods, informed the Han family to hand over all the demonic combat formation training methods within 3 days. I will give you 3 days. Patriarch, did you get some useful memories? Asked one of the high gods. The Han family is much more terrifying than we imagined, replied a high god. Shadow nodded. From the guard's memory, he learned that Han Shua had killed Larixin and several other high gods at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. He also learned that Han Shua had turned Hushvale City upside down and defeated City Lord Hoffs. Shadow started to feel a little afraid. Understood, replied the high gods immediately. They started looking for Degasi to issue an ultimatum to the Han family. On that night, Han Shua finally entered the territory of Witherbone City. Given his speed, he would arrive at Witherbone City in half a day. Chapter 898. 3 days. The House of Kieran had only given them 3 days. Degasi had conveyed the House of Kieran's message clearly. If the Han family did not reveal all the remaining secrets in 3 days, the Han family would be annihilated. Emily, Phoebe, Statholm, Bollins, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and the rest of the Han family gathered together. Their faces were gloomy. They did not know how to deal with the situation. By now, Statholm knew that the Kieran family was behind the disappearance of the Han family's guard. Otherwise, Shadow would not have known how many demonic formations the Han family had concealed. Emily and Statholm exchanged a look. They knew that there was no need to hide the truth any longer. Statholm explained the disappearance of the guard to them. He then said solemnly, "It seems that Shadow and his men must have learned some of the secrets of the Han family through that guard. Otherwise, they would not have waited for a month and given us 3 days to reveal all the secrets. Those guards have been personally trained by me. I'm absolutely confident that they won't reveal the truth." Bollins muttered to himself for a moment before replying with certainty. All the guards of the Han family had gone through many trials before they joined the Han family. After they joined the Han family, they had gone through all kinds of cruel training methods. Every one of them had become indifferent to their own lives. Not only to others but to themselves as well. The guards who had been trained by Bollins had even experienced torture. He firmly believed that those guards would not betray the Han family. In fact, he was right. That ordinary guard of the Han family did not reveal a single word. He was so determined that he even bit his own tongue off. Shadow cultivates the energy of death. The energy of death is more familiar with the soul than we expected. He is able to extract some memories from the soul. Fanny, who also cultivated the energy of death, explained in a sorrowful tone, "I believe that the guards of the Han family are loyal to us. However, the soul's memories do not dissipate immediately after death. It is not difficult for Shadow to extract some memories from the soul." Everyone immediately understood after hearing Fanny's words. "It looks like we can't delay any longer. If Shadow has learned the secrets of the Han family from that guard's soul, he will not let us go. No matter what we do, we will be faced with a dead end." Emily sighed. Her face was filled with helplessness and despair. Emily, who had been persevering all this time, suddenly felt that there was no hope left. Under such circumstances, Bollins still wore an indifferent expression as if he had no regard for life. He took in the expressions on the faces of the Han family members. Bollins said decisively, "Let's do it tonight. We will kill as many as we can. There is no need to wait any longer." Bollins had been calm all this time. He had constantly stopped Sanguiner and Gilbert from acting recklessly. He had carried out Statholm and Emily's plan. He had tolerated Shadow's insults. However, it turned out that he was the first one to advocate for a fight to the death. Sanguiner, Gilbert, and the rest of the impulsive warriors who had been ready to kill for a long time had a murderous glint in their eyes when they heard Bollins's words. They had listened to Balans even after Han Shuo had left because they knew that Balans was calmer and more decisive than anyone else. When the time came, he would be the first to strike. Nodding her head, Emily's voice was faint, as if she was not afraid of death. Let's do it tonight. We will inflict the greatest casualties on the Kieran family with all our might. Even if the Han family is annihilated, we will not let the Kieran family get away with it. Emily swept her gaze across the crowd. She suddenly smiled and said, "We will not die in vain. Besides, Brian will avenge us in the future. I am sure that those who participated in the massacre in Witherbone City will not escape from Brian's pursuit. Everyone disperse and take a rest. We will regroup before dawn. We will kill every member of the Kieran family and destroy everything that we can." Having decided to fight to the death, Balans was the one who gave the orders. As the instructor who had trained all the Han family guards, his ability in this aspect was unquestionable. No one said anything. All the core members of the Han family quietly dispersed and waited for dawn to arrive. After Balans left, he immediately summoned the captains of the Han family guards and carried out his orders. While the Han family was silently preparing for battle, Shatio of the Kieran family arrived at the City Lord's mansion in Witherbone City. He found City Lord Hill and told him some of the memories he obtained from the soul of the Han family guard. Hill had been impatiently listening to Shatio's narration. But when he heard that Han Shuo had killed Larixin, Field, and the other high gods at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range and forced Larixin and Field to flee for their lives, the impatience on Hill's face immediately vanished. He said to Shatio in a solemn face, "Tell me everything you know." As a matter of fact, Shatio and Hill had heard a lot of rumors about the Han family in the City of Shadows. However, rumors were just rumors, and neither Hill nor Shatio were the kind of people who believed in rumors. Besides, some of the real secrets were only known to the Han family guards. Therefore, Shatio and Hill did not take Han Shuo seriously. They could choose not to believe in rumors, but they had no doubts about the memory fragments in the Han family guard's soul. When they learned about Han Shuo's unknown motives, Shatio and Hill exchanged glances with each other. They could see the heaviness in each other's eyes. Hill took a deep breath and clenched the bone armrest unnaturally. In a deep voice he said, "The Han family cannot be allowed to live. Not only must we kill every member of the Han family, we must also think of a way to shift the blame onto someone else. Damn it, I didn't expect that guy to be even more terrifying than the rumors say. If he finds out the truth when he arrives at Witherbone City, it will be a huge blow to our city. I have given them 3 days. I will make preparations in the next 3 days. Those fellows from other dominions will be arriving soon. Their target is the Han family. As long as we have a good plan, it's not impossible to frame those scapegoats for the Han family's tragedy." Shatio explained his plan in a gloomy voice. "Good, you have done well. After the Han family is gone, I will reward you handsomely," said Hill in a gratified smile. He was very satisfied with Shatio's plan. Suddenly, Hill bunched his brows and said to a divine guard who was rushing over, "What's the hurry?" City Lord, the Kieran residence is on fire. There are sounds of fighting coming from inside. It's a mess. The divine guard took a glance at Shatio and hastily reported. After being praised by Shatio, the humble smile on Shatio's face suddenly froze. A gurgling sound came from his throat as he abruptly rose to his feet. His smiling face magically turned ashen as he hastily shouted, "How dare they, how dare they! I'm going to make them die without an intact corpse." Shatio didn't bother to be courteous with Hill. Without even bidding farewell to him, he dashed towards the Kieran residence in a hurry. Hill also realized what had happened to the Kieran residence. He knew that Shatio was anxious, but he did not blame Shatio for his rudeness. He immediately stood up from his bone throne and followed behind Shatio. The two of them galloped through Hill's mansion. Those who did not know what was going on might have thought that the two were having an argument and that one was chasing after the other. When Hill's divine guard saw that Shatio was chasing after them, they took out their weapons and pointed them at Shatio. It seemed that they had misunderstood something and decided to help Hill stop Shatio. "Stop. Let them through," shouted Hill. He knew what they were thinking the moment he raised his weapons. His loud voice resounded through the entire mansion. At the same time, an extravagant outsider arrived at one of the city gates of Witherbone City. Han Shuo casually tossed a handful of black crystal coins to the divine guards and entered Witherbone City in a flash before the divine guards could inspect his divine essences. The divine guards who were guarding the city gates were about to stop Han Shuo. But when they saw the pile of black crystal coins on the ground, They panicked and started picking them up. After entering Witherbone City, Han Shuo casually grabbed a mid-god and stuffed a handful of black crystal coins into his hand. He hastily asked, "How do I get to the Kiran residence?" The mid-god who was grabbed by Han Shuo from afar was about to start a fight with Han Shuo when he suddenly felt something heavy in his hand. He lowered his head and saw a big smile on his face. He pointed in a direction and smilingly said to Han Shuo, "Head east." As soon as he finished those words, Han Shuo's figure blurred and vanished like a ghost. If it weren't for the large handful of black crystal coins in his hand, he would have thought that everything that happened was just an illusion. Han Shuo's speed was just too fast for him to keep track of. At the Kiran residence. Due to the House of Han's surprise attack and the fact that they attacked with full force from the very beginning, they managed to destroy half of the Kiran residence's buildings and killed many of the Kiran residence's guards who were cultivating. As the high gods had yet to finish their preparations, the House of Han's guards were unstoppable. They formed into small groups and started slaughtering the House of Kiran's guards in a flurry. They were ruthlessly and mercilessly slaughtered all the guards of the House of Kiran. In less than 15 minutes, more than 100 members of the Kiran family died to the frenzied slaughter of the House of Han. Only a few of the House of Han's guards were seriously injured by the House of Han's fearless suicidal tactics. However, the good times didn't last long. When the high gods of the House of Kiran gathered their forces and joined forces with Hill's divine guards stationed in the vicinity to launch a counterattack, the House of Han began to suffer defeat after defeat due to the sheer number of high gods. When the patriarch of the Kiran family, Shadow, arrived at the Kiran residence with a furious look on his face and the city lord of Witherbone City following behind him, the hearts of all the members of the House of Han sank to the bottom of the valley. They knew that they had finally reached the end of the road. Chapter 899. The moment Shao and Hill appeared, the Han family struggle had come to an end. Shao and Hill both possessed late-stage high god strength. The House of Kiran had 5 other high gods at different stages of their cultivation. In addition to the 2 chiefs of divine guards stationed outside the city, there were nearly 1,000 divine guards and more were arriving from all over Witherbone City. This was not an advantage that could be made up for with just a clever formation. Shao was standing inside the Kiran residence. When he saw the Han family's frantic struggle that had turned the buildings into ruins and the corpses that littered the ground, he was so furious that he wished he could skin every member of the Han family alive. Although Hill had departed after Shao, he had arrived at the same time as Witherbone City. When he saw the great losses suffered by the Kiran family and the Han family guards that were gradually gathering together to form a defensive formation, not only did he not feel sad for the Kiran family, but he was secretly delighted. In Witherbone City, the Kiran family was the only family clan that could threaten his position as the city lord. But as Shao had always been loyal and devoted to him, he had never found an opportunity to weaken the Kiran family. Hill had witnessed the Kiran family's misfortune and it was exactly what he wanted. On the other hand, Hill could tell from the Kiran family's fighting prowess that the Han family possessed. Now that the Han family was surrounded, Hill believed that everything the Han family owned would fall into their hands. He was excited when he thought about how Witherbone City would not only be able to obtain the formulas of the Han family's celestial pearl pharmacy but also the mysterious and unfathomable combination method. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. "You're the ones who took the initiative to court death," said Shao in an ashen face. His sinister eyes were sizing up Balins, Stadholm, Emily, and the others who were leading the Han family. He looked as though he wanted to tear every member of the Han family to shreds and devour them. "You are the ones who have gone too far," said Emily through gritted teeth. She put on a grief-stricken face and said, "Since we are going to die either way, we have to pay the price." Good, good, good. Shao raised his head to the sky and roared. His face was filled with killing intent. He then waved his hand and commanded, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The divine guards and high gods surrounding the Han family had temporarily quieted down after Shao and Hill arrived. Now that Shao had given the order, they no longer hesitated. Shao was aware of the House of Han's miraculous demonic formations. From the very beginning he did not plan to use the House of Kiran guards to attack the House of Han. Instead he planned to take advantage of the large number of high gods he had. With a few high gods leading the charge, the House of Kiran guards would attack from a safe distance. Under Shao and Hill's orders, 5 high gods of the house of Kiran and 2 high gods under Hill charged at the Han family army from 7 different directions. At the same time, the divine guards of Witherbone City launched all kinds of strange attacks at the Han family. The Han family had no choice but to stick together as one because they knew that the entire Witherbone City was their enemy. The Kiran residence was surrounded by divine guards from all over the city. It would be a fool's dream for them to charge out of the encirclement. Rather than being killed one by one, they might as well stick together and wear down the enemy as much as they could. The Han family knew that their advantage lay in their teamwork. If they were to split up and attack, they would lose the advantage that the Han family relied on to survive. They would only end up with their heads separated from their bodies. They wouldn't even be able to cause any damage to the enemy. All the members of the Han family had gathered in different positions. Their faces were calm, and their hearts were filled with the passion of fighting to the death. They were coldly dealing with the situation of certain death. The 7 high gods charged at the Han family from 7 different directions. The energy of death formed a canopy of death aura that enveloped the entire Kiran residence. The Kiran residence's energy towers that had yet to be destroyed burst out with dazzling radiance. An enormous pressure descended like a dark cloud and slowly approached the Han family army. The domains of divinity of the 7 high gods spread out and gathered all sorts of elemental energies in the vicinity. They formed streams of bizarre air currents that spread towards the house of Han. The 7 high gods approached the house of Han amidst the 7 streams of air currents and began the slaughter. Hundreds and thousands of different kinds of energy flew towards Han Shua with ear-piercing whistles. Most of the attacks were of different colors. They were all smooth and sharp bone spurs. These bone spurs were all extraordinary. They were the best bones forged in the bone refinery, polished until they shone brilliantly. They even contained a dense aura of death. The members of the Han family wore calm faces. Not a single one of them screamed or panicked when they saw the 7 high gods and the hundreds and thousands of attacks descending on them. The Han family members were breathing in perfect harmony. Not a single one of them was short of breath. Although they were enemies, the divine guards of Witherbone City were amazed by the bearing and demeanor of the members of the Han family army. Hill, the city lord of Witherbone City, was the most astonished. As the lord of a city, he was quite good at training his subordinates. However, after seeing the identical expressions of all the guards of the House of Han, Hill was truly impressed. He was even more determined to obtain the training method of the House of Han. At first, the Han family army remained motionless in the face of the attacks. It was only when the attacks were about to land that they suddenly changed their formation. The Han family army that had been huddled together suddenly pulled away from each other. The distance between each group of army was originally only 3 steps. But with this sudden pull, the distance between each group expanded to 10 steps. As soon as the new formation stabilized, the Han family army launched a collective attack. Some of them deployed all kinds of barriers and defensive energies to resist the ferocious attacks that were raining down from the sky. The others did not even spare a glance at the divine weapons and bone spurs hovering above their heads. Instead, they focused their attacks on the Witherbone City army. Witherbone City's divine guards could no longer maintain their composure the moment the attacks from the House of Han were intercepted. They frantically tried to defend themselves against the incoming attacks from the House of Han's army and fled in all directions in panic. The advantage of the two sides was immediately determined. The two sides exchanged blows. Bone spurs and arrows rained down in all directions. Under the joint attack of the 7 high gods of Witherbone City, the weakness of the Han family army that they lacked top-notch experts was exposed. If there were only 3 high gods, Sanguiner, Balans and Gilbert, the trio would barely be able to handle the attacks. But against 7 high gods, 5 of whom were mid-stage high gods, the Han family army could no longer maintain their perverted standard of killing 1,000 of their enemies while sustaining a few dozen of their own. Some of the Han family army guards in the outer perimeter were silently devouring the lives of the Han family army. However, those with a bit of insight could tell from the battle that Han Shua's overall strength was far superior to the Han family army. If it weren't for the 7 high gods, the 1,000-plus Witherbone City experts might not have been able to withstand a single wave of attacks from the Han family army. The Witherbone divine guards who were attacked were wailing and howling like ghosts and howling like wolves as they dodged to the left and right. They collided with each other in a disorderly manner. Many of them had to collide with others to avoid the attacks above them and were killed. On the other hand, not a single member of the Han family said a word. Hundreds of them maintained a terrifying silence. Facing the storm of attacks, the guards of the Han clan cooperated with each other in an orderly manner. Those who were in charge of defense focused all their energy on defending against the enemy, while those who were in charge of offense ignored the scalp-numbing attacks coming from above and focused all their attention on attacking. From the beginning to the end, the Han family army stood their ground. Not a single one of them moved in panic. "Shadow, tell your men to be careful. Don't kill the few at the front," said Hill as he looked at the Han family army in admiration. He was very impressed by the Han family who could train their divine guards to such a level. Shadow knew that when a person dies, the moment his soul energy dissipates from the world, the memories of his soul would gradually disappear. When the energy of his soul is completely exhausted, all his memories would disappear without a trace. Not even the energy of death could restore his memories. Hill had done so because he did not want the important members of the Han family to die first. He needed the precious memories of the Han family members. Understood. Shadow nodded. He gradually recovered from his overwhelming rage. Ever since he saw the Kieran family's losses at the hands of the Han family, he had lost control of himself. Therefore he had neglected this point during the attack and had nearly forgotten their main objective. Shadow took a deep breath. He raised his head to the sky and let out a shrill roar. Then he made a hand gesture to the High Gods. Those High Gods were veterans of the Kieran family. They knew what to do as soon as they saw Shadow's hand gesture. Their attacks became much more controlled. Most of their attacks landed on the unimportant Han family guards. The 7 High Gods who had caused the most casualties to the Han family were the 7 High Gods. The 7 High Gods had come to a tacit agreement. All the Han family members who had died became the guards around them while the important members of the Han family remained unharmed. Statholm and the others exchanged glances with each other. They could see the despair in each other's eyes. Statholm and Emily were both intelligent people. They knew what those fellows in Witherbone City were up to. Ballins took a glance at Statholm and Emily and accurately guessed what they were thinking. He coldly shouted, "Don't do anything stupid. With the 3 of us here, you don't have to kill yourselves. Even if you die in the end, they won't be able to extract any useful information from your souls." Ballins could tell that Statholm and Emily wanted to kill themselves so that Shadow and the others wouldn't get what they wanted. "Brian, I will never see you again," muttered Emily in a voice that only she could hear. It was as though the heavens had heard Emily's call. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar resounded in Witherbone City. A ruthless aura that could destroy everything enveloped the entire Witherbone City. Chapter 900. When the Han family members heard the roar, their despairing faces suddenly blossomed with a different kind of radiance, as though they had just seen rain after a long drought. "Master, it's Master's voice." Gilbert was trembling with excitement. Every member of the Han family was looking forward to Han Shua's arrival in this hopeless situation. However, they knew that it was almost impossible. It was as though God had heard their cheers and sent Han Shua to them at this most critical moment. Gilbert, Sanguiner, Ballins, Emily, and Statholm were all very familiar with Han Shua's voice and the violent aura that enveloped the entire Witherbone City. They didn't need Gilbert's reminder to know that it was Han Shua. Master has become even more powerful. Sanguis closed his eyes and sensed the apocalyptic aura that was gradually approaching from a distance. He took a deep breath and shouted excitedly, "Hold on. Hold on. As long as we can hold on until Brian arrives, we won't have to worry about anything else." Because of her excitement, her cheeks and neck were flushed red. She subconsciously waved her fists, as if she wanted to use this action to stabilize her rapidly beating heart. In the hearts of every house of Han Guard, Patriarch Han Shua was an invincible existence. They were no stranger to Han Shua's voice and aura. From that terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas, they could sense a familiar aura from their training. All the members of the Han family were excited at this moment. Some of the Han family members, who were originally prepared to die in silence, couldn't help but cheer out loud to express their uncontrollable joy. The enormous pressure that was rapidly approaching made all the experts of Witherbone City feel a sense of crisis. Shadow and Hill, 2 of the most powerful existences in Witherbone City, were shocked. They stared at the direction where the enormous pressure was coming from and didn't know what to say. Shadow, Hill, and the divine guards of the House of Kieran and Hill temporarily stopped attacking Han Shua under the terrifying pressure. They stared at the ominous aura that was approaching like a dark cloud. Their faces were filled with panic and fear. They had no idea what this terrifying expert who came to Witherbone City was up to. The two sides that were fighting temporarily stopped their life and death struggle after this strange change. They were both silently waiting for the arrival of the peerless fiendish demon. Ear-piercing and soul-stirring howls were heard from afar. The earth-shattering howls resounded throughout the entire Witherbone city. All the gods, whether they were sleeping or cultivating in secret underground chambers, were awakened by the howls. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked in a certain direction in bewilderment. Everyone in Witherbone City could sense the wrath of the peerless demon. Most of the people in Witherbone City did not know what had happened to the Han family in the city. They followed the direction of the howls and slowly approached the Kieran residence. They wanted to see what was going on in Witherbone City. Who is it? Who is it? Hill finally started to panic. He suddenly discovered that even though he had many divine guards around him, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from the fierce demon. This made Hill, the city lord of Witherbone City, truly afraid. I don't know. Shatio's attention was also attracted by the powerful energy. He did not notice the strange expressions on the faces of the Han family members. Shatio was also flustered by Hill's question. He had no idea what was going on. The world was filled with a ruthless, cruel and chilling aura of slaughter. The terrifying aura was like a formless wave that spread from a certain point to every corner of Witherbone City. All the experts in Witherbone City felt terrified. The murderous aura that was spreading in all directions was not the same. Hill and Shatio could clearly feel that they were bearing the brunt of the pressure. Under this pressure, Hill and Shatio gradually realized that they were the target of the enemy. After confirming this fact, Hill and Shatio felt a chill run down their spines. For some reason they felt as though they were witnessing their own deaths. The feeling was so abrupt that it made them realize that they had absolutely no confidence in surviving under such terrifying pressure. As the two approached their targets, the shrill howls gradually faded away. However, not only did Hill and Shatio not feel relieved, they discovered that their hands and feet were ice cold. They felt as though their souls were being targeted by a ferocious beast that could devour them at any moment. The two strongest experts in Witherbone City were panic-stricken. They did not know what to do. Finally, a majestic figure came to a stop amidst the dark clouds. It was Han Shua wearing a sinister face. His eyes were glowing with malevolent light as they swept across the Witherbone City divine guards surrounding the Han family. With Han Shua's power, he was able to sense the situation of the Han family within a certain distance from the Kieran family. The Han family guards who had walked out of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation carried auras that Han Shua could recognize. When Han Shua sensed the familiar auras disappearing, he realized that the Han family guards were being slaughtered. This was absolutely not what Han Shua wanted to see. Therefore, in order to ensure that the Han family guards would not be slaughtered before he arrived at the Kieran residence, Han Shua unleashed all the energy in his body in a fit of rage. He used the rage in his heart to frighten all the gods in Witherbone City so that the Kieran family would not dare to act rashly. Han Shua's act was indeed effective. Under his terrifying energy, Hill and Shatio had completely forgotten that they still had to deal with the Han family. They focused all their attention on Han Shua. Even the Witherbone City divine guards were stunned and stopped attacking the Han family. Master. Brian. Master. Patriarch. The Han family members shouted different greetings. When they saw that Han Shua had arrived before them, Gilbert, Sanguiner, and the others cheered excitedly. Statholm wore a gratified face as he nodded. Emily, Fanny, Lisa, and the other ladies who had been bullied by Han Shua wept tears of joy. Just a moment ago, every member of the Han family was in despair. Facing the experts of Witherbone City, any member of the Han family knew that they were in a hopeless situation. But the next moment, Han Shua's sudden arrival in Witherbone City was like an injection of life into the hearts of every member of the Han family. They knew that there was still hope for survival. Not only that, but the Han family members who had absolute trust in Han Shua and sensed the destructive energy, knew that not only would they be able to escape from death, but they would also be able to make their enemies pay for what they had done to them. After the members of the Han family cheered, the Witherbone divine guards finally realized who the intruder was. Hill and Shatio's hearts sank. They had no idea why the weather had suddenly turned so cold. Their hands and feet were ice cold. They stared at Han Shua in fear and opened their mouths to say something. But when they saw Han Shua's cold face and sensed the apocalyptic aura around him, they felt as though their throats were blocked by something and they couldn't make a sound. As the most powerful high gods present, Hill and Shatio knew better than anyone else just how terrifying Han Shua's strength was. They knew that they stood no chance against Han Shuo. Death was their only option. That was why they were so afraid. It's a misunderstanding, Shadow said in a hoarse voice after a while. He smiled bitterly and bowed slightly. He was even more humble than when he was talking to Hill. What happened? Han Shuo shot a sinister glance at Shadow before he turned to look at Emily, Statholm, and the others behind him. Some people want the prescriptions of our celestial pro-pharmacy and the secret to training our divine guards. They have given us 3 days. If we don't hand over the prescriptions in 3 days, the Han family will not be able to leave Witherbone City alive. In my opinion, some people have no intention of letting us live. Whether we hand over the prescriptions or not, we will not be able to leave this place alive. Statholm the old monster narrated in a soft voice while looking at Hill and Shadow with a spurious smile. Statholm the old monster was extremely delighted at this moment. He let out a long howl towards the sky and laughed heartily. It was as though he was venting all the grievances and resentment he had accumulated over the past few months. Also, they secretly captured our guards and used the energy of death to obtain everything in their minds. Also, Shadow once insulted Balans. Emily took a step forward and recounted everything that had happened with teary eyes. It was time to settle the score. Emily took a step forward and recounted everything that had happened during this period of time with teary eyes. Master, also, they made us stay in this shabby place. Behind us is the stinky bone refinery. Even the matrons can't stand it and vomit every day. These bastards have made so many black crystal coins from Witherbone City with the help of our celestial pearl pharmacy's reputation. But when they saw our House of Han from the City of Shadows, they turned their backs on us and even tried to swallow us whole. God damn it, I can't believe they would do such a despicable thing. Gilbert pointed at Shadow and Hill's faces and cursed. He didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Han Shuo's face grew darker and darker as Statholm, Emily, and Gilbert continued to hurl insults. Han Shuo had guessed that the Han family was not treated well in Witherbone City. But little did he know that the Han family's treatment was worse than he had imagined. If he hadn't rushed all the way to Witherbone City, he might have been the one to collect the corpses of the Han family. It's a misunderstanding, it's really a misunderstanding. Shadow's body grew colder and colder as he repeated the word misunderstanding. Chapter 901. At this moment Shadow was filled with remorse. For the first time in his life, he regretted what he had done to the Han family. Facing Han Shuo, an enemy that he could not defeat, Shadow did not know what else to say other than to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. Hill, the city lord of Witherbone City, felt his lips turning dry. His heart was pounding at an unprecedented rate. He knew that he was afraid from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that Han Shuo, the ferocious demon, would launch a massacre on Witherbone City. Although Hill was grave when he heard Shadio's description of Han Shuo, he did not really take it to heart. According to Shadio's description, Hill roughly guessed that Han Shuo possessed late-stage high god strength. Han Shuo might be able to defeat him but not kill him. In Hill's opinion, as long as he and Shadio worked together, and with the resources of Witherbone City, they should have no reason to fear Han Shuo. But little did he expect that Han Shuo would make another breakthrough in the fringe. Han Shuo, who had advanced to the Skybreak realm, had far surpassed a late-stage high god in strength. Even sovereigns like Salas and Wasis, who had been through countless battles, were no match for Han Shuo. Hill were left with no choice but to die. Misunderstanding? Han Shuo put on a smile. It was just that his smile was so cold that it made Salas and Hill's hair stand on end. It's really just a misunderstanding. We just want to cooperate with the Han family. We have no ulterior motives. This time it was Hill who spoke. His voice sounded agitated and nervous. Perhaps the House of Kieran has failed in certain aspects, but this is not the intention of Witherbone City. We really want to cooperate with the Han family. Even the battle this time was initiated by the Han family. I am here to resolve the dispute. I have no ulterior motives. All the divine guards of Witherbone City could see that Hill was being modest and nervous. In front of Han Shuo, he, the city lord of Witherbone City, seemed to have become a servant. He behaved very respectfully and cautiously. That's right. Not only did we bring the Han family to Witherbone City from Hofs and Larrickson, but we also treated them with great hospitality. Even though they killed so many of our guards for no apparent reason, I just wanted to know what was going on. It was all a misunderstanding, added Shadow hastily. Shadow and Hill understood that if the battle continued, they would be the first to be killed by Han Shuo. Under Han Shuo's overwhelming power, the two of them couldn't even think of resisting. They could only think of how to get Han Shua's forgiveness. Shameless! Shouted Emily furiously. She turned to Han Shua and said, "Brian, don't listen to their nonsense. Their goal is to destroy the Han family. If you hadn't arrived in time, not a single member of the Han family would have survived." "Master, there's nothing more to say. Let's kill them." Sanguiner's eyes seemed to be dripping blood. He pointed the broadsword in his hand at Shadow and said, "We will skin this bastard alive. He has insulted Balans and the Han family." "As you wish," replied Han Shua in a low voice. Han Shua stretched out his hand and the ominous aura around his body suddenly came down and wrapped Shadow. He then pulled with his left hand and sent Shadow flying. He landed in front of Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Balans. The ominous clouds drilled into Shadow's body like wisps of smoke. They wrapped Shadow's divine energy like the most intricate ropes. His senses were clearer than ever, but he couldn't move. In front of Han Shua, the so-called experts like Shadow and Hill were powerless to fight back. With a thought, Han Shua summoned the ominous clouds and wrapped Shadow up. After the wisps of smoke entered his body, he fell to the ground with a terrified look on his face. He could do nothing but wait to be slaughtered. Shadow, who had lost the ability to fight back, was now standing between Balans, Sanguiner, and Gilbert. The three of them were very close, and Balans had been humiliated by Shadow. Therefore, with his enemy in front of him, Balans was not going to be polite. He drew out the thin flying sword in his hand with an indifferent face. Gilbert and Sanguiner were about to join in, but when they saw Balans draw his sword and walk toward Hill without saying a word, they grinned hideously and looked at Shadow coldly. Balans was calmer than anyone else. Therefore he could tolerate Shadow's insults. However, Balans wasn't without a temper. On the contrary, among the Han family, Balans was famous for his ruthlessness. Balans had never forgotten Shadow's insults. Shadow looked at the approaching man with a sword in his hand and no longer tried to explain himself. He knew that it was pointless to waste his breath. As the patriarch of the Kieran family, Shadow was not a man who was afraid of death. He lowered his head and remained silent. What do you want?" When the high gods of the house of Kieran saw that their patriarch had been captured alive without being able to retaliate, and when they saw Balans walking towards them with his sword in his hand, they started yelling and shouting. That's right. These high gods of the house of Kieran had also sensed the aura of death from the terrifying energy emanating from Han Shua. However, having lived in the house of Kieran for so long, they had placed their family's honor above all else. Therefore, before Shadow was about to be skinned alive, they decided to fight back. The five high gods exchanged glances with one another before they let out a loud roar and charged at Han Shua. The Han family was surrounded by thousands of gods of Witherbone City. Not only were there the Kieran family and Hill's divine guards, but there were also experts from other major family clans who had heard the news. However, they had all realized how terrifying Han Shua was from the terrifying aura emanating from Witherbone City. Therefore, after arriving at the Han family, they kept silent and looked at Han Shua, who was standing proudly in front of the Han family. None of them dared to attack recklessly. The five high gods of the house of Kieran were the first among the thousands of gods to attack Han Shua. They were fighting for the glory of the house of Kieran. Han Shua's eyes coldly swept across the five. With one thought, 5 flying swords whizzed out from the back of his neck. The 5 flying swords flashed through the air, as though they had crossed the distance of time and space. Amidst 5 mournful wails, the 5 flying swords stabbed into the chests of the 5 men. Han Shua had a very precise control over the power of the flying swords. This time, Han Shua did not let the flying swords pierce through the bodies of the 5 high gods. Instead, he let the flying swords hang in the air and prevent them from falling to the ground. But, thud, the 5 corpses were strangely suspended in midair by the flying swords. Blood dripped from their chests to their abdomens. The crowd was dead silent. The sound of blood dripping to the ground could be heard clearly. Ah! Just when everyone's attention was on the 5 corpses, a blood-curdling scream caused many people to jump up in fright. Many people were so frightened that they shivered and immediately focused their attention on the source of the sound. It was the patriarch of the house of Kieran, Shadow. Balans paid no attention to the 5 high gods of the house of Kieran who were charging at him. Without uttering a word, the flying sword refined by Han Shua accurately pierced through the skin on Shadow's chest. Balans wore an indifferent face. He calmly grabbed the torn skin on Shadow's chest and pulled him out. The pain of being skinned wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Therefore, when Han Shuo used his energy to restrain Shatiao, in order to let Shatiao experience the wonderful feeling of being skinned to the fullest, Han Shuo had also enhanced Shatiao's senses, making his sense of touch and pain 10 times stronger than normal. In other words, the pain that Shatiao was suffering was 10 times that of a skinned person. Therefore, even the strong-willed patriarch of the Qiran family, Shatiao, couldn't endure the pain. The patriarch of the house of Qiran, one of the strongest experts in Witherbone City, was howling miserably because of Balanza's inhumane torture. His voice was so miserable and despairing that it made everyone's hair stand on end. Thousands of experts of Witherbone City were observing the scene. Some of the Qiran family's divine guards lowered their heads while others gnashed their teeth and stared at Han Shuo with blood-red eyes. However, not a single one of them dared to charge at Han Shuo. The reason was that the 5 high gods of the house of Qiran were still hanging in midair. Their blood had yet to stop flowing. This kind of deterrence was more effective than any words. Those who wanted to avenge the house of Qiran and Shut-O would have to look at the fate of the 5 high gods to quench their thirst for vengeance. They would suppress the hatred in their hearts and not dare to take a step forward. "Oh, Brian, let him go. Please let him go." A mournful wail sounded from the crowd. Li Wei pushed her way through the crowd as though she had gone mad. She screamed and screamed at Han Shuo. Li Wei had visited the Han family before. Many members of the Han family recognized Li Wei and knew that she was somehow related to Han Shuo. Although the Han family had suffered humiliation at the hands of the Qiran family, Li Wei had worked hard for the sake of the Han family. She had tried to persuade Shati-O time and time again to improve their relationship with the Han family. However, Shati-O did not listen to Li Wei's advice at all. In the end, he was so fed up that he had Li Wei locked up. It was only when a Qiran family divine guard suddenly remembered that Li Wei might be able to alleviate the pain of Shati-O's suffering that he hastily released her. Li Wei's hair was disheveled. She had seen her loved ones being killed and Shati-O suffering unimaginable pain. When Balan saw Li Wei, he hesitated for a moment before he stopped torturing Shati-O. He turned to Han Shuo and asked for Han Shuo's opinion. Han Shuo shot a glance at Li Wei and recalled all that the Han family had suffered at the hands of the Qiran family. He coldly said to Balans, "Continue." Balans's eyes lit up. He nodded and continued. Shadow's ghostly wails and howls could be heard once again. Li Wei could no longer bear it when she heard his miserable howls. Her vision darkened and she fainted. Chapter 902. In Witherbone City, in front of the Qiran family, and in front of so many gods, Shati-O, one of the most powerful figures in Witherbone City, was cruelly skinned by Balans. In just a short while, Shati-O's miserable screams had died down. His body twitched for a while and he stopped moving. Although there were many onlookers, under the terrifying pressure that Han Shuo deliberately released, none of them dared to rush to their deaths. Those gods who had participated in the attack against the House of Han were trembling with fear and their eyes were flickering. The death of Shati-O had clearly excited the members of the Han family who had been humiliated for a long time. Even though they had absolute trust in Han Shuo, they did not expect that Han Shuo's strength had grown to such a terrifying level. Hill and the group of top-notch experts of Witherbone City could only watch. They did not dare to take a step forward. Who else? Han Shuo looked at Emily and asked. Emily looked at the onlookers with a murderous gaze and pointed at Hill, the city lord of Witherbone City. This man is the city lord of Witherbone City. Without his support, Shati-O would not have dared to do as he pleased. Emily had heard from Degassi that Hill had played a key role in the entire incident. Hill had played an important role from the very beginning. Without Hill's secret support, Shati-O would not have dared to openly attack the Han family in Witherbone City. When the Qiran family and the Han family established a Celestial Pearl branch in Witherbone City, Shati-O had communicated with Hill. Hill had also received a share of the profits from the Celestial Pearl branch in Witherbone City. When the news of the Han family's request for help reached Witherbone City, the ambitious Hill was not Shati-O but Shati-O. What does that have to do with me? Seeing that Shati-O was dead, the anger of many members of the House of Han had subsided. Hill had thought that the matter had been resolved and that he would not be implicated. He had not expected that Emily would point her finger at him. As the lord of a city, Hill shouldn't have panicked like this. However, he had sensed the unparalleled energy from Han Shuo's body and saw Shati-O being skinned and his bones pulled out in front of him. Shati-O's miserable screams that didn't sound human were still echoing in his ears. He had lost his composure. He sized Hill up and asked, "Tell me, should I trust you or my men?" "That's right, I'll trust you or my men?" Hill's heart sank. He knew that there was no point in trying to explain. Judging from Han Shua's attitude toward Shadao, he knew that Han Shua was not a soft-hearted person. Hill immediately discarded all his unrealistic fantasies and treated Han Shua as the most terrifying enemy in his life. "Brian, this is Witherbone City. I am the City Lord of Witherbone City. How dare you kill me?" Hill pondered for a moment before he glared at Han Shua and shouted. The fear on his face seemed to have vanished. It was as though he had turned into a different person. As expected of the lord of a city, Hill quickly adjusted himself in a situation where there was no way out. He was no longer a yes man, but focused all his energy on dealing with Han Shua. First, he dispelled the fear he had for Han Shua. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. He did not expect that Hill would dare to yell at him at this moment. He thought to himself, although Hill is only slightly stronger than Shadao, he has been a city lord for a long time. However, from Han Shua's point of view, even if Hill was the city lord of Witherbone City and was surrounded by countless divine guards of Witherbone City, it would still be a piece of cake for Han Shua to kill Hill. Han Shua could not understand where Hill's confidence came from. "Oh." Han Shua's face turned cold. He bluntly asked, "Why wouldn't I dare to kill you? Do you really think that those divine guards around you can protect you?" Hill heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Han Shua was still in the mood to ask questions. He was afraid that Han Shua would not give him the chance to explain and would kill him like how he did to Shadao. If that happened, Hill's eloquence would be in vain. Shadao is just a patriarch of a family clan. He does not have the qualifications to meet the Overgod. The Overgod would not care whether he lives or dies. But I am different. I am the City Lord of Witherbone City. I am the most loyal servant of the Overgod of Death. The Overgod has left a brand in my soul. If you attack me, the Overgod of Death will not let you off." Hill stared at Han Shua and hastily explained the reason he had prepared beforehand. Upon hearing those words, the members of the Han family turned pale with fright. The Witherbone divine guards around the Han family were emboldened. They thought to themselves that the City Lord was right. No matter how powerful Hill was, if he were to kill the City Lord, he would not stand a chance. The City Lord was the City Lord of Witherbone City appointed by the Overgod. If Hill were to kill the City Lord, he would definitely incur the wrath of the Overgod. The wrath of an Overgod could shake heaven and earth. No one on Elysium would dare to provoke an Overgod. "Brian, why don't we just let it go?" Emily put on a nervous face and said to Han Shua in a low voice. She was the one who asked Han Shua to kill Hill. But after hearing Hill's words, she was the first to stop Han Shua. The might of an Overgod was deeply rooted in her heart. She knew what it meant to be an Overgod. Therefore, she would rather endure the humiliation than let Han Shua become an enemy of an Overgod because of them. "Brian, don't be impulsive. Shadao is dead anyway. Just let it go." Statholm the old monster also advised. He knew very well how powerful an Overgod was. The Han family would be able to walk out of this predicament. He did not want Han Shua to be killed by an Overgod because of this matter. Unless it was an Overgod of another force, no one would dare to provoke an Overgod who possessed a quintessence and ruled over an entire divine dominion. Every member of the Han family understood this. They all tried to persuade Han Shua, hoping that Han Shua would let Hill go. "Haha, it seems that your Han family are quite sensible. Brian, I admit that you are very powerful and no one in Witherbone City is a match for you. But you should really think twice before you act. If I die, you and the Han family will not be able to walk out of the Death Dominion." Hill hastily struck while the Han family were still submissive. He hoped that Han Shua would give up on killing him. Han Shua wore a dark face as he stared at the complacent Hill. He knew that Hill was not just trying to scare him. If he really killed Hill, the Overgod of Death would very likely retaliate. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind as he weighed the pros and cons over and over again. He took a deep breath and resisted the urge to kill Hill immediately. He nodded indifferently and turned to the house of Han. "Come, let's get out of the city." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Not just the Han family, but even the divine guards of Witherbone City and Hill himself felt as though they had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. They understood that if Han Shua were to attack Han Shua recklessly, Hill would definitely die. However, the Overgod's mark in Hill's divine soul could very well attract the Overgod of Death. The consequences would be unimaginable. "I am very sorry about what happened to the Han family in Witherbone City. It was not my intention," said Han Shua. Hill felt his entire body relax when he saw that Han Shuo was leaving. He did not dare to provoke Han Shuo at this moment lest Han Shuo recklessly attack him. His attitude couldn't be any better. Hill waved his hand and gestured to the divine guards surrounding the place to make way for the members of the House of Han. The House of Han would be able to leave unimpeded. Han Shuo did not say a word. He wore a gloomy face and led the way out of Witherbone City. Wherever he went, the Witherbone divine guards would automatically take a few steps back. It was obvious that they were very wary of Han Shuo. All the members of the Han family followed closely behind Han Shuo. None of them said a word as they walked out of the Kiran residence. The next morning they arrived at a city gate of Witherbone City. It seemed that the divine guards in charge of Witherbone City had long received the news. Before the Han family arrived, they had already opened the city gate. The divine guards stood far away from the city gate and waited for the Han family to pass through. Under Han Shuo's lead, the members of the Han family walked out of Witherbone City without encountering the slightest obstruction. "Sanguiner, are you really going to let that hill go?" After half a day, when the Han family had left Witherbone City, Sanguiner finally couldn't help but ask Han Shuo after hesitating for a moment. "I will send you out of the Death Dominion. You will be safe once you leave the Death Dominion," replied Han Shuo. He took a deep breath and said to Emily and Statholm, "After you leave the Death Dominion, head to the ethereal city of the Space Dominion and look for the City Lord McKinley. He will make arrangements for you." "Brian, don't be rash." Emily's heart sank when she heard Han Shuo's words. She pleaded, "Forget it. Shadow is the one who is after us. He is dead and I don't want to take revenge." "Brian, killing Hill is very likely to provoke the Overgod," exclaimed Statholm. He knew what Han Shuo was trying to do. "I know that it is very likely to provoke the Overgod. That is why I brought you out of Witherbone City. If I had killed Hill and the Overgod appeared, I might have been able to escape, but all of you would have died at the hands of the Witherbone City Divine Guards. As long as you are safe, I don't mind causing a ruckus in Witherbone City." Hill really thinks that I am afraid of the Overgod of Death," snorted Han Shuo coldly. When Han Shuo saw that the crowd still wanted to dissuade him, he waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough. I will send you out of the Death Dominion. I have made up my mind." "Senior, are you confident?" Ballins was still as calm as ever as he asked unhurriedly. "I'm confident that I won't die." Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, "That's enough. As long as I don't die, I won't be afraid of even an Overgod with the quintessence." Ballins nodded and did not say anything else. Han Shuo did not explain further either. They escorted the Han family through the major cities of the Death Dominion and headed towards the fringe of the Space Dominion. Fearing that there might be more complications, the Han family hurried on with their journey. 2 months later they exited the Death Dominion and headed towards the Space Dominion. It was at this moment that Han Shuo quietly left the party and returned to the Death Dominion alone. This time, not only Hill, the City Lord of Witherbone City, but even Wallace of the Darkness Dominion was targeted by Han Shuo. Han Shuo had offended both the Overgod of Death and the Overgod of Darkness. Chapter 903. After the departure of the Han family, Witherbone City was bustling with activity for a period of time. Not for anything else but for stripping the House of Kiran's assets. The House of Kiran used to be one of the most powerful families in Witherbone City. However, after the death of their patriarch Shadow, 5 high gods, and hundreds of their divine guards, the House of Kiran was reduced to a second-rate family clan. With the death of all their top experts, the House of Kiran would not be able to protect its enormous assets. Those who had been envious of the Kiran family's wealth and assets for a long time took action on the day the Han family left Witherbone City. And the House of Kiran had done so much for Hill and he should be more than willing to help them. He should prevent those jealous family clans from taking action against the Kiran family. However, the first person to take action was none other than Hill. Using the excuse that the House of Kiran had provoked an unimaginable number of enemies for Witherbone City without Hill's consent, Hill took over the Kiran family's largest territory and assets. Most of the Kiran family's assets fell into Hill's hands overnight. While the Kiran family enjoyed the meat, others would have to drink the soup. The other families, big and small, took away the remaining profits of the Kiran family. Many of those who had grudges against the House of Kiran had been afraid of Shadow and the House of Kiran's power. But now they were taking revenge on the Kiran family. They hunted down the orphans, women and children of the Qiran family. As Shadow had suffered great humiliation before his death, many of the Qiran family's divine guards felt the same. They felt that the Qiran family had been branded with the mark of humiliation. They left the house of Qiran and joined other family clans. They became murderers of the Qiran family's orphans, women and children. In almost a single night, a major family clan that had towered over Witherbone City for 1,000 years had been wiped out. All the direct descendants of the family clan, young and old, were hunted down by their enemies. In just a few days, the ancient house of Qiran was almost wiped out. There were not many members of the Qiran family left in Witherbone City. 90% of the Qiran family members were killed in the purge. However, there was one person that no one dared to touch. Witherbone City, south of the city, inside a dilapidated divine hall, Li Wei's body was curled up into a ball. Her eyes were blank as she held an urn of ashes in her arms. Beside her, the ancient lizard king, Degassi, wore a sorrowful expression as he lovingly combed Li Wei's disheveled hair while sighing repeatedly. In a short period of 3 months, the innocent Li Wei had experienced the cruelest change in the world. She had watched as Shadow, who had loved her dearly, was skinned and stripped of his bones. Her brothers and sisters were mercilessly killed, and her sisters were ravaged. A great clan had collapsed in an instant. Li Wei witnessed the scenes of agony. The earth-shattering changes finally destroyed her mind. Unable to bear all of this, she became deranged. In just 3 months, Li Wei, who used to be the proud daughter of the Qiran family in Witherbone City, had turned into a deranged woman who spouted nonsense all day long. As the proud daughter of the Qiran family, she should not have been able to escape after her clan was annihilated. However, as many people knew that Li Wei and Han Shuo were close friends, no one dared to touch a single hair on Li Wei's head even though her brothers and sisters had died in front of her. Everyone who had met Han Shuo sternly warned their family clansmen not to have any designs on Li Wei. They were truly afraid that Han Shuo would retaliate against them for Li Wei's vengeance. They knew that they were not over gods. If Han Shuo wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. Moreover, no one would avenge them. Sigh, it's been hard on you? Degassi could not help but let out a soft sigh when he saw the deranged Li Wei. A figure approached like a ghost and quietly landed in the dilapidated shrine. He looked at Li Wei's current state and let out a deep sigh. In this matter, Li Wei is the one I've let down the most. Degassi was startled. He stood up with a vigilant expression and subconsciously shielded Li Wei behind him. But when he saw who it was, his expression relaxed and he put on a bitter smile. Why are you here? Han Shuo could still remember the fluctuations of Degassi's soul. Given his current cultivation realm, it would be a piece of cake for him to search for Degassi's soul within a certain range. Han Shuo, who had come to Witherbone City to start a massacre, suddenly remembered Degassi and Li Wei. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to find them. Han Shuo's heart ached when he saw Li Wei's state. Although the Qiran family and Shadow had been heartless to the Han family, Li Wei was innocent. She had done everything she could for the Han family. Although her efforts were futile, Han Shuo would never forget her kindness. How is she? Han Shuo let out a soft sigh and asked Degassi. After going through so much, she had a mental breakdown. Li Wei is the closest person to me in the Qiran family. I really don't want to see her like this. Degassi sighed and said, after I came to the Qiran family, I learned that the previous owner of the Qiran family had died long ago. No one in the Qiran family thought highly of me. I don't care if they live or die. Only little Li Wei, perhaps because of my relationship with you, treats me well. Brian, can you think of a solution? I can erase that part of her memory and make her forget everything about the Qiran family. Only then can she start anew. Han Shuo thought for a moment and helplessly said, I don't have any other way but to give her a fresh start. That's fine. As long as she can be happy, it will be fine. Forgetting about the Qiran family is actually a good thing for her. Degassi nodded and praised Han Shuo's suggestion. Han Shuo placed his hand on the back of Li Wei's head and sent his consciousness into it. He gently wrapped around Li Wei's soul and began to wander through the wisps of faint light that were hard to see with the naked eye. He searched for all the memories related to the Qiran family and used his consciousness to erase them. If even Shadow, a cultivator of the energy of death, could extract memories from the souls of others, it would be even easier for Han Shuo, who had reached the Skybreak realm in demonic arts. His consciousness was more profound than any energy that could pry into one's soul. Erasing Li Wei's memories would not leave any residual effects. A few minutes later, Han Shuo let out a soft sigh and withdrew his hand. He looked at Li Wei, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and said to Degasi, "When she wakes up, she will completely forget everything about the Kieran family. Take her to Ethereal City in the Space Dominion and go to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Don't stay here." Degasi nodded and replied, "I have been planning to take her away from here. Ethereal City is indeed a good place to be. I'm sorry. Everything that has happened to her is because of me. She is the only person in the Kieran family that I have let down," said Han Shuo with a heavy heart. He looked at Degasi and sighed. Degasi patted Han Shuo's shoulder and carried Li Wei in his arms. He said, "It's all in the past. Don't blame yourself. I know what happened. Oh, and those people have gone too far. I can't stand watching them die." Han Shuo felt a little better after hearing Degasi's words. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Tell me about what happened, especially about those who participated in the attack on the Han family." Degasi stared blankly for a moment. Suddenly, his face jolted as though he recalled something. He cried out in surprise, "Brian, you didn't come back to look for us? You came back to kill Hill, didn't you?" Han Shuo did not hide anything from Degasi. He nodded and admitted, "That's right. Hill is the main culprit. Of course I won't let him get away with it. But Hill is the city lord of Witherbone City. His divine soul is imprinted by the overgod of death. You will incur the wrath of the overgod of death. This. Degasi started to panic and tried to dissuade Han Shuo from giving up. "I know. Don't worry, I'll be fine," replied Han Shuo. Han Shuo was rather touched. He suddenly felt that his friends from Profound Continent were truly kind and unreserved in their concern for him. Degasi forced a smile and shook his head when he saw that he couldn't persuade Han Shuo. He sighed and said, "Back then, when I first met you in the underground world of the Dark Forest on Profound Continent, you were just a puny necromancer. Who would have thought that after a few hundred years, you would rise to prominence on Elysium? Now you even dare to provoke an overgod. Life is truly unpredictable." After hearing Degasi's words, Han Shuo couldn't help but recall the time he spent with Degasi in the underground world. Back then, Han Shuo was indeed just a puny necromancer. Back then, Han Shuo didn't stand a chance against Degasi at all. Han Shuo did not expect that in just a few hundred years, Degasi would rise to power on Elysium and possess such remarkable abilities. "Alright, I won't try to dissuade you. Other than Shadow and Hill, there are also..." Degasi did not finish his sentence. He reported the names of all the participants he knew. "Bring Li Wei to the Space Dominion. Witherbone City will be in chaos for a while," said Han Shuo. His eyes were ice cold. He was ready to start a massacre. "Be careful," Degasi reminded Han Shuo when he saw that Han Shuo was about to leave. Han Shuo didn't reply. His figure blurred and disappeared without a trace from Degasi's sight. He left no trace behind, even faster than the power of space tearing. Witherbone City. In the City Lord's mansion, Hill had summoned the patriarchs of the major family clans to discuss who would be the chief of the third core of the Kieran family after the extermination of the House of Kieran. Suddenly, a chilling and sinister energy shrouded the entire mansion. The patriarchs of the major family clans who were in the middle of a discussion jolted to their feet. When they felt that familiar power, they understood one thing: the god of slaughter had returned. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.